Chapter 604. Dragon Soul, to what extent can you open your space-time mirage? In the immortal vanquishing divine power killing array, Qin Yu's divine power seal appeared on his palm. He was as fast as a shooting star as he flew past the 99 divine power altars. Every time he passed by an altar, Qin Yu would rapidly send out a palm strike. His divine energy would spread out. In an instant, those 99 altars were activated. An extremely terrifying killing intent was emitted from the immortal vanquishing divine power killing array. It was as though an immemorial demon had awakened and wanted to slaughter everything in the world. Even if I use all my strength, I can only open it up to 10,000 feet. It is impossible to use it as a battlefield against the 7-star ancient emperor. The dragon soul understood what Qin Yu meant and said directly, it would be great if it could trap the 7-star ancient emperor. However, even though the dragon soul had comprehended the space-time Tao, its cultivation was inferior. The space-time mirage could not withstand the power of the ancient emperor realm. Can you hold on for 3 breaths of time? Qin Yu asked again as he looked at the 7-star ancient emperor, who was surrounded by starlight and ready to use his mystique. 3 breaths of time? I should be able to. However, I will have to borrow the origin dragon world of the other dragon tribes. The dragon soul pondered for a moment and said, all the dragon tribes are at your disposal. No matter what, you have to use the space-time mirage to trap the 7-star ancient emperor for 3 breaths of time. Qin Yu's eyes were cold and determined. After 3 breaths of time, the 7-star ancient emperor would die. Rumble! Kacha! Under the fierce attacks of the 7-star ancient emperor, the immortal vanquishing divine power killing array did not last long before it was broken. Spots of starlight instantly scattered across the entire divine power killing array. The 7-star ancient emperor appeared in front of Qin Yu like a ghost. Die! This time, the 7-star ancient emperor did not waste his breath. He pointed his finger, and the starlight pierced through the void. Regardless of Qin Yu's identity, there was no need to fear him when he was dead. Let's see who will be the one who will die. Qin Yu laughed maniacally. He formed a seal with both hands and shouted. The god energy in his body boiled. Immediately, the entire immortal vanquishing divine power killing array shook, and an unparalleled killing intent swept across the 9 heavens. The starlight Tao mystique that the 7-star ancient emperor had executed was shattered by the killing intent. What a powerful force! The eyes of the 7-star ancient emperor flashed with astonishment. Although he had long sensed that the divine formation was extraordinary, he still didn't expect that even his Tao arts and divine abilities would be shattered so easily. Formation, rise! The killing intent in Qin Yu's eyes skyrocketed. As expected of an immortal killing formation, its might was truly terrifying. Immediately, without the slightest delay, Qin Yu activated the entire formation array. The 99 altars were covered by a thick divine light, which transformed into an ancient divine power incantation. The entire divine array transformed into a huge array diagram. Qin Yu was in the center of the formation diagram, controlling the god power ancient incantations formed by the 99 sacrificial altars. The 7-star ancient emperor was trapped in the formation diagram. Dragon Soul. The moment the immortal vanquishing divine power killing array was activated, Qin Yu immediately shouted, appear! The Dragon Soul, which was already prepared, immediately executed the space-time mystique. Accompanied by a loud and majestic dragon roar, an independent ethereal world appeared. Qin Yu and the 7-star ancient emperor were immediately kept in the space-time ethereal world. Dragon roar? The 7-star ancient emperor's suspicions had dissipated. However, when he heard the majestic dragon roar, his suspicions intensified. Even if Qin Yu was the Dragon God Emperor supremacy. He definitely had something to do with the Dragon God Emperor supremacy. Green dragon battling the heavens. Heaven punishing war emperor transformation. Qin Yu's eyes were extremely cold. Dark green dragon scales appeared all over his body, and his aura skyrocketed. Divine light flashed in his hand continuously, and an ancient divine spear appeared with boundless might. At this moment, dragon roars resounded from Qin Yu's body and shook the 9 heavens. Heaven-devouring dragon seal. Dragon god dominating body. 9 nether purgatory. Heavenly stellar sacred light. Divine firmament world destroying lightning. Golden heaven incinerating golden flames. Bloodthirsty hell. Numerous divine abilities and secret techniques of the dragon clan were executed by Qin Yu in an instant. The aura on Qin Yu's body rose sharply to a frightening level in an instant. Although it was not comparable to the ancient emperor realm, even high-level divine sovereigns would feel fearful. Green dragon battling the heavens. It's really you, the 7-star ancient emperor, who was originally trapped in the space-time ethereal world, was not bothered. However, when he sensed Qin Yu's green dragon battling the heavens and other secret techniques, his face changed drastically. In the entire heaven domain, only Qin Yu knew the dragon art of the immemorial war dragon art. Even Xing Luo, who was inseparable from Qin Yu, did not know it. Now that Qin Yu had used it, Qin Yu's identity as the dragon god emperor supremacy was naturally revealed. How is this possible? It's impossible. When the suspicion in his heart was confirmed, the 7-star ancient emperor could no longer remain calm. An uncontrollable sense of fear appeared in his heart. In the past, Qin Yu's title as the Dragon God Emperor Supremacy had suppressed all the ancient emperors in the heaven domain. Although the 7-star ancient emperor was an older generation ancient emperor, he did not have the slightest bit of courage in front of Qin Yu. When Qin Yu was at his peak, he had appeared in the extraterritorial battlefield alone and caused the extraterritorial demon race to give up on invading. Naturally, one could imagine how terrifying that power was. 7-star ancient emperor, long time no see. Qin Yu held the divine spear in his hand and was surrounded by divine arrays. His appearance had returned to normal, and he looked at the 7-star ancient emperor indifferently. It's really you. Why aren't you dead? You should be dead by now. When the 7-star ancient emperor saw Qin Yu's original appearance, he was even more shocked and could not help but take a few steps back. Previously, in order to ensure that Qin Yu was really dead, they had investigated thoroughly and confirmed that Qin Yu's soul had dissipated. That was truly the death of one's soul. Qin, you definitely did not have the slightest chance of survival. However, why was Qin Yu still standing there perfectly fine? One could disguise one's appearance and body. However, the fluctuations of emperor spirits were real and could not be faked. You guys tried your best to plot against me and put me in a desperate situation. However, you did not expect me to have consumed the reincarnation elixir and enter the reincarnation cycle, right? Qin Yu smiled coldly, and it seemed like he was not in a hurry to make a move. Qin Yu had allowed the Dragon Soul's space-time illusory world to last for 3 breaths of time. That was the 3 breaths of time during the battle with the 7-star ancient emperor. If they did not fight, it would not matter even if it lasted for 300 years, let alone 3 breaths of time. The space-time illusory world was the strongest space-time Tao that the Dragon Soul could control. If it was searched from the outside world, even an ancient emperor would not be able to find it easily. Therefore, Qin Yu was not worried that someone would come in and disturb him. Of course, the reason why Qin Yu was talking nonsense with the 7-star ancient emperor was because he wanted to completely control the immortal vanquishing divine power killing array. After all, The Immortal Vanquishing Divine Power Killing Array was a killing move that the extraterritorial demon race had prepared to kill the ancient emperors of the Sky region. Although Qin Yu could control the ancient heavenly rock spirit and completely control the ancient divine power, he still needed some time to fully control the Immortal Vanquishing Divine Power Killing Array. Chapter 605. Reincarnation Elixir, Reincarnation of the Soul. When the seven-star ancient emperor heard this, he was stunned and shook his head. No, that's impossible. We have already destroyed your soul. It's impossible for you to be reincarnated. Long ago, the dragon god sovereign's soul had been scattered in the graveyard of the immortal god. The 13 ancient emperors would not have missed out on Qin Yu's soul. Now, Qin Yu was saying that he had reincarnated. This was absolutely impossible. Not to mention reincarnating, even possessing someone else's body was an impossible task. You can't be the dragon god emperor. Did you inherit the legacy of the dragon god emperor? The seven-star ancient emperor calmed down. It was impossible for the dragon god emperor to be reincarnated. In that case, the current Qin Yu was either possessed or not the dragon god emperor at all. Destroy my soul? Qin Yu looked at the seven-star ancient emperor, and a strange look flashed across his cold eyes. Could it be that his soul had been destroyed in the graveyard of the immortal god? The reincarnation elixir could only allow the host's soul to retain the memories of the previous life. If one's soul was completely destroyed, even the reincarnation immortal elixir would not be able to reincarnate. Xing Luo had joined forces with the heaven-suppressing ghost emperor and the 12 ancient emperors to kill him. He could not let his soul escape. What the hell was going on? Qin Yu was unable to refrain himself from feeling puzzled. I'd like to see what kind of thing you are. The seven-star ancient emperor, who had calmed down, shouted angrily. His robe fluttered, and his Tao power was condensed to the extreme. An extremely frightening Tao technique pressure exploded from the seven-star ancient emperor, and the void started to crack like layers of waves. With the immortal vanquishing divine power killing array at the center of Qin Yu, the entire void started to tremble. Dragon Soul, get ready! Seeing this, Qin Yu immediately suppressed the thoughts in his mind. His hands, which were covered in green dragon scales, rapidly changed seals. As long as he could kill the seven-star ancient emperor, he would be able to find out whether or not his soul had been completely extinguished. Ong, 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 ong. Deafening dragon roars resounded in the space-time virtual world. The dragon's power was ferocious, and it was not any weaker than the Tao techniques of the ancient emperor realm. This short delay time had already allowed Qin Yu to completely control the immortal exterminating divine power killing array. Now, Qin Yu was combining the divine abilities and secret arts of the dragon race with the power of the immortal vanquishing divine power killing formation. It could be said that the current Qin Yu was no weaker than an ancient emperor. After all, the immortal vanquishing divine power killing array was meticulously prepared by the extraterritorial devil race to kill the ancient emperors of the heavenly region. If the celestial demonic emperor and the others were in control of it, one move would be enough to kill an ancient emperor. Qin Yu's cultivation was too weak, and he was unable to fully activate the power of the immortal vanquishing divine power killing array. Even so, Qin Yu had the power of an ancient emperor. Die! When the seven-star ancient emperor saw this, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Seven-star reincarnation. An ancient star mark appeared between the seven-star ancient emperor's eyebrows. Soon after, 7 dazzling stars appeared behind him, and each of them contained unparalleled Tao techniques. Even though the seven-star ancient emperor was in the space-time virtual world and was isolated from the outside world, there was still an endless amount of heavenly star energy pouring into him. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As the seven-star ancient emperor moved his right hand, the 7 dazzling stars turned into 7 rays of starlight and shot towards the immortal vanquishing divine power killing array. They were as fast as meteors falling from the sky. The 7-star ancient emperor could tell that Qin Yu had borrowed the power of the immortal vanquishing divine power killing array to possess such strength. As long as he could destroy the immortal vanquishing divine power killing array, Qin Yu would be at his mercy. Rumble! In the space-time virtual world, there was a sound that resembled a tsunami. The entire space-time virtual world shook even more violently, and space cracks started to appear in the void. The 7-star ancient emperor was an ancient emperor expert of the heaven region. The Tao techniques that he had comprehended were too terrifying. Even though the dragon soul was supported by the space-time energy and the origin dragon world energy of the Golden Flame's heaven-incinerating dragon, it was still unable to withstand the Tao techniques. 9 revolutions of divine array open the heavens and earth, dominate the ages. Qin Yu's eyes were indifferent, and he was not shaken by the 7-star ancient emperor's Tao techniques. After Qin Yu chanted the ancient incantation, the divine power ancient incantation, formed by the divine power sacrificial altars in the immortal vanquishing divine power killing array, started to shake violently. Divine inscriptions started to spread out and connected with each other to form 9 palace divine arrays. They stacked on top of each other and boosted Qin Yu's strength. Chaotic heaven and earth, skybreaker. Seeing that the 7-star ancient emperor's 7 rays of starlight had reached the divine arrays, Qin Yu pushed his hands in the air. 9 ancient divine incantations with supreme divine power rushed out and collided with the 7-star ancient emperor's 7 rays of Tao techniques in the void. Rumble! A shock wave that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth exploded in the space-time virtual world. The space-time virtual world, which already had space cracks, started to shake violently. More and more space cracks appeared, and they eventually covered the entire space-time virtual world. At first glance, the space-time virtual world was like a glass ball that was filled with cracks. It looked like it could collapse and explode at any time. He blocked it. The 7-star ancient emperor's eyes narrowed, and he looked at the scene in disbelief. One should know that he had not held back when he had used the 7-star reincarnation. It was his trump card. In the past, the 7-star ancient emperor had used this move to kill an ancient emperor. Now, Qin Yu, who had raised his cultivation level to the ancient emperor realm with the help of the divine killing array, had blocked his attack with ease. This made the 7-star ancient emperor feel a chill in his heart. The current Qin Yu had an invincible aura that matched perfectly with the dragon god emperor of the past. As expected, the Tao techniques of the ancient emperor realm are too strong. The space-time virtual world can only withstand one more attack. Otherwise, it will collapse completely. Within the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon soul said solemnly, "Dragon," aura surged, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Once the 7-star ancient emperor escaped from the space-time virtual world, it would be impossible to catch him again with the ancient emperor realm's creation realm techniques. Moreover, once the 7-star ancient emperor escaped, Qin Yu's identity would be exposed. Even though Qin Yu had sufficient means to deal with the ancient emperor, it would still be a disaster. The difference between dealing with one ancient emperor and a group of ancient emperors was like heaven and earth. Once is enough. Qin Yu's ice-cold and indifferent gaze was filled with killing intent. The time was ripe. Next, the 7-star ancient emperor would undoubtedly die. Chapter 606, 7-star Forbidden Skill. At this moment, the horrified 7-star ancient emperor unleashed his killer move again. This time, it was even more ferocious than before. Immortal Extermination Array. Unseal. With a thought from Qin Yu, the ancient immortal ancient diagram, that had been sealed in the depths of the divine dragon ancient seal trembled slightly. The strongest immortal extermination array was completely unsealed at this moment. Immediately, waves of killing intent, as vast as the ocean and capable of engulfing the heavens, filled Qin Yu's entire body in an instant. Even the space around Qin Yu was torn apart. Crack! Qin Yu's entire body was covered with cyan-colored dragon scales. Numerous cracks had appeared on his body. Dense blood was surging out from them. Even though Qin Yu's cultivation had reached 7th grade sovereign, and he had entered the divine dragon body and heaven-battling azure dragon state, the power of the immortal extermination array was still unbearable for Qin Yu. One should know that even when Qin Yu was at his peak in his previous life, he could barely control the immortal extermination array. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, he would naturally suffer a huge backlash if he completely unsealed the power of the immortal extermination array. Of course, the strongest part of the immortal extermination array was not the immortal extermination array. It was when the heaven extermination array, God extermination array, and immortal extermination array were combined into the immortal extermination ancient diagram. However, Qin Yu had never managed to combine the three arrays. Even when he was at his peak, he could not do it. Although the ancient immortal ancient diagram did not have immortal might, there was no doubt that it was an immortal item from the immortal ancient era. Qin Yu guessed that only when he had surpassed the peak of the ancient emperor realm, which was the 9th level of the martial path, could he completely combine the three arrays into the immortal extermination ancient diagram. Immortal extermination array. Could it be it's really him? Sensing the familiar killing intent from the immortal extermination array, the 7-star ancient emperor's face trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with unerasable fear. The 7-star ancient emperor had witnessed how terrifying the immortal extermination array was during the battle at the graveyard of the immortal god. During that battle, at least 30 ancient emperors had lost their lives to the immortal extermination diagram. Even the ancient emperors of the older generation had suffered greatly under the immortal extermination array. Of course, the 7-star ancient emperor would not back down now that he had already used his forbidden technique. Forbidden technique, 9 transformations, reverse yellow springs. The 7-star ancient emperor yelled and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood fused with the 7 stars, causing the aura emitted by the 7 stars to become even more terrifying. Immortal exterminating divine power, immortal extermination ancient formation, God destroyer, immortal execution. Qin Yu soared into the sky with the immortal exterminating divine power killing array. The combination of the immortal exterminating array and the immortal exterminating divine power killing array sent the entire space-time ethereal world into chaos. Whoosh! As Qin Yu and the 7-star ancient emperor's attacks clashed, the sound of tearing cloth echoed in the space-time illusionary world. Puchi! In the next moment, the sound of flesh and blood exploding could be heard. A thick smell of blood permeated the air. A dazzling white light with unparalleled killing intent streaked across the void, tearing the entire space-time ethereal world apart. How could this be? Immediately after, an extremely weak voice filled with disbelief rang out in the space-time ethereal world that was on the verge of collapsing. The voice belonged to one of the overlords of the East Continent, the 7-star ancient emperor. This 7-star ancient emperor, who was famous even in the entire heaven region, had his glabella pierced by the white killing intent. An ancient, profound, and mysterious killing curse spread out from the center of the white killing intent and covered the entire body of the 7-star ancient emperor. As the mysterious and ancient killing curse destroyed the vitality of the 7-star ancient emperor, it also sealed the 7-star ancient emperor's sovereign soul and body. The The seven-star ancient emperor found it hard to believe. Regardless of whether Qin Yu was the dragon god's sovereign or not, Qin Yu's strength had only been raised to the level of an ancient emperor with the help of external forces. With the cultivation of a seven-star ancient emperor and the use of a life-saving forbidden technique, even an ordinary emperor realm senior would be crippled if not killed by him. However, the one who had his sovereign soul destroyed and was fatally injured was the seven-star ancient emperor. Naturally, the seven-star ancient emperor could not accept this success. Seeing that the seven-star ancient emperor was destroyed and his sovereign soul was sealed, Qin Yu smiled. Qin Yu was now a seventh-grade sovereign. Compared to the peak of his previous life, there was a huge difference. However, the seven-star ancient emperor had underestimated the power of the celestial annihilating divine powers killing array. Even though Qin Yu could not fully unleash the power of the celestial annihilating divine powers killing array, this killing array was carefully prepared by the extraterritorial demon race to kill the ancient emperors of the sky region. When the celestial annihilating divine powers killing array and the celestial extermination array merged, the killing intent of the celestial annihilating divine powers killing array was immediately suppressed by the celestial extermination painting. This allowed Qin Yu's battle power to increase. It was no longer as simple as adding a killing formation and a killing formation. Cough, cough. However, Qin Yu's body shook violently, and his face turned pale. He coughed violently and spat out blood. Secret technique: flesh and blood rebirth. Sensing that Qin Yu's physical body was about to collapse, the dragon soul's expression turned grave, and it immediately executed the secret technique. Along with a loud dragon roar, a vast and pure dragon chi gushed out from the ancient seal of the mystical dragon. Qin Yu's physical body, which had been destroyed by the celestial annihilating divine powers killing array, and the celestial annihilating divine powers killing array, was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qin Yu was using the killing curse of the celestial annihilating divine powers killing array to seal the seven-star ancient emperor's sovereign soul. Therefore, Qin Yu could not withdraw the celestial annihilating painting. The dragon soul could only use the flesh and blood rebirth secret technique to prevent Qin Yu's physical body from collapsing. At this moment, at the end of the extraterritorial battlefield far away from the demon spirit district, a figure seemed to have sensed something and turned around to look in the direction of Qin Yu. This fluctuation is the celestial annihilating array. Could it be this person was none other than Xing Luo, who was rushing to the extraterritorial battlefield? However, Xing Luo's eyes were trembling. His eyes were filled with shock, fear, disbelief, and many other complicated emotions. Back when they were exploring the immortal ancient ruins, Xing Luo had seen Qin Yu obtain the celestial annihilating painting with his own eyes. He had also seen Qin Yu use it countless times. Now that he sensed the killing intent of the celestial annihilating array, Xing Luo naturally thought of Qin Yu. What's wrong? In front of Xing Luo, the gray-robed man noticed Xing Luo's abnormality and turned around to ask, "What's going on?" Even if he had consumed the reincarnation immortal pill, his soul should have been completely destroyed back then. He shouldn't be able to come back to life, right? Or did someone else obtain the ancient seal of the mystical dragon? Xing Luo ignored the gray-robed man. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Back in the immortal god graveyard, Qin Yu knew that he had nowhere to run, so he sent the ancient seal of the mystical dragon into the endless void. Originally, Xing Luo had found the ancient seal of the mystical dragon in the endless void. However, Fairy Shualan had appeared out of nowhere and caused Xing Luo to completely lose track of the ancient seal of the mystical dragon. Chapter 607. Now that the murderous aura of the immortal extermination painting had appeared, there were only two possibilities. Either Qin Yu had been reborn, or someone had obtained Qin Yu's legacy. At the thought of this, Xing Luo's eyes flashed with joy. Regardless of whether it was Qin Yu's reincarnation or someone else obtaining Qin Yu's legacy to the Star Luo Empire, this was definitely a good thing, because this meant that Xing Luo would have another chance to obtain the archaic battle dragon art. What's wrong with you? That blood cultivator has already gone to the outer realm. If you continue to dawdle, you will completely lose track of him. The gray-robed man flew to Xing Luo's side and said, unhappily, "Nothing. Let's go." Xing Luo regained his senses. The archaic battle dragon art was one of the keys to opening the immortal trove. However, the immortal king token was the key to the end of the immortal trove. It couldn't be lost. After looking in the direction of the murderous aura of the immortal extermination painting, Xing Luo retracted his gaze and flew in the direction of the outer realm devil tribe with the gray-robed man. At this moment, in the dilapidated space-time ethereal world, purgatory chains, Qin Yu, who had just recovered from his injuries, didn't hesitate and immediately started to search the soul of the seven-star ancient emperor. Under the killing intent ancient curse of the immortal extermination array, even if a seven-star ancient emperor was an older generation ancient emperor, he was powerless to resist. He could only sense that Qin Yu was searching his soul. Given the seven-star ancient emperor's shrewdness, he had already sealed his soul with a secret technique to prevent his secrets from being exposed. However, Qin Yu wasn't too concerned about the seven-star ancient emperor's secrets. He only wanted to know about Xing Luo and the other 11 ancient emperors, as well as the details of the battle in the graveyard of the immortal god. The seven-star ancient emperor naturally wouldn't seal this information. After all, it wasn't a big deal. Very quickly, Qin Yu obtained information about Xing Luo and the other ancient emperors. This information was much more detailed than what Pan Gong Hong and Taishu Kong had obtained. He even had a detailed understanding of the top forces in the 9 provinces of the Heaven Domain. Back then, was my soul really completely destroyed? However, the information he had obtained from the immortal god graveyard had left Qin Yu rooted to the spot. According to the memories of the seven-star ancient emperor, after Qin Yu was killed, Xing Luo wanted to capture Qin Yu's remnant soul. However, this action was stopped by Ghost Emperor Zhentian and the others. In order to prevent Qin Yu from reviving, the 12 ancient emperors stopped Xing Luo and completely destroyed Qin Yu's remnant soul. That was the complete destruction of one soul. Not even the slightest bit of soul power remained in the world. Because of this, Xing Luo even fought with Ghost Emperor Zhentian and the others. The alliance of the 13 ancient emperors collapsed after Qin Yu's soul was destroyed. After learning about the situation after that great battle, Qin Yu fell into deep thought. In his mind, 2 puzzling thoughts appeared. Firstly, his soul had already been destroyed back then. How could he still carry the memories of his previous life and reincarnate? Secondly, since Xing Luo had joined forces with the 12 ancient emperors to besiege him, why did they fight to protect his remnant soul? What was Xing Luo's goal? However, now was not the time to delve into this. Qin Yu quickly put away these distracting thoughts. The 7 great ancient emperors of the Middle Ground infiltrated the extraterritorial demon race to destroy the demonic origin veins. When Qin Yu came back to his senses, he learned about the plan of the 7 great ancient emperors of the Middle Ground after asking around. I see. So this is what the ancient emperors of the Middle Ground are really after. Qin Yu squinted his eyes as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Rumble. However, at this moment, the entire space-time illusory world shook violently as though it had been hit by an ancient beast. The already fragmented space-time illusory world was about to collapse completely. If the space-time illusory world was intact, it would be difficult for outsiders to detect it. However, now that the space-time illusory world was broken, even Xing Luo could sense the killing intent from the immortal extermination formation. It was naturally not difficult for outsiders to discover it. Dragon Soul, activate the space seal. Qin Yu shouted as he struck out with his palm. A ferocious dragon seal appeared and devoured the seven-star ancient emperor. The seven-star ancient emperor's soul was completely destroyed. The death of an older ancient emperor was felt by all the ancient emperors on the chaotic battlefield. Countless gazes fell on the faintly discernible space-time illusory world. That aura, it seems to be a seven-star ancient emperor. How is that possible? A seven-star ancient emperor is an older ancient emperor. Indeed, even in the heaven domain, a seven-star ancient emperor is an existence that has reached the pinnacle. What kind of killing move has the extraterritorial demon tribe prepared? Quick, send someone over to take a look. The ancient emperors of the heaven domain reacted and immediately sent people over to the space-time illusory world. The Sky Demon Emperor and other extraterritorial demon tribe experts also sent people over. Since the ancient emperors of the heaven domain had been killed, it was highly likely that the person controlling the immortal extermination formation was from the extraterritorial demon tribe. This made the extraterritorial demon tribe experts, who were panicking, feel relieved. Swoosh. However, the dragon soul had already understood. It had already used the space-time superpower to bring Qin Yu into the chaotic space-time and disappeared without a trace. Whether it was the people who first discovered the space-time illusory world or the extraterritorial demon tribe experts, and the extraterritorial demon tribe who discovered it later, they did not find any trace of it. Qin Yu, the seven-star ancient emperor, the immortal extermination formation, and the others had all disappeared. There was only a chaotic and destroyed space left. Crack! In a remote mountain range on the border between the spirit state and the demon spirit area, a spatial crack was torn open in the void, and a figure stumbled out of it. This person was Qin Yu, who had just killed the seven-star ancient emperor. Before entering the demon spirit area, Qin Yu had prepared an escape route just in case. The space mark, the teleportation mark, and the space-time superpower of the dragon soul could allow him to escape easily even if he encountered an ancient emperor. Unless there was an ancient emperor who had also comprehended the space-time Tao, it was impossible to stop Qin Yu in the chaotic void that was disturbed by the space-time force. The power of the immortal extermination formation is fading rapidly. The dragon soul's voice rang in the ancient seal of the dragon god the moment Qin Yu came out. Before leaving, Qin Yu had stored the immortal extermination formation in the ancient seal of the dragon god. It seems like I have to get to the extraterritorial realm as soon as possible. Qin Yu slightly focused his attention and sensed. Sure enough, he discovered that the immortal exterminating divine power killing array was being drained unceasingly. Furthermore, the speed was extremely fast. Go to the extraterritorial realm? For what? The dragon soul was puzzled. With the immortal extermination formation and the invasion of the extraterritorial demon tribe, the extraterritorial demon tribe's main force was restrained. The dragon soul felt that now was the best time to continue attacking the other ancient emperors. Boundless demon territory. Qin Yu moved his right hand, and an item appeared in his hand. It was the demon tribe Saint Seal that he had obtained previously. Chapter 608, Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon. The dragon soul was stunned when it saw the demon race Saint Seal. Then its eyes lit up. Previously, they had seen from the demon race Saint Seal that there was a primal chaos ancestor dragon in the ancient demon race's ancestral land. However, because the ancient demon race had moved their ancestral land to the extraterritorial demon race, Qin Yu had not found a chance. Now, the chance had finally come. The extraterritorial demon race had invaded, and the ancient demon race had sent out many experts. The extraterritorial demon race's fighting power was definitely not as strong as before. Moreover, the 7 ancient emperors of the Central Ground had infiltrated the extraterritorial demon race's origin demon veins. This would definitely cause a commotion in the extraterritorial demon race. Qin Yu now had the ancient divine power killing formation, and his fighting power was strong enough to kill the older ancient emperors. Now was the best time to go to the extraterritorial demon race. As long as he could take down the primal chaos ancestor dragon, it would be much more meaningful than killing the ancient emperors. After all, the primal chaos ancestor dragon was the highest ranked dragon that they knew of. Once they subdued and refined it, their cultivation would increase tremendously. Qin Yu did as he thought. After handing the 7-star ancient emperor's body to the skeleton ghost king to refine, he immediately changed his appearance and flew toward the extraterritorial demon race. With the space-time power of the dragon soul, Qin Yu crossed the demon spirit territory in a short 15 minutes. In less than an hour, he crossed the extraterritorial battlefield and entered the extraterritorial demon race. Rumble! After flying tens of thousands of miles, Qin Yu was searching for the ancient demon race's ancestral land with the help of the demon race Saint Seal. Suddenly, he felt an earth-shattering explosion. After a slight pause, Qin Yu quietly flew over. Not long later, Qin Yu stopped in the air above a barren land filled with demonic qi. There was an earth-shattering battle taking place on the barren land. The two sides of the battle were dozens of heaven demon race experts and 7 sky domain martial artists. The 7 martial artists were naturally the 7 ancient emperors of the Central Ground who had invaded. Qin Yu glanced at the battle, then shifted his gaze to the area where the devil qi was billowing out. After his eyes narrowed slightly, Qin Yu came to an understanding. The place where surging devil qi was surging out ought to be the location of the vital devil vein to the Outerium devil race. It seems like quite a few familiar faces have come. However, suddenly, Qin Yu and the dragon soul both sensed something and started to conceal themselves. Just 7 ancient emperors, and you dare to invade the forbidden grounds of my heavenly devil tribe? You must be tired of living. That was when a cold snort filled with killing intent rang out. The one who spoke was a black-robed elder wearing a crown among the sky demons. The black-robed old man's cultivation level was at the peak of the ancient emperor realm. He was no weaker than the 4 symbols ancient emperors. In fact, with the enhancement of the devil qi from the extraterritorial devil tribe, its power was even slightly suppressing the 4 ancient emperors and the others. The sky demon experts around the black-robed old man were furious as well. Their killing intent surged as their demonic aura suppressed the world. Be careful. This man was the previous sky demon emperor of the sky demons. If not for the abnormal changes in the devil vein, he would still be the current sky demon emperor. He is extremely powerful. Among the 7 ancient emperors, the Yushu celestial emperor warned the 4 symbols ancient emperors, the ghost-slaughtering fiend emperor, and the others. The extraterritorial devil tribe had a clear hierarchy. Strength was everything. And this was especially true among the 4 sovereign tribes and the 9 great royal tribes. Therefore, those who could claim the title of emperor among the 4 sovereign tribes were definitely the cream of the crop of their generation. Moreover, this person had abdicated of his own accord. He was so powerful that he was probably unmatched in the entire extraterritorial devil tribe. I'll trap him. You guys take the opportunity to attack and destroy the devil vein. End this quickly, the 4 symbols ancient emperor said solemnly. After all, this was the extraterritorial realm. Even the 4 sovereign tribes and the 9 great royal tribes had mobilized all their forces to invade the sky domain. Still, there were probably quite a number of remaining champions, and it was obvious from the number of sky demons that the longer they stayed here, the more dangerous the situation would be. Four Symbols Circuit. With that, the Four Symbols Ancient Emperor suddenly attacked. With a wave of his sleeve, a Four Symbols Ancient formation appeared behind him, transforming into a Four Symbols cage formation that descended from the skies. Sky Demon Flurry. The previous Sky Demon Emperor of the Sky Demons had long sensed it. He immediately moved sideways and dodged swiftly while casting a forbidden art of the Sky Demon clan to destroy the Four Symbols cage formation. Whoosh! Even so, the Four Appearances cage formation was indeterminate, and it instantly enveloped the former Sky Demon Emperor at lightning speed. Looks like the Four Symbols Ancient Emperor's cultivation has improved again over the past 1,000 years. There was a strange glint in the eyes of Qin Yu, who was watching the battle from the shadows. Qin Yu was no stranger to the Four Symbols Tao Emperor's Four Symbols Circuit formation. Qin Yu had personally experienced it back in the graveyard of the immortal god. Compared to the seven-star Ancient Emperor, whose cultivation had not improved much over the past 1,000 years, the Four Symbols Tao Emperor's cultivation had improved significantly. At the very least, the Four Symbols Ancient Emperor's understanding of Tao power had improved by more than a level. Attack! Seeing that the Four Symbols Tao Emperor had successfully sealed the previous Sky Demon Emperor, the Imperial Void Celestial Emperor, the Ancient Arcane Demon Emperor, the Blood Fiend Spirit Emperor, the Heaven-Hating Sword Emperor, the Earthly Dark Mystic Emperor, and the Ghost Slaughter Emperor, all turned into beams of light and charged forward. Stop them! Kill! The ancient emperors of the Sky Demon clan all charged forward, their demonic chi rippling and their killing intent surging. Rumble! Violent and destructive Tao techniques swept out at once. An earth-shattering battle erupted in the barren wasteland once more. Everything within a radius of 1,000,000 miles crumbled, the void distorted and chaotic. Looks like this battle won't end anytime soon. Just like Qin Yu, 3 figures were hiding in the void above the battlefield of chaos and destruction, quietly watching the battle from the shadows. They were the buried Sky Sword Immortal and the Jiang siblings, who had long since fled to the extraterritorial demon clan. Are you sure that the Spirit King is in the demon origin vein of the extraterritorial demon clan? Jiang Yuanyi focused his gaze on the place where demonic qi was billowing out, but he did not discover anything. Jiang Qingyu's clear eyes were also glowing with rainbow light. She could actually see through the restrictions set up by the Sky Demon clan and the demon origin vein within the demonic qi. I'm not sure if the Spirit King is still alive, but I'm certain that his aura is indeed emanating from here. Moreover, the demon origin vein of the extraterritorial demon clan is not just a vein, but a passageway to the extraterritorial demon realm. The buried Sky Sword Immortal nodded and spoke slowly, his eyes flashing with intense light as he spoke. A passageway to the extraterritorial demon realm. That means Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Qingyu were both shocked. According to ancient records, there were passageways to the extraterritorial demon realm and the extraterritorial demon realm. However, this was the first time they had learned of the true location of a passageway to the extraterritorial demon realm. If they had known, they would not have chosen to ascend after the immortal Inquirer ancient path had been sealed for unknown reasons, and ended up in the cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 609. That's right. Once you pass through this passage, you'll be able to reach the outer region. However, judging from the demonic chi coming out of the passage, there's a high chance that it's a demonic domain beyond it. Therefore, I don't mind if you leave through this passage. Sky Burier Sword Immortal said, "Do you know of other passages to the outer region?" Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Qingyu looked at Sky Burier Sword Immortal excitedly. Their cultivation had already recovered to their peak, and they were still in the sky region to prepare for the immortal Inquirer Ancient Road. If the sky region also had passages to the outer region, they wouldn't have to take the risk of entering the immortal Inquirer Ancient Road. Of course. After all, I've made it through the immortal Inquirer Ancient Road alive. Sky Burier Sword Immortal smiled confidently. Crack! While Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the Jiang siblings were talking, a clear, deafening crack was heard from the battle between the 7 ancient emperors of the sky region and the sky demons. Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the other 2 looked over, their eyes filled with surprise. The Imperial Void Celestial Emperor and the others who were about to break through the defensive line, set up by the ancient emperors of the sky demons, paled. They looked back and saw that the previous Sky Demon Emperor, who had been trapped by the 4 Symbols Tao Emperor's 4 Symbols Ancient Formation, had already blasted a 10-meter-wide crack in the formation. The 4 Symbols Ancient Formation had also suffered a significant backlash, with blood dripping from the corner of its mouth. The previous Sky Demon Emperor's terrifying strength was on full display. Attack! Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the Jiang siblings exchanged a look and immediately decided to attack. Now that the previous Sky Demon Emperor was still trapped, it was the best time to attack the demonic origin vein. If the previous Sky Demon Emperor was allowed to escape, it would definitely be a major hindrance to them. 3 forms of Sky Burier. Sky Burier Sword Immortal made a hand seal, and the pitch-black ancient sword on his back unsheathed, splitting into 99 rays of sword light that formed a circle around him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Sky Burier Sword Immortal pointed with his finger, and the 99 rays of sword light cut through the air, carrying unparalleled sword might as they slashed at the Sky Demon Emperor's ancient emperor realm. Connate indestructible art. Jiang Yuanyi also formed a seal with his hands and chanted something. His entire body emitted a treasure light. Every ray of white light contained a special and mysterious power of the Tao. The space was swept by those treasured lights, and pitch-black cracks immediately appeared. The power was extremely terrifying and shocking. Grand Mist Immortal Spirit Art. Jiang Qingyu flew up into the sky, and the 7-colored light in her eyes became even more intense, like a 7-colored rainbow. There was also a special imprint on her forehead, a supreme soul aura that could suppress the heavens and earth spread out. All living beings within a radius of 10 million miles felt as if their souls were being suppressed by a giant mountain, as if they would be crushed at any moment. Among the Jiang clan siblings, one had an indestructible, innate divine body, while the other had an immortal, grand mist, holy soul. Now that their cultivation had been restored to the peak of the ancient emperor realm, their battle prowess was no weaker than the current emperor realm masters of the heaven domain. Rumble, the ancient emperors of the Sky Demon clan, who were already struggling to resist the attacks of the 6 ancient emperors of the Qian domain, were defeated in an instant. They could no longer stop the warriors of the Qian domain. Who are they? Seeing the sudden appearance of the Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the Jiang clan siblings, the Imperial Void, Celestial Emperor, Demon Emperor Gu Xian, and the others were extremely shocked. The Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the other 2 possessed battle prowess that was no weaker than the veteran ancient emperors, but they had never seen them before. This naturally shocked them. That's the Sky Burier Sword Immortal? He actually escaped from the Berserk Dragon Sovereign? Only the 4 Symbols Tao Emperor recognized the Sky Burier Sword Immortal when he saw him. Xing Luo's pursuit of the Sky Burier Sword Immortal could be hidden from the other ancient emperors, but the 4 Symbols Ancient Emperors, who were extremely familiar with Xing Luo, had already found out. Reincarnation power? Are they all reincarnators of the Qian domain? In a shattered void filled with spatial cracks, 2 figures hid behind a spatial crack, watching the Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the other two ancient emperors join the battle. These two were Xing Luo and the mysterious gray-robed man. I was wondering why I kept feeling that someone was hiding nearby. So that's why. Xing Luo's gaze landed on the Sky Burier Sword Immortal, a cold smile on his face. He had not been able to find the Sky Burier Sword Immortal before, but today, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal had taken the initiative to come knocking on his door. Get ready! If the Blood Elementalist really comes, he will definitely appear the moment the outer region passageway's spirit barrier is broken. The gray-robed man did not notice Xing Luo's murderous intent towards the Sky Burier Sword Immortal and transmitted his voice. Are you so sure that the Blood Elementalist will definitely come? Xing Luo looked at the chaotic battlefield and frowned slightly. The Blood Elementalist had been secretly conserving his energy and recovering from his injuries. His goal was to not expose himself before he recovered. Xing Luo did not think that the Blood Elementalist would appear under such circumstances. He will definitely appear. As long as he still wants the Immortal King's legacy, he will definitely not miss this opportunity. The gray-robed man smiled confidently. If that's the case, that would be the best. Xing Luo naturally hoped that the Blood Elementalist would appear. As long as he obtained the most important Immortal King token, it would only be a matter of time before he collected all 9 ancient immortal tokens and entered the Immortal Trove. Break. After breaking through the line of defense set up by the Sky Devil Tribe's ancient emperors, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the Jiang clan siblings ignored the astonished 7 ancient emperors of the Central Province and immediately attacked the spirit barrier on the Origin Demon Vein. Don't even think about it. Demon Summoning Insignia, the Supreme Sky Devil Emperor, who was trapped by the 4 Symbols Tao Emperors and trying to break the 4 Symbols Ancient Formation, saw the situation. Sinister demonic tattoos covered his face, and terrifying demonic incantations exploded from his eyes. At this moment, demonic chi surged from the Origin Demon Vein of the extraterritorial Devil Tribe into the Sky Devil Emperor's body, causing him to enter a berserk state. Wung, 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 wung. A series of soft vibrations came from the spirit barrier on the Origin Demon Vein. Ancient demonic incantations appeared on the spirit barrier and formed an ancient demonic incantation formation. Rumble! Almost at the same time, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the Jiang clan siblings' attacks landed on the spirit barrier like a tsunami. Deafening explosions rang out. This aura. However, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the Jiang clan siblings didn't look happy at all. Instead, their eyebrows twitched. When the violent Tao technique fluctuations dissipated, 12 figures with overwhelming demonic auras appeared before the Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the other 2 ancient emperors. It's the emperors of the other 3 sovereign tribes and the 9 great royal tribes. The 4 Symbols Tao Emperors, the Imperial Void Heavenly Emperor, and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. They had thought that their plan would succeed once the spirit barrier was destroyed. However, they hadn't expected such an unforeseen event to occur midway. The Sky Devil Emperor alone was enough to hold them back. Now that an emperor had appeared, the 4 Symbols Ancient Emperors and the others felt that their plan had no chance of success. Chapter 610. Since the emperors of the extraterritorial demon race hadn't participated in the invasion, it meant that the emperors of the extraterritorial demon race weren't part of the invasion. They were all veteran emperors of the extraterritorial demon race and the 9 sovereign races. Even if they weren't as strong as the previous demon emperor of the sky demon race, they wouldn't be able to find out much. This is going to be troublesome. Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the Jiang clan siblings frowned even more. This situation was far beyond their expectations. Although they were considered the top of the ancient emperors, the 13 emperors of the extraterritorial demon race weren't comparable to ordinary ancient emperors. Defeating them and charging into the origin demon vein wasn't something that could be done in a short time. Kill. Without giving Sky Burier Sword Immortal, the Jiang clan siblings, and the 7 ancient emperors of the Middle Ground much time, the 13 emperors of the demonic race immediately unleashed their strongest killing moves. At the same time, a violent explosion sounded. The celestial demon emperor, who had been trapped by the Tao Emperor of Four Symbols, had also broken free and was fighting the Tao Emperor of Four Symbols. The Tao Emperor of Four Symbols, who had suffered a backlash, could only barely resist the berserk celestial demon emperor. The battle grew more intense, and the situation grew more desperate. The Ghost Slaughter Emperor, the Ghost Emperor of the Holy Island, who was the weakest of the 7 ancient emperors of the Sky Domain, was sent flying by the joint attack of 2 emperors of the demonic race, vomiting blood and suffering severe injuries. It seems that the origin demon vein boundary of the extraterritorial demon race isn't that easy to break. Xing Luo, who had been secretly waiting to reap the benefits, spoke slowly. Even the gray-robed man couldn't help but frown. Given the current situation, even he couldn't tell if Shueshio would show up or not. Whoosh! But at this moment, an imperceptible blood-red light suddenly streaked across the sky, charging at the origin demon vein like a bolt of lightning. Bam, bam! Wherever the blood-red light passed, the emperors of the demonic race and Sky Domain cultivators were sent flying. They couldn't stop it for even a moment. Crack! In an instant, the blood-red light hit the boundary of the origin demon vein, and an explosion sounded. The barrier that the Sky Demon race had set up over the origin demon vein was pulverized at once, and the streak of bloody light was gone in a flash. Immediately after, monstrous demonic chi erupted like a flood and swept out with a loud bang. The area within a radius of 10 million miles instantly turned into a sea of demonic chi. As expected, they're here. Light erupted from the eyes of Xing Luo and the gray-clothed person. They immediately charged out of the spatial crack. With lightning speed, they closely followed the blood light and charged into the essence devil vein. That bloody light just now. He seems to be the blood elementalist we met in the sanctuary. The Jiang clan siblings looked at each other, their eyes flickering with surprise. Even they would find it difficult to instantly shatter the barriers set up by the Sky Fiend race. However, the crimson light from earlier had shattered in an instant. This caused them to be rather shocked. Back when they were in the Saint Region Double Secret Realm in the Central Plains, they had seen the Blood Demon and even joined forces with him for a short period of time. He had a good understanding of the Blood Demon's strength, but now, the strength that the Blood Demon displayed was far greater than before. How did the Blood Demon become so powerful in such a short time? The Berserk Dragon Sovereign. He's here too? Who informed him? Who's that with the Berserk Dragon Sovereign? The 7 ancient emperors of the Central Plains did not recognize the Blood Demon, but they saw Xing Luo and the gray-clothed person. This caused the 4 Symbols Tao emperors, who had not been able to find Xing Luo, to be rather surprised. Heavenly Tao True Energy Ripples. Is he from another region? Could he be here for the immortal chi as well? The Sky Burier Sword Immortal's gaze fell on the gray-clothed person, his expression changing involuntarily. Let's go. The Sky Burier Sword Immortal immediately reacted and roared. Ignoring the demon emperors, he charged into the Essence Devil vein with the Jiang clan siblings. Damn it! The former celestial demon emperor's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. He could not be bothered to attack the 4 Symbols Tao emperors and quickly rushed into the Essence Devil vein as well. The Essence Devil vein was already in trouble. If they were to cause a ruckus, it would probably completely collapse. The former celestial demon emperor had not expected that such an unforeseen event would occur in his originally foolproof defense. The existence of that bloody light was completely out of his expectations. The other demon emperors moved in groups. One group intercepted the 7 ancient emperors of the Qian domain, who were slightly slower to react, while the other group followed the former celestial demon emperor into the essence devil vein. The 7 ancient emperors of the Qian domain gathered together and communicated with each other through voice transmission. They were not in a hurry to act. The demon emperors of the extraterritorial demon race did not act, as they were apprehensive about the situation in the essence devil vein. The earth-shattering battle had calmed down at this moment. At this moment, as if thousands of swords and sabers had slashed through the void, a figure could be vaguely seen in the shattered void. That bloody light, just now, was it the blood cultivator from the blood demon continent? The dragon soul in the ancient dragon seal asked in a grave voice. Yes, it was him. Qin narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. What's going on? Didn't he say that he could not leave the blood demon continent? Could it be that he was lying to us? The dragon soul was puzzled and worried at the same time. The blood demon's cultivation was so strong that he did not seem like a human anymore. Even Xing Luo and the others would find it difficult to deal with him. If so, the blood demon had told Qin Yu about the secret of the immortal treasure and gave the ancient immortal token to Qin Yu so that Qin Yu could avenge him. Something was obviously wrong. Given the blood demon's current cultivation, it would be a piece of cake for him to destroy a few orthodoxies in the Qian domain. Something is indeed wrong. The blood demon must be up to something. Qin Yu's eyes flashed as many thoughts flashed through his mind. What should we do then? Should we throw away the ancient immortal token? The dragon soul asked. The ancient immortal token is in the ancient dragon seal. Even if the blood demon did something to it, he would not be able to find out. There's no hurry. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. Although he did not know if the blood demon was telling the truth from the power in the ancient immortal token, it definitely had something to do with the immortal treasure. Qin Yu would not spit out the cooked duck that was already in his mouth. After pondering for a while, Qin Yu saw that the 7 ancient emperors of the middle ground and the emperors of the extraterritorial demon race had no intention of fighting. He turned around and left silently. Qin Yu was not interested in destroying the origin demon vein or the secrets hidden in it. Since they were all after the origin demon vein, Qin Yu would naturally not get involved. He had to make use of this opportunity to find the ancestral grounds of the ancient demon race. The moment Qin Yu left, one of the 7 ancient emperors of the middle ground seemed to have sensed something and looked over. Chapter 6:11. That person was the vice island master of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island, the Ghost Slaughtering Fiend Emperor Gueya. Among the 7 ancient emperors of the Central Ground, Gueya's injuries were the most serious. Although Gueya was also a famous ancient emperor, he was still a far cry from the 4 Symbols Tao Emperor and the other older ancient emperors. If not for the sudden appearance of the Sky Burier Sword Immortal, the Jiang siblings, the Blood Demon, Xing Luo, and the others, the plan to destroy the origin demon vein would have been ruined. Amidst the deathly silence and surging murderous aura, the chaotic ripple emitted by the essence devil vein also became increasingly powerful. Rumble! Finally, after more than an hour, a violent explosion came from the origin demon vein. After the origin demon vein swelled violently, it suddenly exploded and turned into a sea of demonic qi. The demonic qi in this sea of demonic qi was much darker and purer than the demonic qi from before. However, a whirlpool appeared within the sea of demonic qi. The whirlpool rotated, trapping all of the demonic qi that was gushing out, preventing it from spreading in all directions. How can this be? Seeing the origin demon vein explode, the emperors of the extraterritorial demon tribe were shocked. They could not care less about the 7 ancient emperors of the central ground and fled into the whirlpool. Success. Retreat. The 4 symbols Tao Emperor, the Imperial Void Heavenly Emperor, and the other ancient emperors were overjoyed when they saw the origin demon vein explode. Without any hesitation, they immediately flew away. As for the lives of the Sky Burier Sword Immortal, Xing Luo, and the others, they did not care. This should be the place. Qin Yu, who was holding the demon race's Saint Seal and carefully sensing the ancient demon tribe's ancestral land, came to a huge mountain range filled with demonic qi. Although the fluctuations were weak, the demonic qi fluctuations that resonated with the demon race's Saint Seal could be felt from the mountain range. It was not the demonic qi fluctuations of the extraterritorial demon tribe, but a power that contained spiritual qi and demonic qi. Until now, there was only one tribe that could perfectly fuse spiritual qi and demonic qi, and that was the ancient demon tribe that had tried to unify the 9 states in the heaven domain. A barrier? Qin Yu put away the demon race's Saint Seal and quietly approached the mountain range. He focused his senses for a moment and found that the entire mountain range was covered by an extremely ancient barrier. It was no wonder that Qin Yu, who possessed the ancient demon race's Saint Seal, was only able to sense the location of the ancient demon race's ancestral land after coming so close. Void evasion. Although this enchantment was ancient with Qin Yu's methods, it was not difficult to break it. He could even pass through it using the evading sky stealing technique. However, in order to prevent himself from being detected by the ancient devil clan, Qin Yu did not break the barrier. Instead, he used his Dragon Soul's space-time ability to tear space apart and disappeared into thin air. A moment later, somewhere in the mountain range, a crack silently appeared in the void, and a figure leaped out from the crack. A cemetery? After looking around, Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. From the outside, it looked like a mountain range filled with demonic aura. However, when he entered, he realized that this mountain range could be said to be a cemetery. Tombstones could be seen everywhere, and there were many irregular burial mounds. At a glance, there were too many to count. It was as if the entire mountain range was buried with burial mounds. After looking around, Qin Yu used the demon race's Saint Seal as a guide and flew at an extremely fast speed. After half a day, Qin Yu finally found the entrance to the ancient demon race's ancestral land, the boundless demon territory, in the depths of the mountain range. At the entrance, there were several ancient emperors guarding the ancient demon race. However, judging from their cultivation, they were only comparable to ordinary ancient emperors. They were completely incomparable to the older ancient emperors in the Central Plains. After looking around, Qin Yu did not attack the ancient demon race's ancestral land. He directly flew into the boundless demon territory without anyone noticing. The boundless demon territory was just like what Qin Yu had seen in the demon race's Saint Seal. It was vast and boundless, and the demonic might shook the heavens. I sensed it. To the east, the moment they entered, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul's expressions brightened, and they were overjoyed. To be honest, before they came, they were still a little uncertain. After all, what kind of creature was the chaotic ancestor dragon? It was unlikely that it would be trapped by the ancient demon race. However, now that they clearly sensed the aura of the chaotic ancestor dragon, they were finally certain. This naturally made Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul excited. They had risked their lives to come here, and fortunately, they did not come empty-handed. Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul immediately flew closer. The boundless demon territory was indeed vast and boundless, as if it was a world of its own. However, with Qin Yu's extreme speed, It only took him a few dozen breaths to arrive at the place where the chaotic ancestor dragon's dragon chi was emitting fluctuations. A mountain? No, this is... However, after arriving, Qin Yu could not help but be stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. In the void in front of Qin Yu, there was a huge black shadow that covered the sky. Qin Yu originally thought that it was a mountain, but when he took a closer look, he realized that something was completely wrong. It was a huge demonic statue that was 100 million feet tall and surrounded by demonic chi, suspended in midair. That demonic statue had 3 heads and 6 arms, wearing ancient armor. Its face was ferocious, and its murderous aura was overflowing. Under the huge demonic statue that covered the sky, there was a majestic Shinran that was filled with chaotic dragon chi. It was the chaotic ancestor dragon. This demonic statue actually suppressed the chaotic ancestor dragon. The dragon soul appeared from the ancient dragon seal and looked at the scene in disbelief. The chaotic ancestor dragon was rumored to be a supreme dragon that could evolve into the immortal ancient Shinran, but now it was suppressed by such a demonic statue. This made the dragon soul in disbelief. It did not know what kind of mystery this demonic statue had to be able to suppress the chaotic ancestor dragon. It's not as simple as suppressing it. After Qin Yu focused his gaze, there was a strange glint in his eyes. What do you mean? The dragon soul asked, puzzled. There are 2 forces in this demonic statue. One is the demonic Tao force that far surpasses the extraterritorial demon race, and the other is similar to the immortal force fluctuation that I sensed in the immortal trove and the immortal force inheritance that buried Sky Sword Immortal had passed down. It is because of this immortal force that the chaotic ancestor dragon is suppressed. The demonic Tao force in the demonic statue controls the demonic chi of the entire boundless demon sea and is continuously instilling it into the chaotic ancestor dragon's body. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He could see everything in the demonic statue clearly, but when he saw through it, Qin Yu was also extremely shocked. He did not know what kind of existence could be so skillful that it could perfectly integrate the demonic Tao force and the immortal Tao force into the demonic statue. In Qin Yu's knowledge, even the legendary existences in various ancient books did not seem to have such power. Could it be that it was left behind by an ancient immortal from the immortal ancient era, instilling demonic chi into the chaotic ancestor dragon's body? Could it be that they want to transform the chaotic ancestor dragon into the legendary chaotic demon dragon? Hearing this, the dragon's soul immediately reacted. Chapter 6:12. That should be the case. Qin Yu nodded and shifted his gaze from the primal chaos ancestor dragon to the colossal demonic figure. Without a doubt, if Qin Yu wanted to obtain the primal chaos ancestor dragon, he would first have to find a way to break through the suppression of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic figure. The fusion of immortal and demonic powers made Qin Yu feel a little tricky. If it was just immortal power, it would not be difficult to succeed with the archaic battle dragon art's ability to restrain immortal power. However, Qin Yu did not have a good way to deal with the demonic power. The strength of this demonic power was far from what the emperors of the extraterritorial demon tribe could compare to. Even the demonic chi from the extraterritorial demon tribe's demonic veins could not compare to this demonic chi. Forget it, let's try first. After pondering for a long time, Qin Yu, who was still unable to come up with a good countermeasure, flew toward the 3-headed, 6-armed devil statue. Since he was already in front of him, he could not give up just because he did not have a countermeasure. When Qin Yu flew out, the dragon soul returned to the mystical dragon ancient seal and formed a seal with both hands. Space-time power spread out and surrounded it. This was the starting seal to open the space-time ethereal world. As long as Qin Yu could find a way to break through the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic figure's power, the dragon soul would immediately open the space-time ethereal world and bring Qin Yu and the primal chaos ancestor dragon directly into the space-time ethereal world. After all, this was the territory of the ancient demon tribe. Once Qin Yu's identity was exposed here, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. Although the dragon soul was now more proficient in space-time arts, it could not easily escape when facing an enemy. To put it bluntly, the dragon soul's current escape technique was similar to the sky thief art. It could only be used as a support technique, and did not have the power to fight against an ancient emperor. Azure Dragon fights the heavens. Dragon God Tyrannical Body, immortal, vanquishing divine power killing formation. With a thought, Qin Yu's body was covered in azure dragon scales, and the mysterious dragon inscriptions were clearly visible. At the same time, the mighty ancient divine power surged, and a monstrous killing intent erupted from Qin Yu, wreaking havoc in the world. Roar! Suddenly, a shocking dragon roar was heard. It was the primal chaos ancestor dragon awakening after sensing the dragon aura on Qin Yu's body. You're not an ancient demon. You're a human? The primal chaos ancestor dragon stared at Qin Yu with his lake-sized dragon eyes that were filled with primal chaos chi. He seemed to be extremely surprised that a human would appear here. You still have intelligence. Qin Yu couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Given the primal chaos ancestor dragon's cultivation, it was only natural for him to be able to take human form. However, Qin Yu really did not expect that the primal chaos ancestral dragon would still be able to retain its intelligence after being suppressed by the three-headed, six-armed demon statue for so long. Judging from the terrifying demonic aura that was poured into the demonic statue, no matter how powerful the primal chaos ancestor dragon's cultivation was, he should have been knocked unconscious by the impact. You, a human, actually managed to sneak into this place. Tell me, what's your motive? The primal chaos ancestor dragon, who was originally coiled up, rose into the sky. His 1,000-foot-long body was like a giant mountain as he ruthlessly suppressed Qin Yu with an unparalleled dragon aura. The giant demon statue that was originally floating above the primal chaos ancestor dragon's head also rose into the sky. This can't be. When Qin Yu saw the giant demon statue that rose into the sky with the primal chaos ancestor dragon, he seemed to have understood something as a strange look flashed across his eyes. Could it be that the primal chaos ancestor dragon wants to become a primal chaos demon dragon of his own accord, and is not being suppressed here by force? The dragon's soul also came to a realization. Previously, they had assumed that the primal chaos ancestor dragon was suppressed here by someone. However, judging from the three-headed, six-armed state, now, it didn't seem to be the case. Roar! While Qin Yu and the dragon soul were still in shock, the primal chaos ancestor dragon suddenly opened his mouth. A torrent of primal chaos divine light broke through the sky and covered Qin Yu with destructive, murderous intent. Looks like I can't be wrong. Qin Yu revealed a cold smile. If that was the case, things would be easier. Immediately, Qin Yu's mind moved, and the immortal, vanquishing divine power killing formation was activated. The substantial divine power condensed into a divine power blade. With a piercing sound, the primal chaos divine light that the primal chaos ancestor dragon spewed out was directly torn apart by the divine power blade. The primal chaos ancestor dragon's cultivation is one level lower than a 7-star ancient emperor. The dragon soul sensed the power of the primal chaos ancestor dragon's attack and was slightly surprised before understanding. Given the primal chaos ancestor dragon's cultivation, even if it had not surpassed the 9th realm of the martial path, it should have at least reached the peak of the ancient emperor realm. But now, the primal chaos ancestor dragon was forcefully injecting demonic chi into his body. He probably wanted to use this to break through the limits of the ancient emperor realm. However, in this way, The dragon chi and demonic chi in the primal chaos ancestor dragon's body were not perfectly integrated and could not evolve. This caused the primal chaos ancestor dragon's cultivation to be much weaker than when it was at its peak. It was no wonder that the ancient demon tribe experts were needed to guard outside the boundless demon realm. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly as he looked at the entrance of the boundless demon realm. Several ancient emperor realm auras were rushing in this direction at an astonishing speed. The primal chaos ancestor dragon's attack must have alerted the ancient demon tribe at the entrance of the boundless demon realm. I have to end this quickly. Dragon Soul, I'll leave the rest to you. Qin Yu's eyes were sharp as he made up his mind. Don't worry. The dragon soul nodded as it knew what Qin Yu wanted to do. It's no wonder that you could sneak in with your cultivation. So you relied on the power of this formation. The primal chaos ancestor dragon snorted coldly as the primal chaos dragon curse fluctuated in his lake-sized dragon eyes. The monstrous dragon might that he exuded became even more terrifying. Moreover, the primal chaos ancestor dragon was targeting the immortal vanquishing divine power killing formation around Qin Yu. Swoosh! However, before the primal chaos ancestor dragon finished speaking, Qin Yu was as fast as lightning. With a flash, he rushed in front of the primal chaos ancestor dragon and stood side by side with him. You're courting death. The primal chaos ancestor dragon was enraged. His dragon-like tail swept across the sky, shattering the void inch by inch. He swore to crush Qin Yu directly. Divine Dragon Ancient Seal. Qin Yu formed a seal with his hands. A huge ancient seal that covered the sky pressed down from the sky. A ring of vast divine light was emitted from the ancient seal, enveloping the giant three-headed and six-armed demonic figure and the primal chaos ancestor dragon. Suppress. Qin Yu roared, a dragon roar that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths resounded from the divine dragon ancient seal. The dragon roar was so powerful that it made the furious primal chaos ancestor dragon tremble slightly. A tinge of fear appeared in the dragon's eyes. The primal chaos ancestor dragon was indeed the highest ranked dragon species in the heaven domain. However, the divine dragon ancient seal was refined by Qin Yu using the body of the immortal ancient Shenron. One had to know that the immortal ancient Shenron was an existence that was comparable to the ancient immortals. At that moment, the primal chaos ancestor dragons, origin dragon blood, and dragon soul were intimidated by the might of the immortal ancient Shenron contained within the divine dragon ancient seal. Keep. While the primal chaos ancestor dragon was frightened, Qin Yu seized the opportunity. The divine dragon ancient seal turned into a bottomless black hole and sucked in the 3-headed and 6-armed demonic figure and the primal chaos ancestor dragon. Chapter 6:13. Space-Time Mirage. Almost as soon as the ancient seal of the divine dragon sucked the primal chaos ancestor dragon and the 3-headed, 6-armed demon golem into it, the dragon soul, who was already prepared, immediately roared. Wung, wung, wung. As the space-time power boiled in the void, a huge space-time gap appeared and turned into a huge mirage. Whoosh! With a thought, Qin Yu made the ancient seal of the divine dragon shrink rapidly until it was the size of a palm. Qin Yu held the ancient seal of the divine dragon and immediately escaped into the space-time gap. In an instant, the demon sea, which had been boiling with a great battle, became deathly silent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, numerous figures flew out from the entrance of the boundless demon sea. They were the ancient demon clan experts who had sensed the battle and came to investigate. What's going on? The primal chaos ancestor dragon and the demon golem are both gone, could it be that the killing intent just now was really from someone who snuck in? How is that possible? We have been guarding the entrance and did not leave at all. The ancestors of my race have endured and guarded the ancestral land for generations, all for the sake of the day, when our race can return to the peak. If the primal chaos devil statue and the primal chaos ancestral dragon are lost under our protection, then we will die 1,000 deaths. Don't panic. From the situation before us, someone must have snuck in. Moreover, to be able to resist the demon golem and the primal chaos ancestor dragon, his cultivation is at least at the peak of the ancient emperor realm. However, no matter how strong his cultivation is, it is impossible for him to break through the immortal demon boundary of the demon golem and escape with the primal chaos ancestor dragon in such a short time. Therefore, that person is most likely still hiding somewhere in the ancestral land. In that case, quickly inform the patriarch to seal everything. The ancient demon clan experts' expressions changed drastically when they saw the empty 3-headed, 6-armed demon golem and the primal chaos ancestor dragon. Without any hesitation, they all moved out. At this time, in the space-time mirage, in the ancient seal of the divine dragon that was as vast as the starry sky. What is this place? The primal chaos ancestor dragon, who had been sucked into the ancient seal of the divine dragon, looked around in shock. Inside the ancient seal of the dragon, the primal chaos ancestor dragon's origin dragon blood was suppressed to the point of uncontrollable. How could the primal chaos ancestor dragon not be shocked? He even felt a little fearful. Without control over the origin bloodline, the primal chaos ancestor dragon's combat strength would be weakened by at least 70 to 80%. This was undoubtedly fatal to the primal chaos ancestor dragon. Primal chaos ancestor dragon, you should be able to see the situation you're in right now. Either you submit to me or you die here. Chinyu's killing intent surged. Although nearly half of the immortal vanquishing death design's godly power had been depleted, its power was still far from being able to boost Chinyu to the level of an ancient emperor. But now, since the primal chaos ancestor dragon had fallen into the ancient seal of the dragon god, the situation was completely different. The divine dragon ancient seal was refined from the body of the immortal ancient Shinran. Not only did it contain the dragon might of the immortal ancient Shinran, but it could also suppress the bloodline of the dragon clan. More importantly, the divine dragon ancient seal still contained the power of immortal ancient Shinran, which Chinyu could draw upon and descend upon himself. It was just that Chinyu's cultivation was too weak in the past, and he could not use it. Of course, the most important point was that Chinyu had to be in the ancient seal of the dragon god to be able to use it a few times. Therefore, other than under such special circumstances, Chinyu would not rashly use the power of the ancient seal of the dragon god, lest he expose its existence. Submit or die. Ha, Junior, do you think that just because you've captured me temporarily, I can only let you slaughter me? When the primal chaos ancestor dragon heard Chinyu's words, his initially astonished dragon eyes revealed a cold sneer. Although he was in such a situation, the primal chaos ancestor dragon did not seem to be too worried. The reason why the primal chaos ancestor dragon was shocked and even terrified was because the ancient seal of the dragon god had suppressed his origin bloodline to such a terrifying extent. This was a situation that had never happened before in the primal chaos ancestor dragon's knowledge. As for Chinyu, if not for his carelessness, the primal chaos ancestor dragon would not have been trapped in the ancient seal of the dragon god. Your confidence is nothing more than this demonic statue, right? Since I'm confident that I can trap you here, do you think that I can't break the demonic statue's boundary power? Chinyu flew up and circled above the primal chaos ancestor dragon. To be honest, Qin Yu was quite curious about the three-headed, six-armed demonic statue's flight. What kind of existence could actually merge the immortal and demonic powers into one so perfectly? There should not be such a powerful existence in the ancient demon race. Otherwise, just by controlling the immortal Tao power, it should be able to sweep across the heaven domain and not end up in the state of being expelled from the heaven domain. Humph! This demonic statue's boundary is formed by the fusion of ancient immortal power and ancestral demonic power. You're just an ant that hasn't even stepped into the ancient emperor realm. And you want to break the boundary? When the primal chaos ancestor dragon heard this, the sneer in his eyes deepened. The primal chaos ancestor dragon knew very well that even at his peak, he could not break the demonic statue's boundary unless he could control the ancestral demon power and ancient immortal power at the same time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to break the barrier. As long as the boundary was not broken, the primal chaos ancestor dragon would be safe, and the ancient demon race would definitely not sit idly by. At that time, it was not certain who would be the meat on the chopping block. This time, Qin Yu did not waste any more words with the primal chaos ancestor dragon. After circling the three-headed, six-armed demonic statue several times, his eyes flashed with white light as he carefully observed the demonic statue's boundary. "How is it? Did you find anything?" The dragon's soul flew to Qin Yu's side and asked Qin Yu. The dragon soul did not notice that the moment he appeared, the primal chaos ancestor dragon's huge dragon eyes flashed with greed, surprise, and other emotions. "I have a clue." Qin Yu pondered for a moment, and the demon race's saint seal appeared in his hand. From the first time he saw the three-headed, six-armed demonic statue, Qin Yu discovered that the demonic power contained within the statue was somewhat similar to the demon race's saint seal. Break! Qin Yu acted as soon as he thought of it. With a low cry, the true yuan of the war dragon surged and engulfed the demon race's saint seal. Immediately, the demon race's saint seal trembled, and mysterious demonic runes appeared on its surface. BZZT, 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 while Qin Yu trapped the primal chaos ancestor dragon in the void realm and thought of a way to break the demonic statue's boundary in the forbidden grounds of the sky demons in the outer realm. Violent, destructive ripples were surging out continuously from the center of the vortex in the sea of demonic chi. Within the vortex of the sea of demonic chi was a vast expanse of space where demonic chi surged. The demonic chi was so violent that it seemed to be condensed from solid sword and blade aura, and the very air itself was faintly being cut apart by it. But at this moment, several figures with frightening auras were facing each other in the surging demonic chi. They were none other than the blood demon, Star Luo, the gray-robed man, the Heaven Burier Sword Immortal, the Jiang siblings, and the previous celestial demon emperor. In front of them was a faintly discernible ancient palace that was about to appear from another dimension. Chapter 614, The Aura of the Spirit King and the Power of the Outer Domain. The Jiang clan siblings revealed a glint in their eyes as they looked at the increasingly clear ancient hall. Excitement surfaced on their faces. It seemed that the Sky Burier Sword Immortal did not lie to them. This was indeed the passage to the outer domain, and the Spirit King who had disappeared in the past had indeed come here. Immortal chi fluctuation. The Sky Burier Sword Immortal beside the Jiang siblings was also very excited. Although the Sky Burier Sword Immortal had once received the Spirit King's inheritance, his purpose for coming here was not the Spirit King, but the immortal chi fluctuation in the passage to the outer domain. Ever since he received the immortal chi inheritance, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal's cultivation focus had been on the immortal chi inheritance, and he had been searching for the immortal ancient ruins all over the sky domain. In the end, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal had sensed the immortal chi fluctuation in the passage to the outer domain. Therefore, He had taken this opportunity to specially join forces with the Jiang siblings. However, the situation before his eyes was somewhat out of the outer domain. The Sky Burier Sword Immortal had long expected that the extraterritorial demon race experts would interfere. However, the appearance of Xing Luo and the others made the Sky Burier Sword Immortal feel rather troubled, especially the mysterious Xue Xiu and the gray-clothed person. The Sky Burier Sword Immortal sensed the strong Tao fluctuation of the outer domain from the two of them. Not only did the two of them come from the outer domain, but their cultivation was also astonishing. I didn't expect that the famous Rakshasa crown prince of the Nether Realm would personally come to kill me. Isn't the Rakshasa king afraid that his only son will not be able to return alive? The Jade Palace became clearer, and the atmosphere became more solemn, as if it was about to erupt at any moment. The Blood Demon was the first to break the oppressive silence. His eyes, which seemed to contain a surging sea of blood, looked at the mysterious gray-clothed person. If you were at your peak, this crown prince would immediately turn around and leave without saying anything. However, it's clear now who will not be able to leave alive. The gray-clothed person, who was called the Rakshasa crown prince of the Nether Realm, chuckled softly. As he spoke, a layer of faintly discernible gray light spread out and filled the demonic chi void. Instantly, the demonic chi void, which was originally filled with black demonic chi, became even dimmer. It was so dark that one could not even see his fingers. The Sky Burier Sword Immortal, the Jiang siblings, the Celestial Demon Emperor, and the others were all on high alert because even they could not see through that layer of gray light. Rakshasa King's Dark Night Technique, one of the 10 great barriers of the Nether Realm. You really live up to your reputation. The Blood Demon looked at the gray light that was spreading toward him. Not only did he not resist, he could not help but sigh in admiration. This guy, Xing Luo's eyelids twitched as he looked at Blood Demon with a strange expression. He has already fallen into such a desperate situation. What other trump cards does he have? The Rakshasa Crown Prince's eyes narrowed slightly. The Blood Demon's unusual behavior of not resisting gave him a bad feeling. Unfortunately, this isn't the Nether territory. Even if you're able to utilize Tao arts here, how much of your combat strength can you bring forth? The Blood Demon's eyes, which were as deep as the sea of blood, looked at the ancient palace that had been completely cleaned and revealed. A strange smile appeared on his face. Humph! Even though my cultivation has been suppressed, it is more than enough to deal with you. The Rakshasa Crown Prince snorted coldly and didn't waste any more words. He transformed into a streak of gray light and streaked across the sky like a shooting star. Splat! Before the Blood Demon could react, a beam of gray light pierced through his forehead. Countless gray runes covered his entire body and sealed it. More than enough. Do you really think that I took the risk to come here just to use this chance to leave this world? Although his entire body was sealed and he was fatally injured, the Blood Demon was not worried at all. He even laughed maniacally as he looked at the Rakshasa Crown Prince, who was right in front of him. Rumble! As soon as the Blood Demon finished speaking, his sealed body suddenly swelled and then exploded, filling the sky with bloody light that wreaked havoc. The Blood Demon had self-destructed. 10,000 blood bodies splitting technique. Unfortunately, even if you use your ultimate life-saving technique, you still have nowhere to run. The Rakshasa Crown Prince was not surprised at all. After a sinister smile, the gray light that covered the sky surged and sealed all the bloody light in the sky. Not a single trace of bloody light could escape. That ancient palace. At this moment, Xing Luo seemed to have discovered something and looked at the ancient palace that had been revealed with great shock. What's going on here? The Rakshasa Crown Prince's pupils constricted as he looked over. The ancient palace in the sky had opened at some point, and a figure slowly walked out of the ancient palace. A supreme domineering aura swept out. The Rakshasa crown prince's nether realm boundary was like a wall in a storm in front of that domineering aura. It was on the verge of collapse. The person who walked out of the ancient palace was none other than the blood demon, who had self-destructed earlier. However, compared to the blood demon before, this blood demon was more than 100 times stronger in terms of aura and spirit. Whoosh, 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 as the new blood demon appeared. The bloody light that had been sealed broke free of the Rakshasa crown prince's seal and surged into the blood demon's body. After merging with the bloody light, the blood demon's indifferent eyes rippled as if he had inherited some memories. I see. It's the blood sacrifice ancient teleportation. The Rakshasa crown prince seemed to understand something and looked at the blood demon with a grave expression. Blood sacrifice ancient teleportation? Blood sacrifice to create a blood realm secret technique that can pierce through the ancient region's heaven realm? Xing Luo pondered for a moment upon hearing this, and immediately thought of something. That should be a clone he created using the 10,000 blood body clone art. No wonder no one has been able to find him after so many years. The Rakshasa crown prince mumbled to himself. Immediately after, he sent a voice transmission to Xing Luo. The immortal king token must still be in the heaven realm. I will think of a way to deal with this blood demon. You have to find the most important immortal king token as soon as possible. All right. Xing Luo nodded and immediately flew away. Boom. Seeing this, the blood demon waved his sleeves and a bloody light appeared. It turned into a sea of blood that covered the sky and was about to engulf Xing Luo. As the sea of blood fell, countless bloody blades tore through the void and pierced through the sky. Whoosh! Xing Luo was also pierced by the bloody blades. However, the strange thing was that Xing Luo seemed to be unharmed. With a quick flash, he disappeared. Blood demon exclaimed softly, as if he was a little surprised. Just as I thought. Seeing this, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal's eyes flashed with a deep light. Back in the spiritual state, in the heavenly Qilin, Holy Immortal's legacy realm, he had used his ultimate move to hit Xing Luo. However, Xing Luo's situation then was exactly the same as now. He had clearly been hit, but Xing Luo was unharmed. This confirmed the Sky Burier Sword Immortal's suspicions. The restrictions of this realm are a little troublesome. Let's go to the ethereal realm for a battle. The Rakshasa crown prince seemed to know Xing Luo's background. While the blood demon was still in shock, he immediately attacked. The demonic aura around them shattered into a black hole. An unparalleled devouring force came. From the black hole, the Rakshasa crown prince and the blood demon were sucked into the black hole. Chapter 6:15. Let's go. Seeing the Rosa crown prince and the Jiang siblings disappear, Sky Burier and the Jiang siblings immediately took to the air, circling around the spatial black hole and rushing toward the ancient palace. The previous demon emperor of the Sky Demon race stared at the ancient palace for a while, then rushed over as well. The abnormal activity of the demon origin veins was most likely related to this ancient palace. Since he discovered this place, the celestial demon emperor naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. After all, this matter concerned the survival of countless demons outside the realm. Meanwhile, in the boundless demonic realm of the ancient demon's ancestral land, inside the space-time virtual world, within the ancient divine dragon seal, mysterious and ancient devil marks appeared on the devil clan's saint seal in Qin Yu's hand. Each and every devil mark contained boundless power. The three-headed, six-armed demon ancestor, Golem, trembled involuntarily when it sensed the demonic patterns emanating from the demon Saint Seal. He could clearly sense the primogenitor demonic power contained within the golem surging out of the golem and converging towards the demon race Saint Seal. How is this possible? The primordial chaos progenitor dragon's eyes popped out in disbelief upon seeing this. He knew better than anyone just how powerful the demon ancestor golem was. It was precisely because he had nowhere to run that he was willing to accept the demonic energy's infusion. But now, the demon ancestor golem's power was being guided out so easily. This completely exceeded his expectations. After all, the immortal demon boundary of the demon ancestor golem was a fusion of ancient immortal power and demonic power. Now that one type of power was being guided out, the boundary's power would drop by more than one level. In the past, the primal chaos ancestor dragon would have been delighted to see this, since it would have a chance of breaking through the boundary. But now, this situation was no different from a disaster for the primal chaos ancestor dragon. Once the immortal demon boundary was broken, the primal chaos ancestor dragon would be meat on the chopping block, completely at the mercy of Chinyu. Fortunately, even if the demonic power was broken, there was still the boundary of ancient immortal power. Chinyu could take advantage of the opportunity to guide the demonic power, but Chinyu would be helpless against the ancient immortal power that only ancient immortals of the immortal era could control. It really works. Chinyu displayed a smile on his face when he sensed the demonic chi fluctuations emitted by the ancestral devil statue. Chinyu felt that it was somewhat familiar, as if he had sensed it somewhere before. Just now, Chinyu had discovered that the demonic energy fluctuations of the demon race's Saint Seal were almost exactly the same as the demonic energy fluctuations of the ancestral demon statue. It seemed that the identity of the ancient demon in the demon ruins was not simple. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Very quickly, the demonic power within the ancestral devil statue was completely drawn out by Chinyu. Chinyu's eyes narrowed as he grasped the demon race Saint Seal. At this moment, Chinyu felt as if he could control the ancestral demon statue. This feeling was very strange, but very clear. After pondering for a moment, Chinyu released his soul power and seeped into the demon race's Saint Seal. Roar! Immediately, an indistinct roar that seemed to come from ancient times emerged from the demon race's Saint Seal and clearly entered Chinyu's mind, as if wanting to devour Chinyu's soul. I can actually control it. With the oppressive might of the divine dragon Ancient Seal, the oppressive might brought forth by the roar was completely useless against Chinyu. This also made Chinyu certain that with the demon race's Saint Seal in his hand, he could indeed control the ancestral demon statue. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to break the ancient immortal power within the statue. Next, it's time to break the ancient immortal power. Compared to dealing with the demonic power of the ancestral demon statue, Chinyu had a much easier time dealing with the ancient immortal power. Chinyu directly stretched out his hand and touched the ancient immortal power boundary on the ancestral demon statue. You're courting death. Seeing Chinyu's reckless action, the primal chaos ancestral dragon's eyes flashed with extreme excitement. Touching the ancient immortal power barehandedly, even an ancient emperor would die without a doubt, let alone Chinyu, who was far from reaching the ancient emperor realm. Archaic battle dragon art. The moment his hand touched the ancient immortal power boundary, Chinyu activated the archaic battle dragon art. Immediately, the boundary of ancient immortal power that had been emitting destructive ripples above the ancestral devil statue became as docile as a cat. It's a pity that although the archaic battle dragon art can suppress the ancient immortal power, it can't control it. Sensing the docility of the ancient immortal power, Chinyu felt that it was a pity. The ancient immortal power was definitely stronger than martial path True Yuan. If he could completely control the ancient immortal power, The increase in battle strength would be unimaginable. How can this be? This is impossible. Who are you? The primal chaos ancestral dragon, who had been grinning excitedly and waiting for Qinyu's tragic end, froze on the spot when he saw the ancient immortal power boundary sealed by Qinyu. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. The ancient immortal power that had once suppressed him to the point where he couldn't resist was easily controlled by Qinyu. Could it be that Qinyu was an ancient immortal who had survived from the immortal ancient? Seal. After sealing the ancient immortal power as a killing move, Qinyu immediately sealed the primal chaos ancestral dragon. Primal chaos ancestral dragon, I'll give you one last chance. Either you give me your dragon origin blood and submit to me, or I kill you and extract your dragon origin blood. You choose. Qinyu looked indifferently at the primal chaos ancestral dragon. The primal chaos ancestral dragon was now completely at his mercy and had no strength to resist. If the primal chaos ancestral dragon insisted on not submitting, Qinyu wouldn't waste his breath on him. Although the primal chaos ancestral dragon had a noble bloodline and was extremely rare, that was only relative to the sky region. After leaving the sky region, Qinyu believed that there would be dragons of a higher tier. Qinyu was determined to establish the eternal dragon country. Naturally, he wouldn't care about the loss of a mere dragon. I'm willing to submit. The primal chaos ancestral dragon, who had no other choice, chose to submit in the face of death, and willingly gave up his dragon origin blood. Of course, given the pride of the primal chaos ancestral dragon, one of the reasons why he had submitted so easily was because he was shocked by Qinyu's means. To be able to break the immortal demon boundary so easily, the primal chaos ancestral dragon was extremely curious about Qinyu's identity. With such shocking means, he couldn't be an ordinary human. Refine. Without the slightest hesitation, Qinyu immediately operated his martial technique and directly swallowed the primal chaos ancestor dragon's origin dragon blood. Rumble! In an instant, dragon blood as vast as a galaxy filled Qinyu's limbs and bones. It even overflowed from Qinyu's body and floated in the ancient seal of the mystical dragon. In the blink of an eye, with Qinyu as the center, more than half of the ancient seal of the mystical dragon was filled with the vast and pure dragon blood qi. The primal chaos ancestral dragon was a dragon from the ancient Shinran. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the ancient emperor realm, and the dragon blood qi he contained was unimaginable. Chapter 616. Dragon Soul. Qinyu shouted in a low voice. He immediately used the heaven-swallowing dragon seal. While frantically refining the dragon blood energy within his body, he was also rapidly devouring the dragon blood energy within his body. A dragon's roar sounded. Hearing Qinyu's summon, the dragon soul directly revealed its true form and began to frantically devour the vast and boundless pure dragon aura. Time. As Qinyu frantically devoured the dragon aura, several months of time flew by. Of course, with the dragon soul's 20x time control, Qinyu spent a few months in the ancient seal of the divine dragon. Only a few days had passed in the outside world. However, in just a few days, the ancient demon clan's ancestral realm and the boundless demon territory were stirred up. Countless experts of the ancient devil clan had gathered. They were frantically searching for Qinyu, who had snuck in. Unfortunately, with the space-time mirage in perfect condition, even the ancient devil clan's impulsive ancient emperors were unable to find any trace of Qinyu. Roar! After 7 months had passed in the ancient seal of the divine dragon, an earth-shattering dragon roar resounded throughout the entire ancient seal of the divine dragon. A golden dragon, silhouette of 100,000 feet in length, rushed out from the vast dragon chi that was surging like clouds and mist. A figure rose to the sky under the golden dragon shadow. This person was Qin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged. However, the current Qin Yu, compared to 7 months ago, had undergone an enormous change. One could clearly see that there was seemingly material Tao technique energy surging around Qin Yu's body. Ancient Emperor Realm. The dragon soul, which was also devouring the chaotic dragon Qi, was overjoyed. After 7 months of devouring the dragon Qi, Qin Yu's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th grade Emperor Realm and stepped into the Ancient Emperor Realm. This was a leap of several realms. If he cultivated normally, even with Qin Yu's talent, he would not be able to return to the Ancient Emperor Realm. Almost at the same time that Qin Yu's cultivation returned to the Ancient Emperor Realm, a figure sitting cross-legged at the border of the extraterritorial devil race suddenly opened his eyes. This ripple of Tao art, this person was none other than the Mad Dragon Sovereign, Xing Luo. Battle Dragon, true essence Tao art. Is he really still alive? Xing Luo stood up and looked in the direction of the extraterritorial devil race. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. Previously, when Xing Luo had infiltrated the extraterritorial devil tribe, he had sensed the killing, intent fluctuations of the immortal extermination array. Now, it was the primordial battle dragon art's true Yuan Dao technique. The appearance of the immortal extermination formation and battle dragon true essence made Star Luo suspicious. Of course, it wasn't entirely a bad thing for the Star Luo Empire that Qin Yu hadn't died, but it would be even better if someone had inherited Qin Yu's legacy. If Qin Yu really did come back to life, Xing Luo wouldn't be too confident. Thinking of this, Xing Luo, who had planned to return to the heaven domain, turned around and flew towards the primordial true Yuan. He wanted to confirm if Qin Yu was still alive. Inside the ancient seal of the divine dragon in the space-time illusory world, I've finally returned to the Ancient Emperor Realm. Qin Yu stood in the void and felt the Tao art's true Yuan boiling in his body. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. All along, Qin Yu had been cautious. Now, he could finally let loose. The primal chaos dragon Qi is still so dense. Dragon Soul, open the origin dragon world. After Qin Yu calmed down, he looked at the primal chaos dragon Qi that was still boiling like an ocean and immediately ordered the dragon soul to open the primal chaos dragon world. The ancient seal of the divine dragon absorbed all the dragon Qi in it. The golden flame heaven incinerating dragon, purple lightning divine firmament dragon, and the others absorbed the ancestral dragon Qi. As for Qin Yu, his absorption of the ancestral dragon Qi had reached its limit after his cultivation had reached the Ancient Emperor Realm. Next, Qin Yu needed to consolidate his cultivation base before he could refine the dragon blood and break through. Otherwise, even with the ancient battle dragon skill, Qin Yu's physical body could not bear such a huge increase in cultivation base. After opening the primal chaos dragon world, the dragon soul brought the primal chaos ancestral dragon to cultivate in seclusion in the primal chaos dragon world. Besides the primal chaos ancestral dragon, the primal chaos dragon Qi was a great opportunity for the dragon soul and the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon. Primal chaos killing skill. Qin Yu closed his eyes and focused his mind. Soon, the primal chaos ancestral dragon's origin superpower appeared clearly in Qin Yu's mind. After sensing it for a while, Qin Yu completely mastered the superpower. The primal chaos killing skill was a supreme killing skill that condensed the primal chaos energy. Its power was shocking. The primal chaos energy was the primal chaos energy. It could restrain all Daos and cut all Dao arts. It was extremely domineering. Of course, no matter what Dao art it was, how much power it could unleash depended on the user. This was evident from the fact that the primal chaos ancestral dragon was countered by Qin Yu. After reaching the Ancient Emperor realm and mastering the primal chaos killing skill, Qin Yu's gaze fell on the huge, three-headed six-armed ancestral demon statue. Although the ancestral devil statue did not have any signs of life, Qin Yu was able to sense an extremely powerful energy fluctuation from within. This energy fluctuation was not weaker than the ancient emperor realm. In other words, this ancestral demon statue had the fighting strength of an ancient emperor. Qin Yu naturally would not let go of such a strong fighting strength. Even though he had reached the ancient emperor realm, Qin Yu would not rashly reveal his identity and directly deal with Xing Luo and the 12 ancient emperors. One had to know that there was a huge gap between the ancient emperor realm. Although Qin Yu was not afraid of the older generation ancient emperors, if Xing Luo and the others joined forces, it would not be good for Qin Yu. Therefore, against the 12 ancient emperors, he still had to use some strategy. At the very least, he could not let them join forces. Wang. Immediately, the demon race sage seal appeared in Qin Yu's right hand. After the sage seal was unsealed, the ancestral demon statue trembled visibly. Ancient, mysterious demonic runes appeared on its surface, emitting a demonic aura that made even the space-time ethereal world feel like it was about to explode. This power is definitely comparable to a late-stage ancient emperor. After completely controlling the ancestral demon statue, Qin Yu's eyes shone even brighter. The power contained within the ancestral demon statue was beyond Qin Yu's expectations. The ancient emperor realm was divided into early, middle, and late stages. The late-stage ancient emperor realm was also known as the ancient emperor realm of the older generation. As for the pinnacle of the ancient emperor realm, only Qin Yu had touched it before. However, he had not truly stepped into it. If he truly stepped into the pinnacle of the ancient emperor realm, even if Xing Luo and the others joined forces, they would not be able to do anything to Qin Yu. One had to know that the pinnacle of the ancient emperor realm was only a fine line away from the 9th tier of the martial way. That was an even higher level of the martial way. Now, with this ancestral demon statue that was comparable to an older generation ancient emperor realm expert, Qin Yu would have an ancient emperor realm expert to help him. This would be of great help to Qin Yu in carrying out his plan. Chapter 6:17. It's about time to leave. After using his divine ability to shrink the ancestor demon statue, Qin Yu did not plan to stay in the void world for long. This time, he had infiltrated the extraterritorial demon race, and not only killed the 7-star ancient emperor, but also refined the primal chaos ancestor dragon and reached the ancient emperor realm. Qin Yu's harvest could be said to be bountiful. There are quite a lot of people. After leaving the void world, Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. He sensed the aura of countless ancient demon race, each of them extremely powerful. The weakest was at the emperor realm, and there were even more than 10 ancient emperors. This surprised Qin Yu. He did not expect the ancient demon race to have recuperated after being banished to the extraterritorial realm for so many years and have such a powerful foundation. He's here. Quick, set up a barrier and stop him. The moment Qin Yu appeared, the ancient demon race masters, who had their perception spread across the boundless demon territory, immediately reacted and gathered in Qin Yu's direction like thousands of bees returning to their hive. Qin Yu's expression was normal. He could easily escape with the Dragon Soul's space-time secret technique. But the Dragon Soul was cultivating now, and Qin Yu did not disturb it. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, he was not afraid of the ancient demon race. Xiao. In the blink of an eye, numerous silhouettes with terrifying auras appeared all around Qin Yu. Each and every one of them was surging with murderous auras and baleful auras. It was as if they wished to dismember Qin Yu into 10,000 pieces. Human race? When the ancient Devil Clan members sensed Qin Yu's human aura, they were all astonished. They originally thought that the extraterritorial demon race was targeting them again, but they did not expect it to be a human race cultivator. hand over our ancestor demon statue, and the primal chaos ancestor dragon. After a moment of sizing up, an old man in a black and gold dragon robe stepped out from the ancient demon race. His aura was domineering and oppressive. "I'm sorry, but these two items belong to me now," Chinyu said calmly. In the world of martial artists, the strong were always respected. Since the primal chaos devil statue and the primal chaos ancestor dragon had fallen into his hands, Chinyu naturally had no reason to return. "You're courting death." The black gold dragon-robed old man was enraged. Billowing demonic energy whizzed out as numerous lifelike demonic flood dragons appeared behind him. With terrifying momentum, they pounced towards Chinyu. The other experts of the ancient demon clan were also enraged. Their killing intent surged as they bombarded Chinyu with divine skills and secret arts. Indestructible stone emperor seal. Chinyu stood in the void, not dodging at all. Just as the attacks of the ancient emperors were about to land on Chinyu, a ring of mystical light flashed, and a solid imprint appeared around Chinyu. Although the thousands of terrifying attacks of the ancient demon clan had destroyed the imprint, they had not harmed Chinyu at all, as Chinyu's cultivation had reached the ancient emperor realm. Although the power of the indestructible stone emperor seal could not compare to the might of the three emperors, it could still easily withstand the attacks of the ancient emperor realm. If not for the thousands of ancient demon clan attacking together, the black gold dragon-robed old man would not have been able to break through his defenses. Kill. Seeing this, the ancient demon clan experts were shocked. Instead, it was the black gold dragon-robed old man who immediately charged forward with a flood dragon head spear in his hand. Roar. The black gold dragon-robed old man seemed to transform into an ancient flood dragon. With a terrifying aura, he bared his fangs and brandished his claws at Chinyu. Azure dragon battles the heavens. Sun-piercing spear. Azure dragon scales appeared all over Chinyu's body. Divine light flashed in his right hand as the sky-splitting divine spear materialized. When the spear pierced out, the void was like the surface of water, and layers of ripples appeared. Rumble. The two spears met in the void. One spear was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, while the other was like the sun rising into the sky. Both had an invincible aura. Kacha! However, in the next instant, there was a crisp explosion. A figure was sent flying, accompanied by a destructive shockwave. Wherever the figure passed, there was the sound of the air exploding. Demon Lord. The experts of the ancient demon clan cried out in disbelief when they saw this scene. The person who was sent flying was the black gold dragon-robed old man. He was the ancient demon clan leader. What's going on? His cultivation is only at the early ancient emperor realm. How did he manage to push me back? That murderous black gold dragon-gowned old man looked to Chinyu with an incomparably shocked expression. The fighting strength that Chinyu had displayed did not match his cultivation at all. One had to know that the black gold dragon-robed old man was a late ancient emperor realm expert. It was because of him that the ancient demon clan could stand firm in the extraterritorial demon clan. An early ancient emperor realm expert was able to fight against a late ancient emperor realm expert. This was unheard of in the 9 continents of the Sky Domain, or the extraterritorial demon clan. The Azure Dragon battles the heavens is enough to fight against a late ancient emperor. Chinyu displayed a smile on his face. Although the Azure Dragon battles the heavens was much weaker than before, it was still very powerful. However, the increase in power was still extremely terrifying. After all, this was the ancient emperor realm. Set up the god's sealing array. The black gold dragon robed old man roared. All the ancient demon clan experts immediately moved and set up a monstrous killing array that caused the sky to tremble. The demonic chi in the boundless demon domain was stirred up at this moment. The terrifying power was as if an ancient beast was about to awaken. 9. Nether Purgatory. Qin crossed the void and charged towards the black gold dragon-robed old man. The moment Qin charged out, an earth-shattering black light burst out from his body. The black light swept out crazily and covered the space within a radius of 10,000 miles. Not good. Retreat quickly. The black gold dragon-robed old man who had just set up the killing array saw this, and his face changed drastically. Even at his cultivation level, his senses were suppressed to the extreme in the 9 Nether Purgatory. He could not detect Qinyu's tracks at all. This was too dangerous. Puchi. But before the black gold dragon-robed old man finished speaking, a chaotic light flashed in the void. Demonic transformation art. The black gold dragon-robed old man's body trembled, and his face turned pale. But at this moment of life and death, the black gold dragon-robed old man immediately used all the ancient demon clan's techniques and turned into several rays of demonic light that scattered in all directions. You have some skills. Qin, you was a little surprised that the primal chaos-killing art had failed to kill the black gold dragon-robed old man. Just as he was about to attack again, his expression changed slightly as if he had sensed something. Qin, you no longer cared about attacking the ancient devil clan. In a flash, he disappeared, leaving behind the ancient devil clan and the other ancient devil clan members. Outside the boundless demon domain of the ancient demon clan's ancestral land, swoosh, a streak of light flew through the air so fast that it was impossible to see it clearly. Boom. But just as the streak of light approached the boundless demon domain, a giant demonic palm hundreds of feet wide suddenly descended from the sky and slammed into the streak of light. Although it was extremely sudden, the streak of light was able to react in time and evade the devilish palm that was over 1,000 feet in size. The streak of light dissipated, revealing a human figure. As the gigantic demonic palm descended, a monstrous giant demon appeared. It was Star Luo and Qinyu, who controlled the ancestral demon statue. Chapter 618. Primordial demons? Wait, there's the aura of dragons. Xing Luo frowned at the appearance of the ancestor devil statue. The demonic aura emitted by the statue was indeed that of the primordial demons, but Xing Luo could sense the aura of dragons from it. It really is you. Qinyu, who was controlling the ancestor devil statue from within, had a chilling, murderous look in his eyes. Encountering Xing Luo here by himself was truly a blessing from the heavens. Boom. Qinyu didn't hesitate in the slightest. He controlled the ancestor devil statue and attacked. The ancestor devil statue had 3 heads and 6 arms. At this moment, all 3 heads opened their demonic eyes that flickered with chaotic demonic light. Demonic chi discs appeared on the 6 arms. The discs spun rapidly, emitting fluctuations that didn't seem to belong to this world. 9 turned berserk dragon art. Seeing the ancestor devil statue display such a terrifying attack, Xing Luo's eyes flashed coldly. He also used his full strength. Accompanied by a dragon's roar that resounded through the 9 heavens, a 1,000-meter-long primordial dragon appeared in the void. Xing Luo, who had transformed into a primordial dragon, unleashed his immense draconic aura. An ancient and desolate power surged like a tsunami, bombarding the 6-armed ancestor devil statue. Rumble! The 2 of them collided in the void with a loud bang. Destructive shockwaves of Dao techniques swept through the void and exploded. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly turned into a battlefield of destruction. Then the void shattered, and a black hole that could devour everything appeared. Many of the primordial demons that had just chased out were directly swallowed by the black hole. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Qin Yu and Xing Luo, one with monstrous demonic aura, soared into the sky, while the other with vast draconic aura chased after them. The two fought fiercely in the void. The void in the outer realm shattered, as if it were made of glass, as if it would completely collapse at any moment. Primordial chaos killing art. When the battle reached its climax, Qin Yu finally stopped controlling the ancestor devil statue. Azure dragon scales appeared all over his body as he entered the Azure Dragon battle, the Heavens State. Then, Qin Yu formed a seal with both hands and used the primordial chaos divine ability he had obtained from the primordial chaos ancestor. Whoosh! An almost imperceptible chaotic light flashed in the void and disappeared. A deep spatial crack appeared in the already fragmented void. The primordial chaos ancestor dragon's divine ability. Star Luo instantly sensed it. Countless ancient and profound dragon curses emerged from his enormous dragon body and condensed into an enormous dragon sword that was as large as a mountain. Dragon-slaying sword. Star Luo roared, and the huge dragon sword suddenly slashed down, colliding with the primal chaos killing technique. The primordial chaos divine ability of the primordial chaos divine ability was the dragon was Luo. As expected, this is a pure dragon race divine ability. This demonic statue, Luo Devils is his demon devil statue, as primordial chaos as its demons as his chaoses, S of the divine devil demons, God, divine dragon. In the entire heaven domain and the outer realms, other than the Dragon Clan, the only other person who could perfectly control the Dragon Clan's origin magic power was the former Qin Yu. Could it be that Qin Yu's divine dragon ancient seal had been obtained by the primordial demon race? His cultivation has grown a lot after thousands of years, but he's still a late-stage ancient emperor. After the previous battle, Qin Yu had a clear understanding of Xing Luo's cultivation. This caused an endless amount of killing intent to appear in Qin Yu's heart. With Qin Yu's current strength and the primordial chaos devil statue, Qin Yu was confident he could kill Xing Luo. Rumble! But at this moment, a powerful will descended from the primordial chaos devil race. Every primordial chaos devil race living being felt their hearts palpitate. It was as if their souls were about to be crushed. This aura. Qin Yu's expression changed when he sensed it. Qin Yu felt that this terrifying will was familiar. It was as if, it's that blood elementalist. Could it be? Xing Luo also managed to sense it in an instant. His expression changed greatly. He no longer cared about Qin Yu, who was in front of him, and immediately started flying toward that direction. If that blood elementalist was fine, then the Luosha crown prince must be in trouble. Qin Yu could feel the strength of that blood elementalist's will. He pondered for a long time and did not chase after Xing Luo. There would be plenty of chances to deal with Xing Luo in the future. Qin Yu's priority now was to deal with the other 12 ancient emperors to prevent his identity from being exposed. Of course, there were only 10 of the 12 ancient emperors left. The 7-star ancient emperor had been killed, and God Emperor Jixia was nowhere to be found. Of the 12 ancient emperors, only the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor, the 4 symbols Tao Emperor, Emperor Luanbei, Emperor God, Emperor Tianyuan, Emperor God Emperor Xianyu, Emperor God Emperor Qiyu, Emperor God Emperor De Yen, Emperor God Emperor De Yen, and the Great Sun Celestial Emperor remained. It's time to deal with the East Continent's ancient emperor. Qin Yu controlled the primogenitor devil statue and rapidly flew away. With the death of the 7-star ancient emperor, the East Continent was bound to be in a bloodbath. This was the best chance for Qin Yu to interfere with the situation in the East Continent. At this time, in the forbidden area of the heavenly devil tribe in the extraterritorial devil race, several figures were flying out of the sea of demonic aura. They were the Jiang clan siblings, Sky Burier, Sword Immortal, and the previous celestial demon emperor. They had entered the mysterious ancient pagoda in the center of the sea of demonic aura. That guy again? Who is he? After escaping from the sea of demonic aura, the Jiang clan siblings' auras were fluctuating. They looked back at the sea of demonic aura as if they had just survived a disaster. On Jiang Yuanyi's back was a male corpse. Although it was lifeless, it was filled with the aura of time. His face and clothes were as good as new, as if he had just passed away. However, if the older generation ancient emperors of the Heaven Domain were here, they would definitely recognize that the male corpse was King Ling, who had unified the spiritual state and suppressed the 9 states of the Heaven Domain tens of thousands of years ago. How could it be him? No, that look, it's not him, but the pale-faced Sky Burier Sword Immortal was panting, his eyes filled with extreme shock. Sky Burier Sword Immortal, do you know that person? Where did he come from? The Jiang clan siblings hurriedly asked when they saw Sky Burier Sword Immortal's strange look. Sky Burier Sword Immortal was about to speak when his expression changed. He looked in a certain direction and immediately fled into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Jiang clan siblings also sensed something and looked in the direction Sky Burier Sword Immortal had looked. They saw a 1,000-foot-long dragon shadow streaking through the air and charging into the sea of demonic aura. Berserk Dragon Sovereign. Although it was the first time the Jiang clan siblings had seen Xing Luo in primordial dragon form, they immediately sensed him. It seemed that Sky Burier Sword Immortal had a grudge against Xing Luo. The siblings looked at each other. Although they were very concerned about the divine pagoda, they also flew away when they saw the previous celestial demon emperor eyeing them covetously. At this moment, the mysterious pagoda that had appeared in the depths of the sea of demonic aura appeared in a broken, mysterious black hole. A figure stood calmly on top of the ancient pagoda, looking indifferently at Blood Demon and the Rakshasa crown prince around the pagoda. That figure was the one who had appeared in the saint realm of the middle state. He looked exactly like Qin Yu in his previous life. Chapter 619. Who exactly are you? Blood Demon looked at the person at the top of the ancient pagoda, who looked exactly like Qin Yu from his previous life, with a grave expression. Bloodseeker and the Rakshasa Crown Prince had both used their killing moves against that person for the Divine Tower. However, the moment their destructive attacks landed on that person, they actually disappeared without a trace. He was completely unharmed after taking their destructive attacks head-on. Bloodseeker was horrified by such means. He was even more horrified than when he saw this person in Middle Ground's sacred realm. Back then, Bloodseeker had only been a clone, but now he was here in person. Even though he couldn't unleash his full cultivation due to the suppression of this realm, his battle prowess was enough to dominate the martial path of this realm. Could this person really be an ancient immortal who had survived from the immortal ancient era? Even though the martial path of the heavenly realm had completely declined, it was still enough to rank at the top of the martial domains during the immortal ancient era. If he really had survived from the immortal ancient era, then this person was too terrifying. This isn't Heavenly Path True Yuan anymore. Could this person be the Rakshasa Crown Prince, whose aura was a little chaotic, secretly used a secret technique to sense the person's aura? Unconcealable shock appeared in his eyes. If it wasn't Heavenly Path True Yuan or Martial Path True Yuan, then there was only one possibility. You dare to lay your hands on the Donghuang Divine Tower with your cultivation? The ignorant are truly fearless. That person looked away from Bloodseeker and the Rakshasa Crown Prince. With a point of his finger, a ring of divine light appeared and enveloped the ancient tower before taking it into his palm. Bloodseeker and the Rakshasa crown prince didn't dare to move at all. They didn't dare to fight for the tower. After taking the Donghuang divine tower, that person didn't attack Bloodseeker or the Rakshasa crown prince. Instead, he turned around and disappeared into the void. As that person disappeared, Bloodseeker and the Rakshasa crown prince heaved a sigh of relief. Although that person didn't attack them, they felt endless pressure just by standing there. It was as if the entire world would fall on them. Roar. A few moments after that person left, a loud dragon roar sounded. Xing Luo, who had transformed into an ancient dragon, appeared in front of the Rakshasa crown prince in his true form. What happened? Star Luo sent a voice transmission to Blood Demon and the Rakshasa crown prince. The Rakshasa crown prince and Bloodseeker didn't seem to be as aggressive as before. No one knew what had happened. After the appearance of that person, the Blood Demon seemed to have lost his will to fight. He glanced at the Luosha crown prince and Xing Luo before turning into a streak of bloody light and disappearing into the sea of demonic aura. The barrier at the border of the outer realm has been set up. Should we? Xing Luo immediately looked at the Rakshasa crown prince. Although he did not know where Blood Demon had gone, he would definitely return to the heaven region. This was the perfect opportunity to set up an ambush. With our current strength, it's very difficult to take him down. We have to make a new plan. The Luosha crown prince shook his head. Bloodseeker's strength was no longer comparable to his split body. Furthermore, the Luosha crown prince's mind was also preoccupied with that person. He didn't have the energy to deal with the Blood Demon. By the way, why didn't you return to the heaven region? The Rakshasa crown prince came to his senses. According to their plan, Xing Luo should have returned to the heaven region after setting up the barrier at the border to search for the immortal king token on the Blood Demon. Why was he here instead? Something came up, so I returned to the outer realm. Xing Luo didn't tell the Luosha crown prince about Qin Yu's possible revival. Let's go. The Luosha crown prince didn't ask further. He had just fought a great battle with the Blood Demon and was suppressed by the mysterious person's power. He needed to rest for a while. In the forbidden ground of the heavenly devil tribe, as the Donghuang divine pagoda was taken away, the gathered demon emperors were visibly shaken. The destructive ripples from devouring the origin demon veins have disappeared. The former heavenly devil emperor looked at the swirling demonic aura vortex. He couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes, and his entire body was trembling. The danger of the outer realm devils was that the demonic aura in the origin demon veins was drying up day by day. But now, the origin demon veins were condensing rapidly in the demonic aura vortex, and the destructive ripples from devouring the origin demon veins had disappeared. In this way, the danger of the outer realm devils was gone. Therefore, the former heavenly devil emperor had no interest in dealing with the Blood Demon, the Luosha crown prince, and the others who had escaped from the demonic aura vortex. Immediately, the former heavenly devil emperor and the other emperors stood guard at the edge of the demonic aura vortex, waiting for the origin demon veins to form. The outer realm devils had suffered heavy casualties after being plotted against by the 9 prefectures. As long as the origin demon veins were formed, they wouldn't need to invade the 9 prefectures anymore. 7 days later, the invasion of the 9 prefectures and the outer realm devils came to an end with the retreat of the outer realm devils. The emperors of the 9 prefectures didn't give the order to pursue the outer realm devils. This time, they had killed so many of the outer realm devils that it was enough to keep them quiet for 100 years. However, after the invasion ended, a piece of news spread at the speed of light among the emperors of the 9 prefectures. The spirit king had died. The ordinary cultivators of the 9 prefectures didn't have much of a reaction to this news, but the emperors, especially the ancient emperors of the central prefecture, were extremely shocked, although they hadn't found out who the Jiang siblings were, who had appeared behind the Spirit King's back. However, once the news of the Spirit King's death was confirmed, it meant that he no longer needed to keep his promise with the Spirit King. Instantly, all the major forces in the 8 states of the heavenly realm set their sights on the spiritual state. Due to the Spiritual King's oath, the forces in the 8 states of the heaven realm were restricted by the ancient emperors of each state and didn't interfere with the affairs of the spiritual state. However, now that a state's resources were placed in front of them, they naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Heavenly Imperial Palace, spiritual state. I never expected that the Spirit King would actually fall in the outer realm. A hint of worry appeared on Shi Tiangong's face. Originally, they had thought that after the bloodline power in their bodies had awakened and the descendants of the 3 emperors had all become divine emperors, they would be able to unify all the forces in the spiritual state. However, they hadn't expected such a sudden change. As soon as the news of the Spirit King's death spread, the ancient emperor's forces in the other 8 continents of the heaven domain could no longer sit still and sent many experts to the spirit state. Although there hadn't been any unrest yet, their intentions were already very obvious. Palace Master, we have to make plans as well. In the sacred palace, Sun Jiuxiao said to Shi Tiangang, "Indeed, in this war, we had displayed our strength to establish our dominance and pave the way for unifying the spiritual state. However, now we have become the target of public criticism." Sun Yunlang also spoke up. In this invasion, the strength that the Sky Imperial Palace had displayed had shocked all the forces in the spiritual state. Naturally, the Sky Imperial Palace had also entered the sights of the major ancient forces in the 8 continents of the heaven realm. Now, the Sky Imperial Palace was facing a situation where they could either join the other ancient emperor's forces or be besieged on all sides. It seems that the Sky Imperial Palace is in a difficult situation. At this moment, a calm voice suddenly appeared in the sacred palace. This is hearing that voice, Shi Tiangang, Sun Jiuxiao, and the others' expressions changed as they all looked over. Chapter 620. At the entrance of the sacred palace, a figure had appeared out of nowhere. "It's you, Shi Tiangang," and the others stood up abruptly when they saw that person. That person was Qin Yu. "It's been a while, everyone." Qin Yu smiled faintly. "Shen Feng, why are you here?" Before Sun Yunlang could finish his sentence, he paused abruptly as disbelief filled his eyes. "Ancient Emperor, realm. How is this possible?" Shi Tiangang and the others were also shocked when they noticed it. They had long suspected that Qin Yu might be a reincarnator. However, they did not expect Qin Yu to have such a terrifying increase in his cultivation after leaving the Imperial Palace of Heaven. One had to know that the ancient Emperor realm was the most powerful existence in the 9 states of the heaven domain. This was the realm that Shi Tiangang and the others had always dreamed of entering. "I'm here to form an alliance with you." Qin Yu stepped into the sacred palace. Without any superfluous words, he went straight to the main topic. After returning from the outer realm, Qin Yu knew about the turmoil in the spiritual state. Therefore, Qin Yu came to the Imperial Palace of Heaven directly after asking around. Compared to the other forces in the spiritual state, Qin Yu was more familiar with the Imperial Palace of Heaven. With this, Qin Yu would have a lot more certainty in carrying out his plan. Alliance! Shi Tiangang came back to his senses and narrowed his eyes. "Do you want to meddle in the affairs of the spiritual state too?" Sun Jiuxiao and the other core descendants of the 3 sovereigns looked at Qin Yu when they heard this. The atmosphere became tense. "Why? Do you think that I'm not qualified to meddle in the affairs of the spiritual state with my strength? Qin Yu lifted his eyelids, and the terrifying aura of the ancient emperor realm swept over. Thud, thud, thud. Even Shi Tiangang and the others, who had stepped into the divine sovereign realm, were pushed back by the terrifying aura. Although there was only a slight difference between the divine sovereign realm and the ancient emperor realm, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. With your heaven-reaching cultivation strength, you can interfere with any force in the 9 states of the heaven realm, let alone the spiritual state. However, if you want to subdue us, we won't sit around and do nothing. The blood of the 3 sovereigns in Shi Tiangong's body boiled, and his expression was incomparably solemn. Sun Jiuxiao and the others also reacted. The person standing in front of them, now, was no longer the Shun Feng of the past. Instead, he was an ancient emperor expert who stood at the peak of the heaven domain. He had the power to crush them at any time. I think I've already made myself very clear. I'm here for the sake of forming an alliance. Your heavenly imperial palace has been targeted by many forces of the ancient emperor. Without the support of the ancient emperor, you will either have to leave the spiritual state or be wiped out. I believe that compared to the other ancient emperors, our relationship should be more familiar. Qin Yu said calmly. Of course, we can form an alliance. However, given the current strength of Sky Imperial Palace, it seems that we are not qualified to form an alliance with Your Excellency. What do you want Sky Imperial Palace to do? Shi Tiangang, Sun Jiuxiao, and the others looked at each other. They understood that Qin Yu was right. Qin Yu's appearance could be said to be a ray of light for Sky Imperial Palace. Of course, if I were to form an alliance with you for no reason, I'm afraid you wouldn't feel at ease. In fact, my condition is very simple. This time, one of the ancient emperors who wants to interfere with the spiritual state is my enemy. I don't want him to succeed. The enemy that Qin Yu was referring to was the ancient emperor of the southern state who was closest to the spiritual state, the Red Moon Sovereign. If it weren't for the Red Moon Sovereign's interference, Qin Yu wouldn't have cared about the spiritual state. Enemy? The ancient emperor realm? Shi Tiangong's eyes twitched. The enemy of the ancient emperor realm could only be the ancient emperor realm. If it were any other opponent, even if it was a divine emperor, the ancient emperor realm could easily kill them. Of course, it's the ancient emperor realm. Don't worry, I won't let you deal with him. However, I need the help of Sky Imperial Palace to hide my identity. After everything is done, I will help you unify the spiritual state. Qin Yu said slowly, unify the spiritual state. When Shi Tiangang and the others heard this, their eyes lit up and their expressions were fiery. Unifying the spiritual state had been the ambition of Sky Imperial Palace for a long time. Unfortunately, they had been limited by the bloodline of the 3 emperors. Now, with the interference of other ancient emperors, Sky Imperial Palace didn't have the best time to rise. Unifying the spiritual state had always been an unattainable dream. Now that Qin Yu mentioned it, the ambition in their hearts burned fiercely. Now, do you want to form an alliance or not? Give me a definite answer. Qin Yu didn't want to waste time. What he needed was a force that wouldn't expose his identity for the time being. Although Sky Imperial Palace was his first choice, if they weren't willing, Qin Yu would find other forces. In the current turmoil in the spiritual state, all the forces were facing annexation. If they were destroyed, it wouldn't be difficult for Qin Yu to find a puppet. Let's form an alliance. Without much consideration, Shi Tiangang nodded in agreement. Sky Imperial Palace had been rooted in the spiritual state for countless years. Unless it was a matter of life and death, they would never be willing to leave the spiritual state. This alliance with Qin Yu, although it was hard to tell whether it would be a good or bad thing. But if he gambled correctly, then it would be an opportunity. With the ancient emperor realm as their backer, Sky Imperial Palace could definitely become one of the top forces in the Qingyun realm. If that's the case, then I will tell you my plan. Seeing this, Qin Yu explained his plan. 2 of the 12 ancient emperors had been eliminated. Red Moon Emperor was Qin Yu's third target. After killing the 12 ancient emperors one by one, Qin Yu could focus on dealing with Star Luo. Immediately, a plan that would affect the entire spiritual state was formed in the Holy Palace. Several hours later, Sky Imperial Palace, which had been suppressed by the ancient emperors and had remained silent, suddenly gathered a large number of masters and swept in all directions with Sky Imperial Palace as the center. Wherever Sky Imperial Palace's army passed, those who didn't obey were killed. In just 3 days, the northern region of the spiritual state, after experiencing the flames of war, completely fell into the hands of Sky Imperial Palace. The surviving forces all submitted to Sky Imperial Palace. Suddenly, Sky Imperial Palace's force became a true giant in the spiritual state, and no other force could touch it. Therefore, all kinds of rumors about Sky Imperial Palace were flying all over the spiritual state. Ancient mountain boundary, western region of the spiritual state. This was the location of the ancient Moon Palace, a famous force in the western region of the spiritual state. Currently, among the forces vying for supremacy in the spiritual state, ancient Moon Palace was one of the most famous forces. Of course, it was still far from the rapidly expanding Sky Imperial Palace. Senior Sky Imperial Palace has been expanding for days and has already unified the entire northern region. I'm afraid they have the ancient emperor realm behind them. In the center of ancient Moon Palace, in a magnificent ancient palace, the palace master of ancient Moon Palace, who was wearing a white robe, spoke respectfully to the person sitting cross-legged in the void. The person sitting cross-legged in the void was middle-aged. He wore ordinary clothes and looked ordinary. However, this person was the famous ancient emperor realm master in the southern region, Red Moon Emperor. Chapter 6:21. But as far as I know, Sky Emperor Palace has rejected all ancient emperors. There shouldn't be any ancient emperors contacting them now. Red Moon Supreme Emperor opened his eyes, and there was a red moon in each of his eyes, filled with a soul-stirring pressure. When Red Moon Supreme Emperor opened his eyes, the space around him seemed to be frozen. No ancient emperors? Why is Sky Emperor Palace expanding so crazily? The ancient Moon Hall Master was extremely surprised. Without the support of an ancient emperor, Sky Emperor Palace's actions were no different from seeking death. Or was the purpose of the Sky Emperor Palace just a bluff? There's no need to care about Sky Emperor Palace's goal. Since they chose to break the status quo and expand, I'm sure the other forces won't sit still. Take this opportunity to act. Red Moon, Supreme Emperor, said slowly. Yes. The ancient Moon Hall Master's expression brightened. Red Moon, Supreme Emperor, was a famous figure among the older generation of ancient emperors in the 9 states of the Heaven Realm. Among the ancient emperors who intervened this time, only Red Moon Supreme Emperor was an older generation ancient emperor. Therefore, the ancient Moon Hall Master was quite confident in Red Moon Supreme Emperor. If they could unify the spirit state, even if they became Red Moon Supreme Emperor's subordinate force, it would be a heaven-defying opportunity for ancient Moon Hall. After ancient Moon Hall followed Sky Emperor Palace, the forces all over the spirit state began to act. For a time, the flames of war rose again in the spirit state, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Any force without a strong backing was either swallowed up or destroyed. Of course, at this stage, there were no battles between ancient emperors. It was still a struggle between the forces of the spirit state. When the situation stabilized, it would be time for the ancient emperors to fight for supremacy. So far, There were many ancient emperor forces in the spirit state. However, only Sky Emperor Palace and Ancient Moon Hall had the ambition to unify the spirit state. The other ancient emperor forces only wanted to expand through war and fight for the resources of the spirit state. After half a month of continuous fighting, the situation in the spirit state had basically stabilized. In the North region, Sky Emperor Palace was still the dominant force. For the time being, no forces dared to provoke Sky Emperor Palace. The ancient Moon Hall dominated the western region, but there were still several major forces entrenched in the border areas. They did not manage to unify the entire region like the Sky Emperor Palace did. The Western Domain and the Eastern Domain each had 4 separate forces. In order to compete for resources, there was constant friction and countless casualties, but no war broke out. It was as though the ancient emperor behind these powers had made some secret deal. This situation lasted for more than a month before it was finally broken. The ones who broke it were the 2 overlords of Sky Emperor Palace and Ancient Moon Hall. The Imperial Palace of Heaven was the first to take action. They left their nest in the northern region and invaded the eastern region. They destroyed one of the major forces in the eastern region and started a war with the other 3 major forces in the eastern region. Once again, Ancient Moon Hall followed Sky Emperor Palace's lead and annihilated several forces at the border of the western region, completely unifying the western region. After that, the expansion of Ancient Moon Hall did not stop, but they did not attack Emperor Sky Palace. Instead, they went straight from the western region to the southern region, where they fought with the southern region and other major forces. After a month of peace, the spiritual state was once again engulfed in the flames of war. And this war was on a much larger scale than the previous one. The ancient emperors hiding behind the major forces also showed themselves. The war between the ancient emperors attracted the attention of all the martial artists in the Sky region. All the forces came to watch, wanting to see which force would emerge victorious from this battle. Spiritual state, Eastern region. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky. In the sky, thousands of miles above the Eastern region, for figures were engaged in a frenzied battle. The violent and destructive power of Tao raged in the sky, destroying everything. Below the sky, the tens of thousands of martial artists had stopped fighting and were watching the battle between the 4 ancient emperors. This army of tens of thousands of martial artists was Sky Emperor Palace, who had invaded the northern region, and the 3 major forces in the eastern region. Sky Emperor Palace and the other 3 major forces knew that what would determine their life and death was not the opponents in front of them, but the battle between the 4 ancient emperors in the sky. Whether they could annex the other party's territory would depend on the outcome of the battle between the 4 ancient emperors. No wonder he dared to scheme against the older generation of sovereigns. He had such an expert hidden by his side. Shi Tiangang, who was leading Sky Emperor Palace, looked at the demonic figure, who was not at a disadvantage despite fighting 1 against 3. His eyes flashed with a dazzling light. The demonic figure was not Qin Yu, but the ancestor demon statue controlled by Qin Yu. However, after Qin Yu's misfortune, the ancestor demon statue, which originally emitted the aura of the extraterritorial demon clan, had turned into an authentic demonic cultivator aura. This was why Shi Tiangang was so excited. Right now, the other forces in the spiritual state only had 1 ancient emperor realm master as their backer, but Sky Emperor Palace had 2 ancient emperors. Rumble. Finally, with a deafening explosion, a black hole thousands of miles wide appeared in the sky. Caught off guard, the 2 figures were directly swallowed by the black hole. The 3 major forces in the eastern region were shocked when they saw this, because those 2 figures were the backers of their 2 great forces. The elimination of the two ancient emperors meant that they no longer had the ability to compete for supremacy in the spiritual state war. Looking at the ancestor demon statue that had the upper hand and was suppressing the ancient emperor, it was an undeniable fact that Sky Emperor Palace had won the war between the two regions. As expected, after the two ancient emperors were sucked into the black hole, the remaining ancient emperor was sent flying with a punch by the ancestor demon statue. Before he could do anything, he spat out blood and fled with serious injuries. Qin Yu did not chase after the ancient emperor. An ancient emperor would not be able to recover from serious injuries in a short period of time. The war between the northern and eastern regions came to an end. The three major forces all chose to submit to Sky Emperor Palace, and Sky Emperor Palace's forces expanded more than twice, becoming a veritable giant in the spiritual state. After Sky Emperor Palace unified the two regions, ancient Moon Hall did not lag behind for long. When the allied forces of the southern region were fighting, Red Moon Supreme Emperor appeared and defeated the ancient emperors of the southern region in one battle, allowing ancient Moon Hall to rule two regions in a row. At this point, the situation in the spiritual state had completely become a struggle between Sky Emperor Palace and ancient Moon Hall. However, with the appearance of Red Moon Supreme Emperor's true body, the outside forces who had been paying attention to the situation in the spiritual state were all optimistic about ancient Moon Hall. Of course, there were also many experts who were extremely curious about the ancestor demon statue that had suddenly appeared. They did not know where it came from, so they all tried to find out. After all, there were not many ancient emperors in the Sky region, and those who had stepped into the ancient emperor realm from the demonic path were even rarer. However, no one could find any trace of the ancestor demon statue's origin. The exact strength of the ancestor demon statue was also a huge mystery. Finally, under the anticipation of the outside world, Sky Emperor Palace and Ancient Moon Hall finally clashed head-on. Chapter 6:22. The Crimson Moon, Supreme Sovereign, challenged the demonic cultivator Ancient Emperor. The demonic cultivator Ancient Emperor accepted the challenge. The two would fight on the Nine Bends Demon Mountain in half a month. Life and death were up to the heavens. This news spread like wildfire throughout the 9 states of the Heaven Domain. Although they didn't know the exact cultivation of the ancestor demon statue, from the fact that it had defeated 3 ancient emperors by itself and won, it was likely that the ancestor demon statue was strong enough to fight against the older generation sovereigns. Of course, more ancient emperors were optimistic about the Crimson Moon, Supreme Sovereign. There weren't many ancient emperors in the Heaven Domain, and the number of older generation ancient emperors could be counted on one hand. Now, the battle between the two naturally attracted the attention of the entire Heaven Domain. Even the sovereigns and ancient emperors who were heavily injured in this invasion and were recuperating had traveled thousands of miles to gather in the spirit state. The outcome of this battle was related to the ownership of the spirit state. Although the ownership of the spirit state might be coveted by other forces in the future. But so far, apart from the Crimson Moon Supreme Sovereign, no other older generation sovereigns clearly wanted to interfere with the situation of the spirit state. At this moment, in the center of the spirit state, Qin Yu quietly flew over from a primitive ancient mountain range. In the center of the primitive ancient mountain range, there was a winding mountain peak that towered into the clouds. It was a magnificent sight. This mountain peak was the Nine Bends Demon Mountain, the location of the Crimson Moon Supreme Sovereign's challenge. Although Qin Yu accepted the challenge without any hesitation, it didn't mean that he would accept the battle without any preparation. After all, Qin Yu's goal was to completely kill the Crimson Moon Supreme Sovereign, not just defeat him. It's actually a place of 9 eons. After arriving at the Nine Bends Demon Mountain, Qin Yu immediately saw that it was an extremely rare place of extreme eon. The eon energy was so strong that it could corrode all living things. When Qin Yu approached the Nine Bends Demon Mountain and probed deeper, his expression suddenly changed. He saw that there were several extremely secretive sealing barriers around the Nine Bends Demon Mountain. Qin Yu immediately flew into the mountain peak and investigated along the way. In the end, he discovered that there was a spirit formation sealing technique hidden in each of the 9 winding stretches of the Nine Bends Demon Peak. There was a total of 9 of them, and they just so happened to perfectly match the Ninein land. So that's how it is. Even after 1,000 years, your character hasn't changed at all. Qin Yu understood, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. This was indeed the style of the Scarlet Moon Sovereign. Back in the Battle of the Immortal God Graveyard, Emperor Crimson Moon was adept at using underhanded and vicious methods. It seemed that they had sensed that the Ancestor Devil statue was not easy to deal with, so they had chosen a location in advance to make preparations. Immediately, Qin Yu dove into the ground of the mountain peak. The spirit array disappeared, and the mysterious runes trembled slightly. Ancient runes appeared and filled the ground. Then they disappeared. After the arrangement was completed, Qin Yu sneered and immediately disappeared into the sky. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the battle between the Scarlet Moon Sovereign and Qin Yu had arrived. Countless experts from the 9 provinces of the Heaven Domain had gathered around the Nine Bends Devil Mountain. The scene was extremely spectacular. He's here. Suddenly, 2 streaks of light, one black and one red, appeared from the distant horizon. It was Qin Yu controlling the Ancestor Devil statue and the Scarlet Moon Sovereign. The 2 stood at the peak of the Nine Bends Devil Mountain, facing each other from afar. The terrifying power of their Dao techniques swept through the sky, causing the clouds to change color. After Qin Yu and the Scarlet Moon Sovereign, the experts of the Sky Emperor Palace and the ancient Moon Hall arrived, gathering at the edge of the Nine Bends Devil Mountain. In the past, the 2 forces would always be at loggerheads. Today, there was no conflict, and the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. This sovereign remembers that among the ancient emperors and demonic cultivators of the Heaven Domain, there was no one like you. Who are you? The Scarlet Moon Sovereign sized up the Ancestor Devil statue, blue light flashing in his eyes. He seemed to be using some secret technique to see through the Ancestor Devil statue. Unfortunately, in front of the Ancestor Devil statue's power, the Scarlet Moon Sovereign could not find anything. Why speak so much nonsense for someone who is about to die? Qin Yu said indifferently from within the Ancestor Devil statue. Someone who is about to die? How bold! The Scarlet Moon Sovereign's eyes flashed with a cold light. Immediately, 2 blood moons formed in the sky, and the sky darkened. Vast divine might descended, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The countless spectators gathered around the Nine Bends Devil Mountain, and those below the Ancient Emperor realm were all forced to retreat. Even the Ancient Emperors felt the pressure. Yin Yang Scarlet Moon. An Ancient Emperor looked at the 2 blood moons with extreme fear. The Scarlet Moon Sovereign had originally comprehended the power of the bright moon, but when he was breaking through to the Ancient Emperor realm, it had changed for some reason. The bright moon had turned into a scarlet moon, filled with the Tao of Yin and Yang. Its power was frightening. 5 elements divine glory technique. With a thought from Qin Yu, a ball of 5-colored divine light appeared behind the Ancestor Devil statue. The divine light was like an arrow illuminating the void, and the originally darkened sky immediately brightened. More importantly, the Scarlet Moon Sovereign's vast divine might was actually being neutralized by the 5-colored divine light. 5 elements divine power. Who the hell are you? The murderous Scarlet Moon Sovereign sensed the divine power from the five-colored divine light, and his expression couldn't help but change. For a demonic cultivator to have such dense divine power was already extremely shocking. More importantly, this five elements divine power was different from the extraterritorial demon race's divine power. The five elements Tao contained in this divine power had the ability to neutralize his yin-yang scarlet moon. Five elements, yin-yang, and chaos. These three were like the cycle of the five elements, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. The five elements could become yin and yang could become chaos. Correspondingly, chaos could become yin and yang could become the five elements. The Scarlet Moon Sovereign was so shocked because Qin Yu's five elements divine glory technique completely countered his yin-yang scarlet moon. Such a technique had never appeared in the 9 provinces of the heaven domain before. He actually neutralized the Scarlet Moon Sovereign's Tao technique so easily. The spectating ancient emperors were also extremely shocked and were even more curious about the ancestor devil statue. Die! Qin Yu smiled coldly, and his hands formed a seal. A phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared on the ancestor devil statue's body, and the 6 hands combined to form an ancient seal that emitted extremely ancient fluctuations. Not good. The Scarlet Moon Sovereign's pupils shrank to the size of needles. At this moment, the fluctuations emitted by the ancestor devil statue made the Scarlet Moon Sovereign feel a bone-chilling danger. This was a feeling that would only appear when facing an extremely fatal crisis. Boom! Without any hesitation, Qin Yu suddenly attacked. An ancient seal on the ancestor devil statue, carrying the power of a fiend god, pressed down on the Scarlet Moon Sovereign. At the late-stage ancient emperor realm, it was basically impossible to dodge an opponent's attack. Once dodging, one would definitely reveal an opening, and what awaited was a fatal attack. Of course, if it was purely fleeing for one's life, that would be a different story. However, under the gazes of so many people, the Scarlet Moon Sovereign did not choose to flee even though the sense of danger in his heart soared. This was because he still had a trump card. Forbidden technique. 9 stars-linked moons. The Scarlet Moon Sovereign shouted, and 9 rays of scarlet moonlight shot into the sky above the 9 Bends Demon Mountain. Each ray of moonlight turned into a star, and the 9 stars stood side by side, forming a complete bright moon divine array that enveloped the entire 9 Bends Demon Mountain. Qin Yu was naturally not surprised. Chapter 6:23. Qi. When the ancestral demon statue's ancient seal hit the divine 9 stars linking moon formation, its power was reduced by more than half. The Crimson Moon, Supreme Emperor, took the opportunity to strike. With a palm strike, the Crimson Moon glowed and completely shattered the ancient Qianin. Just as I thought. Qin Yu was not surprised that the ancestral demon statue's killing move had been neutralized. Ever since he had come to investigate a few days ago, Qin Yu had a clear understanding of the Crimson Moon, Supreme Emperor's moves. The current situation was completely within Qin Yu's expectations. Now that the Crimson Moon Supreme Emperor had used all his killing moves, it was exactly what Qin Yu wanted. This way, Qin Yu would not have to worry about the Crimson Moon Supreme Emperor escaping. The divine 9 stars linking moon Supreme Emperor would be trapped in the divine 9 stars linking moon Supreme Emperor, making it impossible for him to escape. That demonic cultivator ancient emperor's battle strength is so terrifying. No wonder he dared to directly face the Crimson Moon Supreme Emperor. Even among the older generation of ancient emperors, this battle strength is considered extremely strong. Looks like the spiritual state will fall into the hands of the demonic cultivator ancient emperor before the older generation of ancient emperors recover. The battle is not over yet. It's too early to say what will happen next, isn't it? Indeed. Although, the Crimson Moon Supreme Emperor is at a disadvantage for now, since he has even used a forbidden technique. It's hard to say who will win. The ancient emperors, who had left Nine Ben's Demon Peak to avoid being trapped by the Divine Nine Stars linking Moon Supreme Emperor realm, were all discussing the development of the battle. From the current situation, the ancestral demon statue had the absolute advantage. If the Crimson Moon Supreme Emperor had reacted a little slower, he would have been seriously injured. Shi Tiangang and the others from the Sky Emperor Palace were also relieved. No wonder Qin Yu was so confident. In comparison, the faces of the Guyu Hall members changed drastically, and they were in a state of chaos. Although none of them had reached the ancient emperor realm, it did not mean that they could not tell the difference in battle strength. I did not expect you to force me to this point so quickly. The Scarlet Moon Sovereign was at the center of the 9-star linked moon divine array, staring at the ancestral devil statue with an incomparably sinister gaze. The 2 scarlet moons in his eyes grew increasingly dense, as if they were condensed from blood. It was an extremely horrifying sight. As he spoke, Sovereign Monarch Scarlet Moon's Taoist law power appeared around him and fused with the 9-star moon's array. Clearly, Sovereign Emperor Scarlet Moon was going all out to kill Qin Yu on the spot. After so many years, you still only know these unorthodox methods. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. Qin Yu looked at the increasingly solid divine 9 stars linking moons array. He had no intention of stopping it. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his face. You, who exactly are you? Sovereign Emperor Qi Yu's eyes twitched when he heard this. Among the ancient emperors, he had never had any enemies. However, the battle of life and death earlier gave the Crimson Moon Sovereign a very familiar feeling. It was as if they had met before. The person who will kill you. When the divine 9 stars linking moons array was solidified to the extreme by Sovereign Emperor Scarlet Moon, the divine array occasionally manifesting 9 stars and 12 divine moons, Qin Yu finally made his move again, his eyes cold and murderous. The ancestor demon statue roared, and the phantom of 3 heads and 6 arms on its body changed, transforming into a vision of thousands of heads and tens of thousands of arms. Billowing demonic qi, mixed with vast divine power spread out like dark clouds, covering the sky and the sun, causing the world to tremble. Humph, I was careless just now, and let you gain the upper hand. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Furious, Sovereign Emperor Scarlet Moon slammed his hands down. Immediately, as the scarlet moon in his palm flashed, a destructive divine power gathered in the divine 9 stars linking moons array, turning into a scarlet moon divine statue. With a might that could suppress the past and present, it rumbled towards the charging ancestral devil statue. Die! The scarlet moon divine statue clashed with the ancestral devil statue in the blink of an eye. Sovereign Emperor Scarlet Moon's face was filled with malevolent killing intent as he roared, activating the power of the divine 9 stars linking moons array to the extreme, vowing to kill the ancestral devil statue. Humph! Have a good taste of the evil art you set up yourself. Within the ancestral devil statue, Qin Yu sneered as a mental array disc appeared in his palm, ancient runes swirling around his hands. At this moment, countless mysterious ancient runes appeared in the depths of the 9 Ben's Demon Mountain. After these ancient runes appeared, they instantly fled into the place where the 9 Eons gathered, where the 9 stars of the divine 9 stars linking moons array were. Rumble! A world-destroying explosion resounded. The Scarlet Moon divine statue that Sovereign Emperor Scarlet Moon had unleashed with all his strength had accurately struck the ancestral devil statue. The destructive power of the Tao arts wreaked havoc, causing even the space sealed by the divine 9 stars linking moons to become somewhat unstable. From this, one could see just how terrifying Sovereign Emperor Scarlet Moon's attack was. But how is this possible? The scarlet-eyed sovereign Emperor Scarlet Moon stared blankly at this moment, his expression frozen and filled with disbelief. The reason was none other than the fact that the ancestral devil statue, which had manifested 1,000 heads and 10,000 arms, had completely devoured and sealed away the power of the Scarlet Moon divine statue and was not injured in the slightest. What kind of technique is this? Seeing this scene, not only Sovereign Emperor Scarlet Moon, but also the countless ancient emperors and sky domain martial artists who had retreated into the distance were all extremely shocked. They had originally thought that they would be able to see a battle between two evenly matched senior ancient emperors. But the reality was that Sovereign Emperor Scarlet Moon had been suppressed from the start by the ancestral devil statue, and all the mystiques and killing moves that he had used had been easily neutralized by the ancestral devil statue. It's time to end this. Qin Yu opened his hands that were wrapped around the runes and gently touched the core of the ancestral devil statue. Immediately, all the runes on his hands wrapped around the ancestral devil statue's body. At the same time, countless mysterious ancient runes emerged from the 9 yin qi gathering places on the 9 bends Demon Mountain. The instant these ancient runes appeared, they merged into the divine 9 stars and moon's array. Although they were two completely different types of power, they merged perfectly at this moment. This is the heaven-devouring immortal rune. Sovereign Emperor Scarlet Moon suddenly moved, capturing a trace of the ancient runes from the divine 9 stars and moon's array. It's you. You're still alive. This is impossible. How is this possible? After looking closely, Sovereign Emperor Scarlet Moon's expression changed greatly, and he looked at the ancestral devil statue with unconcealable shock. At this moment, Sovereign Emperor Scarlet Moon finally understood why he had felt a sense of déjà vu from the ancestral devil statue, because the fatal and overbearing style of these moves was exactly the same as the dragon god sovereigns from 1,000 years ago. Heaven-devouring immortal rune, Qin Yu's cold voice sounded. The sealed ancient immortal power within the ancestral devil statue was guided out and seeped into Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu's body shook, and then the divine 9 stars and moon's array completely fell into Qin Yu's control. No, Sovereign Emperor Scarlet Moon reacted with a start. Just as he was about to use some secret technique, he was drowned in dazzling immortal light and instantly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 624. What a terrifying aura! What kind of power is that? It can completely suppress the Scarlet Moon Supreme Emperor. Could it be that the ancient emperor will fall in today's battle? It can't be. The Scarlet Moon Supreme Emperor is not only an ancient emperor, but he is also a late-stage ancient emperor. Even during the invasion, he did not suffer any injuries. How could he die in the hands of a nobody? The entire space of the divine 9 stars moon alignment formation was filled with dazzling immortal light, and the Scarlet Moon Supreme Emperor was nowhere to be seen. The spectating ancient emperors were extremely shocked. Each of them used their own secret techniques, trying to see the situation in the divine 9 stars moon alignment formation. Unfortunately, they could only sense the unparalleled divine aura. Other than that, they could not sense anything else. Could it be that the Scarlet Moon Supreme Emperor is going to lose? Seeing that Sovereign Crimson Moon was nowhere to be seen, Guyu Hall and the other allied martial practitioners became even more panicked. The chaos could no longer be suppressed. The Sky Emperor Palace and the others were delighted. It seemed that they had made the right bet. Emperor, damn it, kill. However, just as the crowd was discussing, figures with terrifying auras emerged from all over Juku Demon Mountain. The weakest among them was a divine emperor, while the strongest two had reached the middle stage of the ancient emperor realm. Such combat strength could be said to be able to sweep across the spiritual state. These experts were the subordinates of the Scarlet Moon Supreme Emperor. As a precaution, the Scarlet Moon Supreme Emperor had hidden them in Juku Demon Mountain. After the Divine Nine Stars moon alignment formation was completed, outsiders could not enter. These people naturally became the reinforcements of the Scarlet Moon Supreme Emperor. These are the Scarlet Moon Supreme Emperor's men. Despicable people. Stop them. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Scarlet Moon Supreme Emperor's men to interfere in the battle, Shi Tiangang and the others were furious. They quickly flew out, wanting to rush into the Divine Nine Stars moon alignment formation to help. However, at this time, the people from ancient Moon Hall sensed the Sky Emperor Palace's intention and rushed out, stopping them halfway. Originally, the strength of ancient Moon Hall was far inferior to the Sky Emperor Palace, who had reignited the bloodline of the three sovereigns. However, the Scarlet Moon Supreme Emperor had arranged for several divine emperors to be stationed in ancient Moon Hall. Now that both sides were fighting, it was difficult to determine who was stronger. Rumble! Outside the seven-star ancient moon divine array, the two forces were engaged in a fierce battle. Inside the divine array, which was filled with dazzling immortal light, a bloody battle was also taking place. Qin Yu, who had used the heaven-devouring immortal mark to control the divine nine stars linking moons formation, coupled with the power of the ancestral demon statue, had directly killed the Red Moon Supreme Emperor. Not even a trace of the Supreme Emperor's soul was left behind. The experts that the Scarlet Moon Sovereign had arranged naturally wouldn't have a good ending if they rushed into the immortal light. Under the combined attacks of Qin Yu and the ancestral demon statue, they were all killed in an instant, their blood splattering the void. But soon, all the corpses disappeared. They were all devoured by the skeleton ghost king. The skeletal ghostly king, who had just finished refining the seven-star ancient emperor's body, went into seclusion again. This was a great opportunity for the skeleton ghost king. After all, it was extremely rare for one to be able to devour a senior sovereign and two middle-stage ancient emperors. After the people that the Scarlet Moon Supreme Emperor had arranged were all killed, Qin Yu returned to the ancestral demon statue and removed the heaven-devouring immortal mark, leaving no trace behind. Qin Yu directly shattered the Divine Nine Stars linking moons formation and appeared at the peak of Juku Demon Mountain. With the appearance of the ancestral demon statue, the originally noisy surroundings of Juku Demon Mountain immediately fell silent. Tens of millions of Sky Domain martial artists all looked at the ancestral demon statue, but no one made a sound. Now that the Scarlet Moon Supreme Emperor and the others had disappeared without a trace, the consequences were obvious. The death of a senior venerable sovereign was definitely a shocking event in the heaven realm. After all, even in the great war that the extraterritorial demon race had invaded, there had never been a senior sovereign who had died. From today onwards, the spiritual state is under my rule. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can come and challenge me. The winner lives, the loser dies. Life and death are up to the heavens. But if anyone dares to play tricks in the dark, don't blame me for being merciless. An ancient voice filled with majesty came from the ancestral devil statue, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness. When the tens of millions of martial artists heard this, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Even the faces of the ancient emperors changed slightly. The voice of the ancestral demon statue contained a supreme divine might that made it difficult for them to resist. On the contrary, the weaker martial artists did not have much of a reaction. The words of the ancestral demon statue directly poured cold water on the heads of the martial artists who originally had other thoughts. Being able to kill the senior ancient emperor at the bottom of the Scarlet Moon Valley, the battle strength of the ancestral demon statue was probably among the top among the senior ancient emperors. Needless to say, those forces without senior sovereigns did not dare to have any thoughts of coveting it. And even those forces with senior ancient emperors would not dare to act rashly after seeing the fate of the Scarlet Moon ancient emperor. After all, at the senior ancient emperor level, unless they had a heaven-defying opportunity, the resources of an entire state were not enough for them to act wisely and take risks. With the end of the battle between the senior ancient emperors and the destruction of the ancient moon temple, the Sky Imperial Palace had completely unified all the forces of the spiritual state. At this point, the Sky Imperial Palace had become the only force in the 9 states of the heaven domain that controlled an entire state. The result of this battle was like a tornado that swept through the 9 states of the heaven domain. Even the extraterritorial demon race had heard of it. All the ancient emperors, especially the senior ancient emperors, were extremely curious about the ancestral demon statue. An existence that could kill the senior ancient emperors had appeared out of nowhere, making them curious. Spiritual state, Sky Imperial Palace. You are all leaving the spiritual state. When Shi Tiangang and the others heard Qin Yu's words, their originally joyful expressions were all shocked. Although Sky Imperial Palace had now completely unified the spiritual state, the ones who could truly deter the forces of the other 8 states were Qin Yu and the ancestral demon statue. Now that Qin Yu and the ancestral demon statue were leaving Sky Imperial Palace was a little uncertain. Our initial alliance was to help you all unify the spiritual state. Now that the conditions have been met and we have all gotten what we wanted, I naturally have to leave. You can rest assured that after this battle, there will not be any forces that are foolish enough to cause trouble for you all. However, if I were you, I would seize the time to break through and reach the ancient emperor realm as soon as possible. Qin Yu glanced at Shi Tiangang and the others and did not linger, turning to leave the holy palace. After hearing Qin Yu's words, Shi Tiangang and the others fell silent, and no one said anything else. In the corner of the holy palace, a slim figure looked at the departing Qin Yu with a complicated expression. It was Sun Shiyu, who had brought Qin Yu to the spiritual state. The difference in cultivation between the two had been huge, but now their positions were completely reversed. Sun Shiyu could only look up to him, and did not have the confidence to follow him. Chapter 6:25. 2 days later, Holy Dragon Sect, East Continent, Heaven Region. Master, you have reached the ancient emperor realm? As Qin Yu returned, Pam Hong and Taishu Kong hurried to greet him. When they saw that Qin Yu's cultivation had returned to the ancient emperor realm, they were pleasantly surprised. How are the recent changes in the East Continent? Qin Yu nodded and asked. As 7-star ancient emperor was one of the most powerful ancient emperors in the East Continent. Now that the 7-star ancient emperor had been killed by Qin Yu, the East Continent would definitely be in turmoil. This was the best time for Qin Yu to carry out his plan. A few days ago, the Red Moon Supreme Emperor had been killed, and his elite ancient emperors had been killed. This was the best time for him to take over. However, according to the news from the Heavenly Imperial Palace, Xing Luo had appeared in the South Continent several times and seemed to be working together with the gray-robed man. Therefore, Qin Yu had returned to the East Continent directly. Compared to Xing Luo, Qin Yu was more concerned about the gray-robed man. Anyway, the current situation in the East Continent should be similar to the South Continent. He could take advantage of this opportunity to act. As for the South Continent, Qin Yu would act after he had eliminated the ancient emperors in the East Continent. The situation in the East Continent, there are no changes. Pam Hong and Taishu Kong shook their heads in surprise. They did not know why Qin Yu would ask such a question. No changes? The 7-star ancient emperor has been killed by me, and there are no changes to his forces? Qin Yu asked curiously. The 7-star ancient emperor is dead. Pam Hong and Taishu Kong were shocked to hear this. You don't know? Qin Yu frowned slightly. Although he had killed the 7-star ancient emperor in the space-time illusory world, there were many experts gathered there. However, There were so many ancient emperors gathered at that time. It was impossible for no one to have noticed the death of a senior ancient emperor. Previously, when the invasion had just ended, there were rumors that the seven-star ancient emperor had been severely injured in the invasion. However, he was only severely injured and not dead. Therefore, although the seven-star ancient nation has gathered their forces, no one dares to invade. Pam Hong had already investigated the changes in the Eastern Continent's factions, so he quickly said he actually managed to hide the news of the seven-star ancient emperor's death. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately understood. This must have been done by the subordinates of the seven-star ancient emperor. They must have used some means to suppress the news of the seven-star ancient emperor's death. This was a wise decision. After all, the seven-star ancient emperor had dominated the South region for thousands of years and had offended as many people as the stars in the sky. It was only because they feared the power of a seven-star ancient emperor that no one dared to act recklessly. However, once the news spread, the seven-star ancient nation would immediately become the target of public criticism. In just an instant, this colossus would collapse with a loud bang. The outcome it would face was either fleeing far away, being swallowed up, or being annihilated. Spread the news that the seven-star ancient emperor died during the invasion. The seven-star ancient nation is just an empty shell now. Qin Yu revealed a cold smile and passed the treasures of the seven-star ancient emperor to Pam Hong. As long as these treasures were spread, the news would not be baseless. Understood. Although Pam Hong and Taishu Kong had not seen the treasures of the seven-star ancient emperor, they believed in Qin Yu's words without a doubt. Since Qin Yu said that the seven-star ancient emperor was killed, he must be dead. Also, gather the fighting power of the sacred dragon sect and start to suppress the forces in the martial world. After that, expand to the surrounding martial world and prepare to invade the seven-star ancient nation. Act quickly. In the Eastern Continent, Qin Yu had 3 enemies in his previous life. They were the seven-star ancient emperor, the dragon tiger emperor, and Emperor God Tianyuan. Now that the seven-star ancient emperor had been killed, Qin Yu only had to deal with the dragon tiger emperor and Emperor God Tianyuan. The seven-star ancient nation of the seven-star ancient emperor was adjacent to the dragon tiger divine sect and the Tianyuan divine dynasty. After the sacred dragon sect swallowed the forces of the seven-star ancient nation, Qin Yu could take the opportunity to attack the dragon tiger divine sect and the Tianyuan divine dynasty. Yes, Pam Hong and Taishu Kong heard and immediately went to prepare. They looked excited. Back then, when Qin Yu was at his peak, he was above the peak of the heaven domain. How glorious it was for them to follow behind him. However, following Qin Yu's death, their status had dropped by 100,000 feet. They had even been attacked repeatedly. Now that Qin Yu had returned, they would rule the sky region again. Pam Hong, who had been prepared, led the sacred dragon sect to conquer the sky martial world. The southern part of the sky martial world had fallen into the hands of the sacred dragon sect. After this period of deployment and Taishu Kong's advancement to the divine emperor realm, the sacred dragon sect quickly unified the sky martial world. The reason for this was that the sky martial world was located at the border of the Eastern Continent. Another reason was that the sacred dragon sect was well prepared and the operation went smoothly. The sacred dragon sect did not stop and expanded with the forces of the seven-star ancient nation as a line. While the sacred dragon sect was expanding, the news of the death of the seven-star ancient emperor spread across the entire Eastern Continent. In an instant, the forces of the 72 great martial worlds in the Eastern Continent started to move. If such news were to appear at a normal time, no one would believe it. However, after the invasion of the extraterritorial demon race, the seven-star ancient emperor had disappeared. This was known to many martial artists in the Sky region. When the seven-star ancient nation said that the seven-star ancient emperor was severely injured, the matter calmed down. However, not only was there news, but the treasures of the seven-star ancient emperor had also appeared. The situation was completely different. Ordinary forces did not know about the treasures of the seven-star ancient emperor. However, the ancient emperors and the older ancient emperors knew about them. Now that the treasures of the seven-star ancient emperor had been spread, it was hard to say whether the seven-star ancient emperor was dead or alive. Of course, those ancient emperors were old monsters who had lived for hundreds and thousands of years. They naturally knew that someone was spreading the news at this time, and that someone was targeting the seven-star ancient nation. Therefore, many ancient emperors took advantage of the situation to push the news. The heaven domain had always been a place where the strong were respected. Without a seven-star ancient emperor, it was impossible for a seven-star ancient country to monopolize the resources. Eastern continent, seven-star ancient nation, imperial city. Damn it! How did the news leak out? A crimson-haired old man's wrinkled face paled when he heard the continuous stream of news. They had thought that they had covered up the news completely. However, they had not expected the news to leak out at such a crucial time. Second Elder, now is not the time to think about how the news leaked out. The most important thing now is to protect the ancient nation from being destroyed before the Great Elder comes out of seclusion. A burly man in armor said, solemnly. When the news had spread, they had investigated it carefully. In the end, they had discovered that the treasures of the seven-star ancient emperor were all true. This meant that no matter what they did, they would not be able to hide the news. Chapter 626. Third Elder is right. Right now, the only way to protect our ancient country is for Grand Elder to reach the late stage of the ancient emperor realm. As long as our ancient country has another ancient emperor of the older generation, no one will dare to provoke us. A woman with an alluring figure said slowly, the late stage of the ancient emperor realm can be said to be the pinnacle of the martial way. Even if one can break through, it's definitely not something that can be done in a short period of time. But now, we are facing a crisis. Once the ancient emperor's death is confirmed, the situation will no longer be just a small commotion. The red-haired old man said gloomily. In truth, the red-haired old man did not have much confidence in the Grand Elder breaking through to the late ancient emperor realm. This was because the red-haired elder himself was a middle-stage ancient emperor expert. He knew how difficult it was to become a late-stage ancient emperor. Of the 9 levels of the martial path, the late stage of the ancient emperor realm was the pinnacle. As long as one stepped into that realm, they could be said to have touched the limits of the 9 levels of the martial path. However, it was extremely difficult to enter. In the entire 9 continents of the heaven domain, there were only a few dozen late ancient emperors. However, there were more than a few thousand middle-stage ancient emperors. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the ratio was. Therefore, right now, we can only sacrifice the sovereign blood and summon the ancient country's guardian spirit. The woman with the curvaceous figure had a determined look in her eyes, as if she had already made up her mind. Her tone was solemn. Ancient country guardian spirit, the red-haired old man, and the armored burly man were startled when they heard this. Their expressions were filled with fear. The 7-star ancient nation was not created by the 7-star ancient emperor. It was established by the ancestors of the 7-star ancient emperor, and its origins could be traced back to the primordial era. However, the bloodline of the 7-star ancient emperor was unique. Almost every generation, there would be a late-stage ancient emperor. When the almighty beings of the seven-star ancient emperor bloodline reached the end of their lifespan, they would choose to pass away in the forbidden grounds of the ancient kingdom. They would willingly become the tribute spirit of the ancient kingdom to protect it. Those ancestor spirits naturally wouldn't have the battle prowess they had when they were alive. However, they still had the aura of a late-stage ancient emperor. This was a secret of the seven-star ancient kingdom. Even in the seven-star ancient kingdom, there were no more than 5 people who knew about it. Therefore, as long as one could summon the spirit of the former country king, the might of a late-stage ancient emperor would spread out and envelop the entire ancient country. At that time, all the major forces that were ready to make a move would sense it, and all the rumors in the outside world would naturally be dispelled. Looks like this is the only way. The red-haired old man and the armored burly man exchanged glances. Their expressions were grave as they made their decision. Immediately, the 3 of them left the imperial city and disappeared into the depths of the seven-star ancient emperor realm. East Continent, Mystery Dragon World. Rumble. The violent battle raged in this martial world for half a month. The 2 sides of the battle were the invading Sacred Dragon sect and the Mystic Dragon World's joint forces. The Mystic Dragon World was already considered a subsidiary martial world of the seven-star ancient nation. The combat power of the martial artists there far surpassed that of the surrounding martial worlds. Pan Hong and Tai Shu Kong had also encountered Divine Emperor opponents in the Mystic Dragon realm. High up in the sky, the disguised Qin Yu stood in the void and looked into the distance. As long as they could annex the Mystic Dragon world, they would only be 1 step away from becoming a seven-star ancient nation. Immediately, Qin Yu did not hesitate. His figure flashed as he descended from the sky. At this moment, the terrifying aura of an ancient emperor spread out mightily. It was like a tornado that swept across the heavens and earth. The chaotic battlefield immediately quietened down. I'll give you all a chance. If you submit to me now, you can live. Those who resist will die. Qin Yu appeared in front of the Sacred Dragon sect and spoke in an indifferent tone. Feeling Qin Yu's ancient emperor aura, the Mystic Dragon World's martial artist army was in a huge commotion. They were not afraid of the Sacred Dragon sect's invasion. However, with the intervention of an ancient emperor expert, the situation was completely different. Senior, our forces have already been recruited by the seven-star ancient nation. If we betray them now, the seven-star ancient nation will not let us off. A divine emperor flew out and said respectfully to Qin Yu. He had a gloomy expression on his face as he said this to Qin Yu. As he spoke, he directly mentioned the seven-star ancient nation, hoping to intimidate Qin Yu. After all, even if they were in the ancient emperor realm, the difference in strength was huge. Qin Yu's cultivation was not enough to fight against the seven-star ancient nation. The seven-star ancient emperor is dead. The seven-star ancient nation is about to be destroyed. You don't have to worry about this. Qin Yu said indifferently. The divine sovereign hesitated after exchanging glances with the other divine sovereigns. Now that rumors were flying everywhere, it was impossible for them not to have heard about it. However, the seven-star ancient nation did not panic at all. It was as if they did not care at all. This made the subordinate forces unable to tell the truth. Since you don't want to submit, then die. Seeing the Mystic Dragon World's martial artists wavering, Qin Yu did not bother to talk nonsense. With a move of his right hand, the Apocalypse Tao art gathered and turned into a sky full of light swords. Every single one of those light swords contained boundless Taoist might. Even the divine emperors felt a chill run down their spines under the power of the light swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Qin Yu pointed his finger, the sky full of light swords immediately fell. In an instant, More than half of the Mystic Dragon World's martial artist army was killed. The other martial artists had already lost their confidence and surrendered. Pam Hong, Tai Shu Kong, and the others moved out and set down restrictions for their own use. Master, after conquering the Mystic Dragon World, it will be the 7-star Ancient Nations territory. Pam Hong and Tai Shu Kong flew over and said excitedly to Qin Yu. In the past few days, they had conquered 3 great martial realms and absorbed millions of martial artists who had surrendered. Now, even in the East Continent, they were considered a first-rate force. Of course, now that they were fighting everywhere, Pam Hong and the others did not need to worry about resources. However, once they settled down, it would be extremely troublesome to divide and control the 3 great martial realms. Therefore, the most important thing now was the 7-star Ancient Nation. As long as they absorbed the resources of the 7-star Ancient Nation, all the problems would be solved. Boom! Qin Yu was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed, and he looked into the distance. Almost instantly, a torrential godly might burst forth. It was as though a god had descended upon the world, causing all living beings to shudder in fear. That direction, the 7-star Ancient Nation? Pam Hong and Tai Shu Kong instantly sensed it, and their expressions changed. To be able to sense such a terrifying pressure from so far away, such an existence was definitely not an ordinary ancient emperor. Could it be that there was a late-stage ancient emperor hidden in the 7-star Ancient Nation? The Holy Dragon sect martial artists who had been fishing for spoils of war after the great victory were frozen on the spot. Their thoughts were the same as Pam Hong and Tai Shu Kong. They all thought that a late-stage ancient emperor had appeared in the 7-star Ancient Nation. Only Qin Yu had a cold smile on his face. He had once extracted the soul of a 7-star ancient emperor, thus he was well aware of the reason behind the sudden pressure. Chapter 6:27. However, although Qin Yu knew about it, the outside forces didn't. When the might of the tribute spirit of the 7-star Ancient Kingdom was unleashed, the 7-star Ancient Kingdom's tribute spirit began to tremble. The restless factions that had already gathered around the 7-star Ancient Nation in various parts of the Eastern Continent had all disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. The death of the 7-star Ancient Emperor that had caused a huge uproar was no longer discussed. After sensing the terrifying aura of the late-stage Ancient Emperor, no one dared to have any thoughts about the 7-star Ancient Kingdom. Even the Ancient Emperors and the older generation Ancient Emperors were the same. No matter how tempting the resources of the 7-star Ancient Kingdom were, no force would dare to offend a late-stage Ancient Emperor. Eastern Continent, 7-star Ancient Kingdom. Looks like the crisis has been averted for now. At the peak of the imperial city, the second elder of the 7-star Ancient Kingdom smiled as he heard the news from the Eastern Continent, although they had paid a huge price to summon the guardian spirit of the Ancient Kingdom. However, compared to the crisis of the Ancient Kingdom, the price wasn't that great. Now, as long as the first elder succeeds, we will be able to occupy the Eastern Continent. The armored man was also full of smiles. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, a series of footsteps could be heard as the graceful woman appeared. Just now, the Grand Priest sent a message. According to the divination, an ominous sign has appeared in the south. Their target is our ancient kingdom. The graceful woman said, "Ominous sign? Could it be that there are forces in the south that haven't given up?" The armored man's eyes twitched. This wasn't a good thing. Their 7-star ancient kingdom was just a paper tiger. Once someone came to invade, they would be exposed. There are only a few scattered martial worlds in the south. There aren't any major forces there. Why would anyone dare to target us? The red-haired elder was also very surprised. The Grand Priest's divination has always been very accurate. We have to be careful. The graceful woman said, "Send out the Nether Shadow Squad to see who is moving in the south." The red-haired elder immediately sent out a secret order. The seven-star ancient kingdom was already on high alert, and the atmosphere became even more solemn. Eastern continent, mystic dragon world. How's the preparation? Qin Yu asked Chai Panhong and Tai Shu Kong in the ancient palace. We've finished gathering, but our morale is very low, Panhong said. Now that a late-stage ancient emperor had appeared in the seven-star ancient nation, the sacred dragon sect's army knew that they were going to invade the seven-star ancient nation. Get ready to move out tomorrow morning. Don't worry, the seven stars ancient kingdom doesn't have any older generation sovereigns. Even if they do, I have a way to deal with them, Qin Yu said as he looked at Pam Hong and Tai Shu Kong, who seemed to be worried as well. Yes, hearing Qin Yu's words, Pam Hong and Tai Shu Kong relaxed quite a bit. Suddenly, Qin Yu's expression changed. His figure flashed and disappeared from the ancient palace. Pan Hong and Tai Shu Kong saw this and immediately followed him out. Outside the palace, at a certain location in the void, two figures were sealed by Qin Yu. In the distant void, there were three black figures that disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Pung pung. The two sealed figures did not give Qin Yu a chance to interrogate them. They exploded and died. Men of sacrifice. Qin Yu removed the seal and looked in the direction where the three figures disappeared. He did not send anyone to chase after them. At this time, there was only one force that would send people to gather information. Looks like it won't be peaceful tonight. Qin Yu smiled. Their expansion could not be hidden from the eyes of the seven-star ancient nation. The seven-star ancient nation, which had just stabilized, would not tolerate someone provoking them at this time. Therefore, the seven-star ancient nation would definitely make a move and kill the chicken to warn the monkey. However, Qin Yu did not care. Regardless of whether the seven-star ancient nation came to encircle them or if they attacked the seven-star ancient nation, the seven-star ancient nation's destruction was a foregone conclusion. Even if a late-stage ancient emperor intervened, the result would not change. Annexing the seven-star ancient nation was Qin Yu's core plan. As the seven-star ancient nation was separated from the Divine Dragon sect and the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty, it was very convenient for Qin Yu to destroy them one by one. Imperial City, seven-star ancient emperor. Second elder, what exactly happened in the south? After settling the experts of the ancient nation, the burly armored man and the beautiful woman hurried over and looked at the red-haired elder. According to the news from the Nether Shadow Guards, the few martial worlds in the south had been annexed by a force called the Sacred Dragon Sect. The crimson-haired old man spoke in an extremely relaxed manner. How strong is this Sacred Dragon Sect? The burly armored man asked. Sect Master is only a divine emperor. However, when the mystic dragon world was annexed, the ancient emperor intervened. However, there was only one ancient emperor. This was the reason why the red-haired elder was so relaxed. Even though the seven-star ancient nation had lost the seven-star ancient emperor, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. There were as many as 3 middle ancient emperors, not to mention the early ancient emperors and divine emperors. Just a force led by the ancient emperor dares to target us. The beautiful woman was a little surprised and puzzled. Although the ancient emperor realm was a famous existence in the East continent, it was still in the heaven realm. However, compared to them, who were at the peak of the heaven domain, the difference was like an ant compared to an elephant. They were definitely not a match for them. What did the high priest's divination show? The red-haired elder asked after pondering for a moment. It has become a phenomenon of a ferocious beast devouring its master. Our situation is getting more and more dangerous. The beautiful woman said, "A ferocious beast devouring its master? They want to replace us. The sacred dragon sect." The red-haired elder squinted his eyes, and his gaze flickered. "Third elder, fourth elder, you will lead half of the ancient nation's forces and rush to the mystic dragon world immediately. I want the sacred dragon sect to not live to see tomorrow morning." After pondering for a long time, the red-haired elder's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. No matter what the sacred dragon sect was up to, as long as they destroyed it, there would be no more danger. If not for the fact that the outside world had just stabilized, the red-haired elder would have gone there personally. Understood. The armored man and the beautiful woman received the order and left immediately. The 7-star Ancient Nations army, which had been fully assembled, disappeared through teleportation. Mystic Dragon World. Border. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Qin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, opened his eyes, and a cold look appeared on his face. Not long after, the void in front of him trembled, and runes spread out. Groups of well-trained martial artists walked out and lined up neatly. At a glance, there was a sea of people. No one knew how many had come. It was the 7-star Ancient Nations army. In front of the martial artist army was the armored man and the beautiful woman. The armored man's cultivation was at the Middle Ancient Emperor realm. Although the beautiful woman was only at the early Ancient Emperor realm, her aura was not much weaker than a Middle Ancient Emperor realm. Obviously, she only needed one step to reach the Middle Ancient Emperor realm. Chapter 628. You are the Ancient Emperor of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Seeing Qin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, waiting for them, the armored man and the beautiful lady became wary. Although Qin Yu's cultivation appeared to be only at the early stage of the Ancient Emperor realm, he gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. It was as if they were facing a terrifying beast that could devour them at any time. Only a Middle Ancient Emperor is here. Looks like I have to make a trip to your ancient country personally. Qin Yu's gaze fell on the armored man and the beautiful lady. There should only be 2 Middle Ancient Emperors and 19 early Ancient Emperors in the 7-star ancient country. As for the divine emperors, Qin Yu was not interested in finding out. Now that there was a Middle Ancient Emperor and 10 early Ancient Emperors, their fighting strength should be half of the 7-star ancient country's fighting strength. Humph, a mere early Ancient Emperor dares to speak. When the armored man heard this, his face darkened and a cold killing intent surged. Behind him, the 7-star ancient country's experts were also filled with killing intent. In an instant, the boiling killing intent, like a violent storm, engulfs Qin Yu from all directions. Although our ancient emperor is in seclusion due to injuries from the invasion, his emperor's aura is not to be challenged. Don't listen to the rumors and do anything unwise. Qin Yu's expression didn't change in the slightest in the face of the ancient emperors and the venerable emperor's pressure, and she spoke again. She felt a sense of danger from Qin Yu. If she could end it with words, she would not want to make a move. Of course, other than Qin Yu causing her to feel extreme danger, the high priest's divination also caused that graceful woman to be extremely concerned. As long as the ancient emperor was not a late ancient emperor, he could not threaten the 7-star ancient country. Therefore, the beautiful lady suspected that there was a hidden force behind Qin Yu. It was precisely because he had something to rely on that Qin Yu was not afraid of the ancient country's army. Rumors? Do you really think that by summoning your ancient country's guardian spirit, you can deceive the heavens? Qin, you coldly looked at the people from the 7-star ancient kingdom. How did you know? Who are you? Qin Yu's words were like a clap of thunder in the ears of the armored man and the beautiful woman. Their expressions changed greatly, and they found it hard to believe. the soul of an ancient country, was something that only a few people in the upper echelons of an ancient country knew of. How could Qin, you know of such a coarse secret? Who are you? There's no harm in telling you. Old Seven Star died in my hands. Qin Yu opened his right hand, and a white light mirror appeared. The images on the mirror flickered, and it was the scene of the Seven-Star Ancient Emperor being killed. The Ancient Emperor is really dead. The scene of a Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom's Ancient Emperor being killed caused the Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom's army, which was filled with killing intent, to panic. Ever since the guardian spirit of the Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom had been summoned, the martial artists of the Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom had thought that the Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom was still alive and was only in seclusion. Now that they had seen the death of the Seven-Star Ancient Emperor, it was obvious how big of a blow it was to them. Even the armored man, who had reached the Middle Ancient Emperor realm, was stunned, and he felt a chill run down his spine. The Emperor Lord had died in the hands of Qin Yu before him. However, looking at Qin Yu's early Ancient Emperor cultivation, he could not believe it. You are not even qualified to be the Emperor Lord's opponent. How dare you talk about killing him? Stop boasting so shamelessly. The beautiful woman was furious. She immediately used a lightning-fast attack, and a pitch-black bone knife pierced through Qin Yu's forehead. As the destructive attack exploded, the sky shook, and Qin Yu's body was instantly smashed to pieces. This caused the graceful woman, the armored man, and the others to be startled. He died so easily? Was he really an ancient emperor? No need to be so agitated. Now, I will send you all to accompany your Emperor Lord. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice came from all directions. It was as if countless people were saying the same thing at the same time. The Seven-Star Ancient Kingdoms group looked around, and their expressions changed drastically. Numerous silhouettes could be seen all around them. Those people were all Qin Yu. Space-time instant formation. Gather! Qin Yu, who had created tens of thousands of Dragon Chi clones with the Dragon Chi derivation secret technique, formed seals with both hands. At this moment, at the borders of the mystic dragon world, as well as where the Sky Emperor Palace's martial artists were stationed, a mysterious ancient formation appeared beneath the Dragon Chi clones. As the light from the ancient formation flickered, the dragon aura avatars and the mysterious ancient formation instantly disappeared. Qin Yu had sensed that the Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom had left a teleportation formation in the void. However, he was not sure where the Seven-Star Ancient Kingdoms group would come from. Therefore, he had left teleportation formations and Dragon Chi clones all over the Mystic Dragon world. As long as he could confirm where the Seven-Star Ancient Kingdoms group was, he could instantly teleport his real body to any place. Immortal runes devour the heavens. God and demon sacrifice. Qin Yu let out a low cry. Those mysterious ancient arrays and dragon aura clones that had been teleported over all gathered together and turned into a monstrous killing array. The killing formation was so big that it covered a radius of several million miles. Immortal runes could be vaguely seen within the killing formation, and God and demon Qi surrounded it. It was as if the world had just been created. All of this took a long time to describe, but it had actually happened in an instant. Before the Seven-Star Ancient Kingdoms group could react, Qin Yu had already finished setting up the killing formation. Kill! At this moment, the armored man and the beautiful woman finally reacted and immediately attacked with murderous intent. The other experts of the Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom also attacked. In an instant, the entire heavens and earth were filled with Tao of destruction, and it was like a torrent. However, what was strange was that Qin Yu's Dragon Chi clones did not have any intention of resisting. They quickly dissipated under the destructive attacks of the Seven-Star Ancient Kingdoms group. Seeing this scene, the the seven-star Ancient Kingdoms group did not have the slightest bit of joy. Instead, their expressions became even more solemn. Qin Yu had set up such a huge formation, so he must have some ulterior motive. It would not end like this. Qi. As expected, as the dragon Qi clones dissipated, the seven-star Ancient Kingdoms group quickly discovered that the monstrous killing formation could actually devour their Dao techniques. After devouring their Dao techniques, they could clearly see that there were strands of mist coming out of the killing formation and wrapping around the seven-star Ancient Kingdoms group. Watch out! The armored man sensed it and immediately shouted to warn the seven-star Ancient Kingdoms group. However, even with the armored man's warning, the seven-star Ancient Kingdoms group was still unable to escape. The seven-star Ancient Kingdoms cultivators were still unable to avoid the mist and were entangled by it. Immediately, no matter how strong or weak their cultivation was, the Gu country practitioners who were entangled in the fog all fell from the sky one by one, as if they were falling upside down. They had already lost all signs of life. Damn it, what the hell is this? The armored man and the beautiful woman were shocked when they saw the seven-star Ancient Kingdoms people dying one after another. Fear even emerged in their hearts. Chapter 6:29. No one knew what kind of energy the gray fog was made of, but it could penetrate any Dao power. Once one got close, it would follow them like a shadow. No matter how fast one was, they would not be able to get rid of it. Once the black fog wrapped around him, his soul would instantly dissipate. Even now, the burly man and the beautiful woman still couldn't see through the gray fog. What exactly was it? Endless panic filled their hearts. Damn it! The people around them were dying one after another. It was as if they could only wait for their deaths. An early-stage ancient emperor flew into the sky, his face filled with fear. He rushed towards the top of the killing array. He wanted to use this to escape from the monstrous killing array. Boom! However, just as the early-stage ancient emperor was about to reach the top of the killing array, a beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky and hit the early-stage ancient emperor. As the beam of light dissipated, the early-stage ancient emperor also disappeared without a trace. Many of the people from the seven-star Ancient Kingdom who had the same idea felt a chill down their spines. Their faces turned pale. This killing formation was way too scary. Even if a powerful being in the late stage of the Ancient Emperor realm were to come, they would probably not be able to withstand it. It's about time. Qin Yu's real body appeared in the middle of the killing array, looking at the scattered corpses. A rune appeared on Qin Yu's palm and covered the corpses. Then, the corpses exploded and turned into gray fog. It swept across the void like a wave. In less than half an incense stick's time, the entire killing array was covered by the gray fog. As the gray mist surged, the people of the seven-star Ancient Kingdom, including the middle-stage Ancient Emperor, were all frightened out of their wits. They fell from the void and exploded, turning into gray mist as they floated in the void. Withdraw. When everyone from the seven-star Ancient Kingdom had died in the gray fog, Qin Yu's hands changed. With Qin Yu as the center, that overflowing slaughtering array started to rapidly shrink. This killing array was a smaller version of the primordial immortal array, the primordial chaos killing array. The array had fused the primordial chaos energy, the heaven-devouring immortal rune, the primordial divine power, and the primogenitor demonic power. After these powers turned into the primal chaos killing array, they became primal chaos nothingness. They could penetrate all matter, but they could also devour sovereign spirits in an instant. Even a middle ancient emperor would only be able to hold on for a few breaths of time if they did not have any special secret techniques. A long while later, the monstrous killing array transformed into a palm-sized ancient array that floated in front of Qin Yu. This palm-sized ancient array was the true chaos-killing array. The dead people from the seven-star ancient kingdom became sacrifices for Qin Yu to complete the primal chaos-killing formation. After Qin Yu sealed the primal chaos-killing formation into the spirit formation disk, he soared into the sky and returned to the Holy Dragon Gates camp. After a while, the martial artists of the Sacred Dragon sect were gathered and flew towards the imperial city at the center of the seven-star ancient kingdom. At this time, in the imperial city of the seven stars ancient kingdom, all dead. Not a single one escaped. How could this be? What happened? In the ancient palace, the red-haired old man was stunned as he looked at the shattered jade token. Each of the jade tokens represented an emperor expert from the seven stars ancient kingdom. Now that the jade tokens were shattered, it meant that the army that had gone to the mystic dragon world had been completely annihilated. Even the middle stage ancient emperor realm brawny man and the beautiful lady were not spared. This was a disastrous blow to the seven stars ancient kingdom. Second Elder, things are not looking good. The ferocious beast has devoured its master and succeeded in seizing the throne. At this moment, an old man with fluttering white hair rushed into the palace. It was the high priest of the seven-star ancient kingdom. In other words, our ancient kingdom's luck has come to an end, the red-haired old man said bitterly. When the white-haired high priest heard this, he looked sorrowful and did not say a word. Since the ferocious beast had devoured its master, everything was set in stone and there was no way to change it. Boom! A deafening explosion took place all of a sudden as a magnificent aura descended upon the seven-starred ancient kingdom. This is the country protecting divine array has been broken. The high priest's face changed drastically. How could they have attacked the ancient kingdom so quickly? This old man wants to see just what kind of deity has descended. The red-haired old man's eyes flashed with determination as an emperor weapon appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and appeared in the sky above the imperial city. He looked at the place where the country protecting divine array had been broken. When the red-haired old man appeared, many figures with terrifying auras flew out from various places within D-City and gathered beside the red-haired old man. Their expressions were grave. Since the enemy had dared to attack the imperial city with such fanfare, it meant that they had absolute confidence in taking them down in one fell swoop. As the experts of the seven stars ancient kingdom gathered in the imperial city, Qin Yu, who had broken through the entrance, led Pan Hong and the other sacred dragon sect members into the imperial city and looked down at the people of the seven stars ancient kingdom. After seeing how Qin Yu had destroyed the seven stars ancient kingdom's army, the sacred dragon sect's alliance army was filled with murderous intent. After all, the sacred dragon sect could swallow the resources of an ancient kingdom. This meant that they would become one of the top forces in the East Continent. Those martial artists who followed the sacred dragon sect would naturally feel honored and excited. Why? Are you not going to let old man Qingming out? Qin Yu looked at the seven stars ancient kingdom's people led by the scarlet-haired old man and said indifferently, the old man Qingming that Qin Yu mentioned was the younger brother of the seven stars ancient emperor. He was also the great elder of the seven stars ancient kingdom, Emperor Qingming. Emperor Qingming had also participated in the battle of the immortal god Graveyard. Who are you? Do you know the consequences of invading my seven stars ancient kingdom? The red-haired old man's heart sank when he heard Qin Yu's words. He knew that Qin Yu was not only an early ancient emperor. Immediately, the red-haired old man shouted. As he shouted, an ancient seal appeared in his palm. The ancient seal lit up, and the vast pressure that enveloped the entire seven stars ancient kingdom became even more terrifying. It was like an angry god. This restored the confidence of the Seven Stars Ancient Kingdom's martial artists, who were panicking. With a late ancient emperor in charge, it was impossible for the sacred dragon sect to destroy the Seven Stars Ancient Kingdom. We've already come to this point. Don't play such tricks anymore. Chinyu sneered and pointed his finger. A finger force tore through the air and disappeared. Not long after, a violent explosion came from the depths of the imperial city of the Seven Stars Ancient Kingdom. After the explosion ended, the pressure that was comparable to the ancient emperors had disappeared. According to the Seven Stars Ancient Emperor's memories, the guardian spirit of the Seven Stars Ancient Kingdom wanted to become a guardian spirit to continue living in this world because the previous Seven Stars Ancient Kingdom kings were unwilling to die. However, everything in this world had its own cycle of life and death. Although the guardian spirit could extend its lifespan by sleeping, the guardian spirit would become weaker and weaker. The more time passed, the weaker the guardian spirit's strength would be, and its intelligence would also dissipate. This was also the reason why the Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom had to pay a huge price to summon the Ancient Kingdom's guardian spirit. Chapter 630. How can this be? Following a cracking sound, the ancient seal in the red-haired old man's hand shattered with a loud bang. The red-haired old man was horrified and could not believe what he had seen. He had killed the guardian spirit of the ancient kingdom with just a tap of his finger. Even an ancient Emperor Realm Senior would not be able to do such a thing, unless he knew the secrets of the ancient kingdom like the back of his hand. As the guardian spirit of the ancient kingdom was killed, the mighty aura of a late-stage ancient emperor disappeared. The people of the Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom, whose morale had been high, were shocked and confused. They did not know what had happened. Rumble! Chinyu did not give the people of the Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom any time to react. He suddenly rushed out, and the sky was filled with lightning like a torrent of lightning. Within the violent lightning, there was a destructive dragon aura surging. Kill! When the red-haired old man saw this, he knew that a battle was unavoidable. Naturally, he would not sit still and wait for his death. He roared and rushed towards Chinyu with the emperor weapon in his hand. The other martial artists of the Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom also rushed out, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Of course, the main battle force was focused on Chinyu. The people of the Sacred Dragon Sect only had a few divine emperors. They did not even have an ancient emperor. Naturally, they did not take them seriously. On the other hand, Chinyu gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. They had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Nine Heavens Dragon Domination, accompanied by a loud dragon roar that shook the soul, the lightning dragon aura around Chinyu suddenly turned into ferocious and terrifying lightning dragons. The lightning dragons roared and wreaked havoc, rushing into the midst of the martial artists of the Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom. Each of the violent lightning dragons contained boundless killing intent. This was the killing intent that Chinyu had infused into the extermination deity painting, and its power was boundless. In an instant, thousands of martial artists of the Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom were killed by the lightning dragons. Only those who had reached the Ancient Emperor realm could withstand the power of the lightning dragons. Die! The red-haired old man, who was staring at Chinyu, condensed endless Tao techniques. The emperor weapon in his hand turned into a beam of divine light that tore through the void, as if to pierce through Chinyu in one fell swoop. Seeing this, Chinyu simply opened his right hand, and a three-headed, six-armed demonic figure appeared in his palm. It was the ancestor devil statue. The red-haired old man's all-out killing move dissipated the moment it touched the ancestral devil statue, and did not cause any harm to Chinyu. Roar! Almost at this moment, Chinyu suddenly struck out with his palm. The ancestral demon, Golem, abruptly enlarged imprisoning the red-haired old man. In the blink of an eye, the red-haired old man's berserk Tao technique fluctuations within the ancestral devil statue disappeared. When Qin Yu withdrew the primogenitor devil statue, the red-haired old man's soul had already scattered, and there was not the slightest trace of life left in him. He's the demonic cultivator, ancient emperor of the spiritual state. At this moment, a 7-star ancient emperor who had attacked Qin Yu's side was shocked when he saw the appearance of the ancestral devil statue. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. It seemed that the 7-star ancient kingdom also knew about the battle with the Scarlet Moon sovereign emperor back then. Whoosh! Qin Yu did not waste any time. He suddenly waved his right hand, and vast lightning filled with killing intent instantly enveloped the ancient emperor. With Qin Yu's means, early-stage ancient emperors were not much different from divine emperors in his hands. Even mid-stage ancient emperors were not Qin Yu's match. However, Qin Yu did not want to expose the 9 esoteric battle dragons and the dragon race's mystiques, so he borrowed the power of the ancestral devil statue. Immediately after, Qin Yu was like a god of death descending upon the world. With thunderous means, he cleanly killed the other ancient emperors of the 7-star ancient kingdom. Not long after, the top fighting forces of the 7-star ancient kingdom were all killed, leaving only a few divine emperors behind. Qin Yu did not make the first move, and left it to the sacred dragon sect. Qin Yu's figure flashed as he entered the imperial city of the 7-star ancient kingdom. The 7-star ancient kingdom was about to be destroyed, but old man Qing Ming still had not appeared. This made Qin Yu feel that it was strange, so he decided to check it out. Moreover, there was something Qin Yu wanted in the imperial city of the 7-star ancient kingdom. Relying on the information from the 7-star ancient emperor's memories, Qin Yu directly entered the depths of the imperial city. Not long after, Qin Yu appeared before a black fog. Within the black fog, there were countless unique auras that were faintly discernible. Are they all guardian spirits? Qin Yu sensed for a while, before stepping into the black fog. Within the black fog, there was an ancient tower. The ancient tower had a total of 99 levels, and each level was 100 feet apart. It was magnificent and vast. Whoosh! Qin Yu lifted his head to take a look. With a stomp on the ground, he quickly rose into the sky and appeared at the top of the tower. With a punch, the restrictions around the ancient tower were shattered, and Qin Yu entered the ancient tower. Who dares to barge into my tribe's forbidden ground? When Qin Yu destroyed the ancient tower's restrictions, an old and dignified voice sounded. Immediately after, a figure in green robes appeared in front of Qin Yu, blocking Qin Yu's path. This person in green robes was the younger brother of the 7-star ancient emperor, Sovereign Qing Ming. Looking at Qin Yu, Sovereign Qing Ming's gaze was as sharp as a knife, but his face was not looking good. This place was their tribe's forbidden ground. In the past, other than the 7-star ancient emperor, even Sovereign Qing Ming could not step into this place. Now, Qin Yu, an outsider, had actually infiltrated this place. Needless to say, something big must have happened in the 7-star ancient kingdom. Old man Qing Ming, long time no see. After Qin Yu sized up the Emperor Qing Ming for a while, his eyes displayed a flash of understanding. No wonder Sovereign Qing Ming did not appear when the 7-star ancient kingdom was facing destruction. He had been hiding here, trying to break through to the late ancient emperor realm. However, looking at the chaotic aura on his body, it did not seem to be going well. You recognize me? Hearing this, Emperor Qing Ming looked at Qin Yu with bewilderment. As an ancient emperor, Emperor Qing Ming had already developed a photographic memory. However, the Qin Yu in front of him left him with no recollection at all. However, since Qin Yu had addressed him as Old Man Qing Ming, it was obvious that he had seen him before. Of course I recognize you. Back in the Immortal God graveyard, I was tricked by you brothers. Qin Yu's face turned cold. He changed his appearance to that of the dragon god emperor from his previous life. You impossible. How can you still be alive? This is absolutely impossible. Seeing that Qin Yu had revealed his true strength, Emperor Qingming's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He retreated continuously and stared at Qin Yu with an extremely frightened expression. The dragon god emperor was an invincible existence that even the emperors of the heaven region feared. Although thousands of years had passed, the memory of Qin Yu fighting against hundreds of people at the immortal god graveyard was still fresh in Sovereign Qingming's mind. Die! Seeing that Sovereign Qingming's mind was in chaos, Qin Yu suddenly made his move. Cyan dragon scales covered his entire body, and a majestic dragon's aura swept out. He executed the Dragon Clan's secret technique to kill Sovereign Qingming. Tribute Spirit, fuse! Sovereign Qingming snapped out of his daze when he sensed the familiar Dao ripples from Qin Yu. No matter how much he could not believe it, he knew that Qin Yu was indeed the dragon god emperor from thousands of years ago. Looks could be changed, but the Dao ripples of the ancient emperor realm could not be exactly the same. Chapter 631. Rumble! Immediately, as Qingming's sovereign emperor unleashed his ultimate move, the towering pagoda shook violently. Countless terrifying auras appeared and shot up into the sky. They were like ancient beasts that had been slumbering for countless years that had awakened at this moment. In an instant, countless illusory tribute spirits that were glowing like souls fused into Qingming's sovereign emperor's body. Qingming's sovereign emperor's aura was in a mess because he was trying to break through to the later stage of the ancient emperor realm. At this moment, he was like a volcano that could explode at any time. The fluctuations were so strong that it made one's heart tremble. However, thanks to the tribute spirits, Qingming's sovereign emperor's combat strength soared. Qin Yu's secret skill of the dragon tribe was neutralized by him. Ha ha! Dragon god sovereign emperor, although I don't know how you survived back then, you are just an early-stage ancient emperor now. Even if you use your secret skill, you are nothing to be afraid of. As the tribute spirits of the ancient kingdoms fused, Qingming's sovereign emperor's face became distorted. His eyes were filled with madness, as though his consciousness had been greatly affected. Die! The incomparably berserk Emperor Qingming directly attacked Qin Yu. His berserk destruction Dao technique swept forth, capable of destroying and suppressing the heavens and earth. Ha! A frog at the bottom of a well. Qin Yu sneered. His body shone with dazzling green light, and the dragon's might that he exuded became even more terrifying. Then, Qin Yu formed a seal with his hands. In his palms, countless divine lights gathered and evolved, forming an ancient dragon head seal. It was the devouring heavens dragon seal. Roar! With a deafening dragon roar, the devouring heavens dragon seal grew to 1,000 feet in size. It was ferocious and terrifying. It devoured Qingming's sovereign emperor's Dao skill attack. Boom! Boom! However, Qingming's sovereign emperor, who had fused with the tribute spirits of the seven-star ancient kingdoms, was still alive and was stubbornly resisting. A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He took out the immortal extermination ancient diagram and sent the devouring heavens dragon seal into it. Boom! The sky-devouring dragon seal was shattered by the murderous intent of the immortal extermination ancient diagram. Sovereign Qingming appeared, but before he could do anything, the murderous intent of the immortal extermination ancient diagram swept across the area. In an instant, Sovereign Qingming was reduced to ashes. After killing Sovereign Qingming, Qin Yu began to wander around the ancient pagoda. According to the memories of the seven-star ancient emperor, this ancient pagoda was where all the emperors of the seven-star ancient kingdom kept their treasures. Even seven-star ancient emperors had kept their treasures in this ancient pagoda. Qin Yu walked around the ancient pagoda. After breaking through countless restrictions, he arrived at the core of the ancient pagoda. Just as the seven-star ancient emperor had mentioned, there were countless strange treasures there. However, Qin Yu didn't really care about those fluctuations. What he really wanted was found it. When Qin Yu was checking those treasures one by one and recklessly putting them away, his expression was shaken. A ray of light flashed through his eyes. At this moment, a vibrating sound came out from the spatial ring, accompanied by a familiar fluctuation that resonated with him. Ancient immortal token. Qin Yu flipped his right hand, and an item appeared in his hand. It was the ancient immortal token that the blood demon had given him. This ancient immortal token could sense the location of other ancient immortal tokens. The reason why Qin Yu came to this ancient pagoda was because he sensed the existence of the ancient immortal token in the seven-star ancient kingdom. However, Qin Yu couldn't sense the exact location of the ancient immortal token after arriving at this ancient pagoda. Only now did Qin Yu feel the fluctuation of the ancient immortal token when he looked at the ancient box covered with countless ancient seals. After breaking the restrictions, he opened the box. There was an ancient immortal token in the box. There were 8 ancient immortal tokens. Qin Yu had obtained the ancient immortal token from the sky-suppressing ghost emperor, the most important one from the blood demon, and the other from the blood sacrifice dynasty. Now, with this one, Qin Yu had obtained half of the ancient immortal tokens. As for the other 4 ancient immortal tokens, one was known to be in the hands of Xing Luo and Xing Luo. 2 of the ancient immortal tokens were in constant movement, and the last one remained the same. If what the blood demon had said was true, that he could enter the core of the immortal treasure by gathering all 8 ancient immortal tokens, then Qin Yu had to obtain the remaining ancient immortal tokens. Qin Yu hadn't discovered the secret of the immemorial fighting dragon skill in his previous life. However, he had discovered it in this life. The immemorial fighting dragon skill alone could suppress the power of an ancient immortal. This was enough to prove that the immemorial fighting dragon skill was definitely an immortal cultivation skill. Of course, there must be an even bigger secret hidden in the immortal treasure. Qin Yu even suspected that Xing Luo's attack on him had something to do with the immortal treasure. After obtaining the ancient immortal token and sweeping through all the treasures in the ancient pagoda, Qin Yu left the ancient pagoda. Now, the 7-star ancient pagoda was completely destroyed. From now on, the sacred dragon sect would become one of the top forces in the East Continent. However, the top forces in the East Continent would also have their eyes on the sacred dragon sect. The sacred dragon sect could be said to have replaced the 7-star ancient pagoda's position. However, they didn't have a late ancient emperor expert to hold the fort. Regardless of whether it was the top forces or the surrounding forces, they would all be tempted. The following period of time would definitely not be peaceful. Fortunately, Qin Yu didn't want to develop peacefully. Creating chaos in the East Continent was exactly what Qin Yu wanted. This would make it easier for Qin Yu to act. The situation wasn't out of Qin Yu's expectations. The news of the 7-star ancient pagoda's destruction spread throughout the East Continent and even the 9 continents in the Heaven Domain. The destruction of the 7-star ancient pagoda shook the entire East Continent. Countless forces immediately reacted. The 7-star ancient emperor had indeed fallen. The sacred dragon sect, which had swallowed the 7-star ancient pagoda, had only done so because they had the upper hand. With this, the surrounding forces of the sacred dragon sect were in an uproar. An unknown force had suddenly become one of the top forces in the East Continent. Naturally, countless forces weren't convinced. Of course, for the time being, not many forces made a move. After all, being able to destroy the 7-star ancient pagoda in a single night was enough to show that the sacred dragon sect's fighting strength was not to be underestimated, even without a senior emperor expert. Therefore, those forces that were tempted to make a move could only move in the dark and gather information for the time being. The sacred dragon sect didn't have much of a reaction to this. They only set up defenses around the imperial city of the seven-star ancient pagoda. The sacred dragon sect hadn't completely subdued the regions further away. The seven-star ancient pagoda's territory was too big. Ever since the imperial city was conquered, many forces in the regions further away from the imperial city had declared themselves kings. Of course, any forces that declared themselves kings and tried to divide the seven-star ancient pagoda's territory would be wiped out the next day. When a force supported by a Middle Ancient Emperor was killed along with the Middle Ancient Emperor, the chaos in the seven-star ancient pagoda finally calmed down. At least on the surface, all the forces had chosen to submit to the sacred dragon sect. The destruction of the seven-star ancient pagoda, the rise of the sacred dragon sect, and the other forces that were tempted to make a move had caused the entire East continent to be in turmoil. This phenomenon only calmed down when a super top force intervened. Emperor God Tian Yuan gave the order to recruit the sacred dragon sect. Chapter 632. This was an explosive piece of news after the fall of Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom. It seemed that Emperor God Tian Yuan, who was originally an overlord in East Continent, had his eyes on Seven-Star Ancient Emperor's resources. The interference of such a huge figure had caused many forces to settle down and watch in the dark. Based on how the Sacred Dragon Sect had suppressed the rebellions in various parts of the Seven-Star Ancient Nation, it was likely that the Sacred Dragon Sect had a lot of experts. Emperor God Tian Yuan had given the order to recruit Sacred Dragon Sect. No one knew if Sacred Dragon Sect would follow his orders. One should know that Emperor God Tian Yuan was a true almighty in the later stage of Ancient Emperor. Among the top experts in East Continent, he was definitely in the top 5. East Continent, Imperial City of Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom, Sacred Dragon Sect. As long as we surrender, the territory of Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom will still be under our jurisdiction. This is great. I was still worried about finding a good excuse to take action. Now, he has delivered himself to me. After hearing what Pan Hong said, Qin Yu displayed a smile on his face. Emperor God Tian Yuan's action was exactly what Qin Yu wanted. Among the 3 ancient emperors in East Continent, only Emperor God Tian Yuan and Dragon Tiger Supreme Emperor were left. As long as Emperor God Tian Yuan was killed, there would only be Dragon Tiger Supreme Emperor left. By then, Qin Yu's enemies in East Continent would be settled. Master, Tian Yuan Shin dynasty is obviously up to no good. We have to be prepared. Pan Hong said with a serious expression. The destruction of the Seven Stars Ancient Kingdom could be said to be entirely due to Qin Yu's strength. However, if Emperor God Tian Yuan were to bring the army of Tian Yuan Shin dynasty, it would not be easy to deal with them. Didn't they give us a month to think about it? Then, let's use this month to prepare. There was a flash of cold, murderous intent in Qin Yu's eyes. While the outside world was in a heated discussion, a month's time passed quickly. Countless forces were waiting for Sacred Dragon Sect's reply. Master, the messenger of Tian Yuan Shin dynasty is here. On the day of the 1-month deadline, Tian Yuan Shin dynasty sent a messenger over. He was an ancient emperor. I am here under the orders of an emperor god. Why is your master not coming out? The early stage ancient emperor frowned as he looked at Qin Yu, who was sitting on the main seat. Obviously, he did not think that Qin Yu, who was only in the early stage of the ancient emperor realm, would lead the Sacred Dragon Sect to destroy the Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom. You have already entered the ancient emperor realm, yet you are still so blind. Could it be that the Tian Yuan divine dynasty is filled with trash like you? Qin Yu said calmly. It was impossible for Qin Yu to agree to Emperor God Tian Yuan's recruitment. On the contrary, he wanted to take the chance to start a war with Tian Yuan Shun dynasty. Do you know who you're talking to? Being humiliated by Qin Yu in such a manner, the face of the arrogant, early ancient emperor twitched. His eyes were gloomy and ice-cold as he stared at Qin Yu, with a cold, killing intent flickering in his eyes. Ha, of course I know. Isn't it just that old bastard Tian Yuan's dog? Qin Yu said with a faint smile. You're courting death. The early stage ancient emperor was enraged as a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Inside the palace, Pan Hong and the other divine sovereigns were forced to retreat in the face of such a powerful pressure. You're overestimating yourself. Qin Yu lifted his eyelids, and a cold light flashed. Demonic aura surged from his body as a vast emperor aura descended. The aura from the early stage ancient emperor was pushed back into his body. He could not resist at all. Late, ancient emperor. The early stage ancient emperor could feel the terrifying aura from Qin Yu, and he was in disbelief. Qin Yu was only in the early stage of the ancient emperor realm. Why would he have the aura of a late-stage ancient emperor? Or could it be that Qin Yu had been hiding his cultivation? But what was the benefit of doing so? As long as Qin Yu displayed the cultivation of a late-stage ancient emperor, the chaos around the seven-star ancient kingdom would be quelled. However, Qin Yu did not do so. It was obvious that he was plotting something. What is your motive? The early stage ancient emperor stared at Qin Yu in shock. At this time, I think you should be worried about your life. Qin Yu waved his hand, and the early stage ancient emperor was completely sealed. An ancient soul seal formed in Qin Yu's palm. You want to search my soul and refine it? Do you know the consequences of doing so? The God Emperor will not let you off. Feeling the ripples from the soul seal, the early stage ancient emperor's face turned pale as he struggled with all his might. However, under Qin Yu's seal, there was no way for him to resist. Qin Yu could not be bothered to talk nonsense. With a slap, the ancient soul seal entered the early stage ancient emperor's body. Very quickly, Qin Yu shattered the early stage ancient emperor's soul seal and started to search and refine it. Behead this person as an example. After getting the information from the Tian Yuan divine dynasty, Qin Yu threw the early stage ancient emperor to Pan Hong. When Pan Hong heard this, his face turned serious. However, he did not say anything and immediately did as he was told. Kacha! When the ancient emperor of the Tian Yuan divine dynasty was beheaded in a palace a few million miles away in the Tian Yuan divine dynasty, a crack appeared on a jade token and the light dimmed. Is this the envoy that we sent to the sacred dragon sect? When the cultivator sitting cross-legged in the palace saw this, his complexion changed greatly, and he immediately left. In the palace of the Tian Yuan divine dynasty, you are saying that the ancient emperor that we sent to recruit the sacred dragon sect has been killed. A middle-aged man in golden robes with an 8-clawed golden dragon embroidered on it asked sternly. Yes, the cultivator from before quickly took out the token. The sacred dragon sect is so daring to kill our ancient emperor? The man in golden robes with the 8-clawed golden dragon embroidered on it had a gloomy look on his face. This matter is a little weird. Even if the sacred dragon sect rejected our recruitment, there's no need for them to become enemies with us. Moreover, killing an ancient emperor isn't the same as becoming enemies. It's a blood feud. An old man in a white robe with blue eyes stepped forward and said in astonishment. When the man in golden robes heard this, his eyes flashed and he fell into deep thought. This made sense. Could it be that the ancient emperor of the divine dynasty was not killed by the sacred dragon sect? Shush! Just then, A white light shone from outside the palace. The man in golden robes caught the white light and used his spiritual consciousness to probe it. After a while, a strong killing intent burst out from the man in golden robes and engulfed the palace. The sacred dragon sect rejected the recruitment and killed the envoy in public. While the crowd was still confused as to what was going on, a voice suddenly sounded from the white light. "They are so daring. A bunch of people who are digging their own graves. Do they think they can go against us just because they have replaced the leaderless 7-star ancient nation? This is intolerable. The sacred dragon sect must be destroyed. Otherwise, it will damage the dignity of the divine dynasty." When the experts of the Tianyuan divine dynasty heard the words of the spy in the white light, they were enraged. "I will report this to the divine master." The man in golden robes regained his senses and prepared to leave the palace. "There is no need for that. I already know about this matter." However, at this moment, a calm and indifferent voice resounded in the divine palace. At some point, a figure had appeared on the throne of the divine palace. Chapter 633. Divine Master. When the golden-robed man and the others heard this, they respectfully bowed towards that person. The person who appeared on the throne was the master of Tianyuan Shin dynasty, Emperor God Tianyuan. Fu Long, gather the generals of Tianyuan Shin dynasty and get ready to move out. Emperor God Tianyuan did not waste any time and gave his orders. Sacred Dragon Sect had killed the messenger of the ancient emperor of Tianyuan Shin dynasty and beheaded him in public. Tianyuan Shin dynasty could not tolerate such a serious challenge to the dignity of Tianyuan Shin dynasty. They had to destroy Tianyuan Shin dynasty in a thunderous manner in order to intimidate the outside forces. Of course, there were other reasons why Emperor God Tianyuan targeted Sacred Dragon Sect. Yes, the golden-robed man turned and left immediately. In no time, the entire Tianyuan Shin dynasty was in an uproar. Terrifying auras gathered from all directions. Each of them was at least as strong as a divine emperor, and there were even quite a few ancient emperors. Tianyuan Shin dynasty's foundation was much stronger than 7-star ancient kingdom, Qingguang. When the golden-robed ancient emperor called, Fu Long gathered the army of experts of Tianyuan Shin dynasty. Emperor God Tianyuan pondered for a while and shouted, "Divine Master!" In the void, a faintly discernible green light flashed. A person whose body was almost transparent, as if he did not have a physical body, appeared like a ghost. "Go to the imperial city of 7-star ancient kingdom and find an item for me." Emperor God Tianyuan said, "What is it?" The ghost-like green light asked with an illusory voice. "According to what I know, 7-star ancient emperor once obtained an ancient immortal token and hid it in 7-star God Pagoda. Sneak into 7-star God Pagoda and find the ancient immortal token." Emperor God Tianyuan opened his right hand, and there was a flash of divine light in his palm. An ancient immortal token appeared. That was the reason why Tianyuan Shin dynasty wanted to recruit Sacred Dragon Sect. At Emperor God Tianyuan's level, Emperor God Tianyuan wouldn't show up personally if it was only the resources in the territory of 7-star ancient kingdom. Emperor God Tianyuan's real target was the ancient immortal token that was rumored to contain the opportunity of the immortal path. It was a pity that Emperor God Tianyuan did not alert 7-star ancient emperor, as he was not sure if 7-star ancient emperor had really died. In the end, Sacred Dragon Sect took the initiative. Understood. In the void, a light flashed, and the green light immediately disappeared. How can someone at the peak of martial arts stop me? Emperor God Tianyuan stood up, and his eyes were filled with arrogance. As long as he could obtain the ancient immortal token, God Emperor Tianyuan was confident that he could comprehend the opportunity of a mortal Tao and cross the ninth realm of the martial path. He had been in the advanced ancient emperor realm for too long, and his comprehension of the 9 levels of the martial path had reached an extremely shocking level. He only needed one opportunity to cross over to the late ancient emperor realm. After the sacred dragon sect executed the ancient emperors, envoy of the Tianyuan divine dynasty in public, the East Continent, which had been in turmoil, quietened down. None of the factions dared to make any moves against the sacred dragon sect. The sacred dragon sect had provoked the Tianyuan god dynasty in such a manner. Without a doubt, the Tianyuan god dynasty would retaliate. However, the Holy Dragon sect would not do such a thing for no reason. They might have some hidden forces that could go against the Tianyuan divine dynasty. Hence, all the factions in the East Continent were watching the clash between the old Overlord faction and the new Overlord faction. No matter who won the clash, it would be an opportunity for the factions in the East Continent that were eager to develop. They could take the opportunity to expand. Of course, the Sacred Dragon sect did not have any almighties in the later ancient emperor realm. The factions in the outside world were more optimistic about the Tianyuan god dynasty. An existence in the later ancient emperor realm was comparable to any super faction. The difference between having a senior emperor and not having one was like the difference between heaven and earth. East Continent, Divine Dragon Sect. Master, according to the report from the spies, the Tianyuan god dynasty is ready to take action against the Sacred Dragon Sect. This time, Emperor God Tianyuan will take action personally. The Sacred Dragon Sect has no chance of surviving, a green-robed elder said to the man sitting on the main seat. The man sitting on the main seat was one of the overlords in the East Continent, Divine Dragon Emperor. That's strange. It's just an ancient country, and old man Tianyuan will take action personally. The Dragon Tiger Emperor muttered to himself in astonishment after hearing this. From what I see, the reason why Emperor God Tianyuan took action is most probably because Emperor God was completely infuriated by the public execution of ancient Emperor of God dynasty. The green-robed elder speculated, old man Tianyuan is determined to break through the limits of the ancient Emperor realm and break through to the 9th level of the martial path. He won't take action personally for such a small matter. There must be some treasure from the Sacred Dragon Sect or the 7-star ancient kingdom that attracted him. As an ancient emperor expert from the East Continent, Divine Dragon Emperor knew Emperor God Tianyuan well. They had teamed up a few times before. Should we take the opportunity to intervene? The green-robed old man asked tentatively when he heard this. Have you checked the background of the Sacred Dragon Sect? Divine Dragon Emperor asked after pondering for a long time. Yes, but we have not found out the background of the ancient emperor. It's as though the ancient emperor appeared out of nowhere. Plus, I'm afraid there are still unknown experts in the Sacred Dragon Sect. The green-robed elder said quickly, although the 7-star ancient kingdom no longer had a 7-star ancient emperor, the remaining experts were not to be underestimated. There were 3 middle-stage ancient emperors. To be able to destroy the 7-star ancient kingdom and kill all the higher-ups, it was definitely not something an ordinary power could do. Then, let's watch the fire burn from the other side of the river. Let's check if Emperor God Tianyuan is willing to take action personally before we decide if we should intervene. The Dragon Soul Sovereign let out a sinister laugh. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He wanted to see what Emperor God Tianyuan's motive was. In the silence of the various worlds, the situation was as expected by the outside forces. A day after the beheading incident, the Tianyuan divine dynasty gathered a large army and charged towards the 7-star ancient kingdom. However, the Tianyuan divine dynasty did not stop at the other worlds of the seven-star ancient kingdom and headed straight for the imperial city. The main palace of the sacred dragon sect, the imperial city of the seven-star ancient kingdom. They're here. Pan Hong, who had been at the peak of the imperial city, was surprised. He immediately flew down and informed the army of the sacred dragon sect. Then layers of spirit barriers rose into the sky one after another. Ancient arrays appeared one after another. There were so many of them that it was shocking. Not long later, a group of black figures appeared in the distance of the imperial city. The aura that could destroy the heavens and earth swept over from tens of thousands of miles away. In front of the terrifying aura, the entire sacred dragon sect's martial artists trembled in fear. The aura contained the real aura of a senior emperor. Moreover, it was getting stronger and stronger as it got closer. It was not comparable to the seven-star ancient kingdom's sacrifice spirits aura. Chapter 634. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the army of murderous experts from Tianyuan divine dynasty appeared outside Imperial Palace. Leading the army was a golden war chariot pulled by 9 ancient exotic beasts. The chariot was bathed in golden lightning, and it was mighty. On the war chariot was Emperor God Tianyuan, who was in a yellow robe and had an emperor sword at his waist. Emperor God Tianyuan, seeing Emperor God Tianyuan, one of the overlords of East Continent, the people from Sacred Dragon Sect, who were already terrified, felt chills down their spines. They had seen the experts in the middle stage of ancient emperor realm from seven-star ancient kingdom. However, in front of Emperor God Tianyuan's mighty aura, the experts in the middle stage of ancient emperor realm were not worth mentioning. The two of them were not on the same level, and there was a huge gap between heaven and earth. Just as the experts from Sacred Dragon Sect were in a daze, there was a sound of steady footsteps. Everyone turned around and saw a figure in a green robe walking out of Imperial Palace. It was Qinyu, who looked calm. Seeing Qinyu's appearance, many people from the Sacred Dragon Sect were shocked. After all, Sacred Dragon Sect had risen from the border of martial arts world to replace seven-star ancient kingdom and become the top powerhouse in East Continent, all because of Qinyu. Then, the people from Sacred Dragon Sect naturally placed their hopes on Qinyu. Master Pan Hong and Taishu Kong immediately went forward. Qinyu looked at the awe-inspiring Emperor God Tianyuan, who was standing on the war chariot, and there was a flash of cold light in his eyes. He took a step in the air and stood opposite Emperor God Tianyuan, with countless barriers in between. "You are the master of Sacred Dragon Sect." Emperor God Tianyuan looked at Qinyu coldly. He did not look down on Qinyu because he was only in the early stage of ancient emperor realm. However, he was not moved. His cold gaze did not seem like he was looking at a living thing. "It seems that you are not blind." Qinyu smiled faintly. Hearing Qinyu's arrogant words, the top powers of the Tianyuan divine dynasty were enraged. Their killing intent surged as they wished they could tear Qinyu into pieces. "Do you know the consequences of killing the ancient emperor of the divine dynasty?" Emperor God Tianyuan's eyes grew grave, and his gaze turned cold. "As a consequence, I will send you all to hell to accompany your subordinates." Emperor God Tianyuan threatened. However, he didn't expect Qinyu to be even more arrogant than him. "Good, very good. In all these years, you are the first person who dares to speak to this exalted in such a manner. Rest assured, this exalted will not let you die so easily." Tianyuan Shun Chao's face darkened, and murderous intent filled the air. When the martial artists of Tianyuan divine dynasty saw this, they were filled with murderous intent. Above the imperial city, the clouds changed, and the earth shook. Whoosh! At this moment, Qin Yu's expression suddenly changed. He tilted his head and saw a green light flash through the void, penetrating the layers of barriers and disappearing. In the next moment, a man in green light appeared beside Emperor God Tian Yuan. Space doctrine. Qin Yu stared at the green light that appeared and squinted his eyes. Only those who comprehended space doctrine could enter and exit the layers of barriers and barriers freely. Master God, the treasures in the 7-star divine pagoda have been plundered and nothing is left. The green light sent a message to Emperor God Tian Yuan. The treasures are in the hands of the Holy Dragon sect. Emperor God Tian Yuan heard, and his gaze fell on Qin Yu again. At this moment, the hidden experts of the Holy Dragon sect had yet to appear. It seemed that they had a plan in the dark. Attack! Emperor God Tian Yuan ordered coldly. Immediately, the army of martial artists of Tian Yuan Divine Dynasty spread out. However, they didn't attack the imperial city of the Holy Dragon sect. Instead, they surrounded the imperial city. When they surrounded the imperial city, they set up terrifying barriers and trapped the imperial city. After sealing the barriers, Emperor God Tian Yuan held the emperor's sword and stepped out of the Thunder War chariot. He walked step by step towards the imperial city. Swoosh! The barriers set up by the Holy Dragon sect were broken into pieces by Emperor God Tian Yuan's sword. The sword light continued forward and opened up a spacious path. Qin Yu opened his right hand, and a light circle appeared. The destructive sword light that Emperor God Tian Yuan had slashed at him was swallowed by the light circle and disappeared. It seems that Emperor God Tian Yuan wants to destroy the entire Holy Dragon sect with his power alone. This time, the hidden experts of the Holy Dragon sect have to take action personally. Indeed, an older generation emperor. Unless it's an existence of the same level, it's impossible to fight against him. Far away from the imperial city of the Holy Dragon sect, countless forces that came with the army of Tian Yuan Divine Dynasty were discussing. An almighty in the later stage of the ancient emperor realm had shown his power. You're quite capable. It's a pity that the power of the later stage of the ancient emperor realm isn't something that an ant like you can understand. When Emperor God Tian Yuan saw that Qin Yu had dissolved his sword light with one move, he was surprised. However, that was all. Emperor God Tian Yuan took action again, and the emperor's sword turned into a 10,000-foot-long Shenron. The Shenron soared into the sky, and the power of the Tao in the universe was triggered. It was as though the entire universe was pressing down on Qin Yu. Not bad. Tian Yuan's Tao can already trigger the resonance of the universe. It seems that you haven't wasted the past 1,000 years. However, Qin Yu lifted his head and looked at the Shenron that was charging at him with boundless power of the universe. However, he didn't move at all. Rumble! In the next moment, the heaven-shaking Shenron swept over, and the destructive Tao exploded. It caused the entire 7-star ancient kingdom to tremble violently. However, Qin Yu, who was standing in the void and seemed to be defenseless, took on Emperor God Tian Yuan's attack head-on, and he wasn't hurt at all. Even his aura wasn't disturbed at all. No matter if it was Tian Yuan Shen Dynasty, Sacred Dragon Sect, or the powerhouses who were watching the battle from afar, they were all shocked when they saw the scene. Emperor God Tian Yuan's destructive attack didn't hurt Qin Yu at all. Even Emperor God Tian Yuan revealed a shocked expression. However, Emperor God Tian Yuan wasn't shocked because Qin Yu wasn't hurt at all. It was because the aura that Qin Yu gave out had reached the level of the later stage of the ancient emperor realm. His power wasn't below his at all. More importantly, there were strands of primal chaos energy revolving around Qin Yu's body. Every wisp of chaotic qi sent chills down the spines of the Tianyuan divine dynasty. Even though your cultivation has increased by quite a bit, you still can't escape death today. Qin Yu looked at Emperor God Tian Yuan coldly. The 1-month deadline that Emperor God Tian Yuan had given him gave Qin Yu enough time to prepare. In the 1 month, Qin Yu merged the ancestor demon statue into his body, and he could unleash the cultivation of the later stage of the ancient emperor realm anytime. At the same time, the complete primal chaos killing array was also unleashed by Qin Yu. It could be said that the current Qin Yu was even scarier than the time when he controlled the killing formation to deal with the 7-star ancient emperor during the invasion of the demon clan. The later stage of the ancient emperor Tian Yuan Shen dynasty would definitely die here. Chapter 635. The aura of a later stage ancient emperor. As expected, Sacred Dragon Sect has a hidden expert of the older generation ancient emperor. No wonder Sacred Dragon Sect dared to swallow up 7-star ancient kingdom and was not afraid of Tianyuan divine dynasty. However, there aren't many later stage ancient emperor almighties in the entire 9 continents. Where did this older generation ancient emperor come from? Could it be that an external force has interfered with the situation in East Continent, looking at how he swallowed up 7-star ancient kingdom and offended Tianyuan divine dynasty? It seems like he might be from the outside world. He might even have something to do with the death of 7-star ancient emperor. If that's the case, I'm afraid the entire East Continent will be implicated. Sensing the terrifying, oppressive aura coming from Qin Yu's body, the spectating powers in the distance were all incomparably shocked. Luckily, Tianyuan divine dynasty had taken action first. Otherwise, any one of them would be courting death if they went against Sacred Dragon Sect. Looking at the scene, the army of Tianyuan divine dynasty, who were originally filled with murderous intent, turned solemn. It seemed like it wasn't possible for them to completely destroy Sacred Dragon Sect in this battle. The experts of Sacred Dragon Sect, who were originally flustered, were excited. As long as they could get through the crisis of Tianyuan divine dynasty, Sacred Dragon Sect would become the top force in East Continent. He's actually a later stage ancient emperor. Where did he come from? Among the spectating forces, one of them was Dragon Tiger Emperor. Dragon Tiger Emperor wanted to see the motive of Tianyuan divine dynasty, but he had not expected to see such a scene. He had also become extremely curious about Qin Yu's origin. You're not from East Continent, but you're controlling the forces in East Continent and disrupting the situation in East Continent. What's your motive? Emperor God Tianyuan held the Emperor's sword in his hand and stared at Qin Yu. Compared to before, Qin Yu was like a completely different person. Even Emperor God Tianyuan did not dare to belittle him. Why are you asking so many questions when you're about to die? Qin Yu did not waste any more time. Divine light gathered in his palm and formed a world-exterminating spear. He threw the spear at Tianyuan divine dynasty. With a bang, the void exploded, and a deep black hole appeared. Emperor God Tianyuan's expression changed, and he noticed it instantly. Then he swung his sword. The void on the left side of the Tianyuan spirit dynasty was torn apart without any warning. A world destroyer avatar appeared in front of it and was sliced apart by the Emperor's sword. Explode! A light shout sounded from Qin Yu's mouth. Immediately, in front of Tianyuan divine dynasty's horrified eyes, the Armageddon divine spear that had been cut into 2 suddenly exploded. Extremely horrifying extermination killing intent suddenly exploded and swept across the sky. Emperor God Tianyuan was instantly engulfed by the murderous intention. Even though he had defended himself in time, Emperor God Tianyuan was sent flying dozens of feet away. and his aura fluctuated. Whoosh. However, before Tianyuan Shen Chao could catch his breath, Qin Yu pounced forward like a phantom. Terrifying Taoist techniques swept out with destructive, murderous intent, attacking Sovereign Tianyuan from all directions. Sovereign Tianyuan was forced into a defensive position, unable to find a chance to counterattack. In such a violent battle, it was actually one-sided. The spectators, who were originally discussing, couldn't help but hold their breaths. Emperor God Tianyuan, who was an overlord in East Continent, was actually suppressed to the point that he couldn't even counterattack. If someone were to say that at any other time, they would definitely be drowned in saliva. However, at that very moment, such a scene was right in front of everyone's eyes, and they had no choice but to believe it. Tianyuan Emperor's sword, 9 heavens / Emperor God Tianyuan, who was in an increasingly dangerous situation, naturally knew that he couldn't just take the hits and defend himself. After taking Qin Yu's punch and spitting out a mouthful of blood, Emperor God Tianyuan immediately counterattacked. The Emperor's sword gave out an ancient divine power and transformed into a 10,000-foot-long sword. It slashed at Qin Yu in the air. When the 10,000-foot-long sword slashed down, everything in the universe was drawn over by the 10,000-foot-long sword. It was as though everything in the universe was sent to the sword. Naturally, Qin Yu, who was targeted by Emperor God Tianyuan, became the main target, and he couldn't escape. It's about time to put an end to this. When Qin Yu saw the situation, he condensed a world-destroyer divine spear in his right hand again. The surrounding chaotic air flowed into the world-destroyer divine spear. At the same time, in various parts of Imperial City, figures flashed past and set up ancient seals. They were Qin Yu's dragon aura clones. Die! Qin Yu held the divine spear and transformed into a rainbow light. He dashed towards the 10,000-foot-long sword. When Emperor God Tianyuan saw the situation, he held the sword with both hands and used all his strength to activate his Dao skill to increase the power of the 10,000-foot-long sword. It seems like we have to decide the victor. When Dragon Lake Emperor saw the situation, his gaze focused. Both of them gave their all. The victor of the battle would be decided in the exchange of blows. In the void of 9 heavens, Qin Yu, who had transformed into a rainbow light, instantly clashed with Emperor God Tianyuan, who was holding the sword with both hands and slashing it down. There was a blinding light that appeared from where the two of them clashed. Even Ancient Emperor couldn't help but close his eyes in pain. What appeared from the clash wasn't any light, but an explosion of Dao skill power. Kacha, the divine spear, and the huge sword were in a stalemate for a while. Then there was a cracking sound. How could it be? Emperor God Tianyuan's ears twitched, and his expression changed. Just as he was about to react, there was a crack on the 10,000-foot-long sword. Then a destructive spear light pierced through the huge sword and pierced through it. Puff! As the Dao skill broke, blood splattered everywhere. Emperor God Tianyuan's divine robe and Dao skill were pierced through by the divine spear, and there was a huge bloody hole where his heart was. This aura, at that moment, Emperor God Tianyuan seemed to have noticed something. He lifted his head and looked at Qin Yu in shock. There was disbelief in his eyes. It's too late to realize it now. Qin Yu knew that Emperor God Tianyuan had recognized him, because Qin Yu had used the power of celestial extermination painting in the spear earlier. Back in Celestial God Graveyard, Qin Yu had used celestial extermination painting to kill everyone, and even Emperor God Tianyuan had almost died. Hence, he was naturally familiar with the murderous intention of celestial extermination painting. Destroy, Qin Yu thought, and the void around him became distorted. He isolated himself from the outside world. Then, there was a destructive, murderous intention that exploded from the World Destroyer Divine Spear. Under the destructive, murderous intention, Emperor God Tianyuan couldn't react in time, and he was killed on the spot. Ancestor Demon Statue, Chaos Killing Formation, Celestial Extermination Painting. Qin, you could be said to have used most of his trump cards to kill Emperor God Tianyuan. Although it was much easier than 7-star Ancient Emperor, Emperor God Tianyuan's power was above 7-star Ancient Emperors. Divine Master died. This is impossible. This is definitely impossible. When the army of Tianyuan Shin Dynasty saw that Emperor God Tianyuan was dead and his soul had dispersed completely, they were in disbelief and they were dumbfounded.